My fifth sister heard the voice in my heart and became completely crazy about me. On the day the real heir of the Shu royal family was welcomed back, Shuku was ruthlessly cast out of the palace by his 7 sisters in anger. 17 years of companionship, was that truly worth less than mere blood ties? The Great Sui Empire, Shu Royal Mansion. Shuku, our Shu family raised you for 17 years. We've done more than enough. Now that we've found the real heir to the Shu family, there's no need for you to stay here. A voice echoed from the depths of his soul, one so familiar. In that moment, fragmented memories pieced themselves together, and Shuku's chaotic mind suddenly became clear. He looked up sharply, staring at the familiar scene before him. After a brief daze, his eyes focused. He had come back. He had actually returned. He was back in the year he was expelled from the Shu royal mansion, 17 years old. He turned his head abruptly and looked toward the central seat where 7 women sat. There, sitting with a falsely modest expression and a glint of mockery in his eyes, was a young man. Shu Wudao. The real heir of the Shu royal family. At the age of 17, his 7 sisters had found their blood-related younger brother, and he Shuku was thrown out. Though there had been bitterness, he didn't complain. He had been adopted by the Shu family since childhood. The 7 sisters raised him for 17 years. It was an enormous favor. Now that their true brother had returned, his departure was only natural. But Shuku's gaze swept across the 7 sisters. His eyes held a complex emotion. They didn't know that the person they had brought home wasn't just their blood brother but a born monster. Shu Wudao, a natural-born villain, a textbook psychopath. In his past life, Shu Wudao had masked his dark, twisted soul behind a facade of humility. After Shuku was expelled from the Shu mansion, Shu Wudao married into the prestigious Liu family of the imperial capital. On the surface, he and Liu Ruobing lived a respectful and harmonious life. But Shu Wudao was vengeful and envious, enraged that Shuku had occupied the position of heir for 17 years. He began to secretly sabotage the Liu family. He lusted after Liu Ruobing's beauty and ultimately drove her to suicide. When her parents sought justice, Shu Wudao beat them to death with his own hands. As for Shuku, Shu Wudao shattered his legs, turning him into a cripple and forcing him to live as a beggar on the outskirts of the capital. He hated him. He hated Shu Wudao with every fiber of his being. Hated him for destroying the woman he loved, for destroying everything he had. But even more than that, he resented the 7 sisters he once respected above all. They were never unaware of what Shu Wudao was doing. Shuku had even gone to beg them for help. Yet they stood by and did nothing. Wudao is our brother. Whatever he wants to do, we will support him. In that moment, his heart turned to ash. He could never understand how the sisters who had once doted on him could become so cold and heartless overnight. Had there truly been no genuine affection between them? And that wasn't even the worst of it. Later, Shu Wudao systematically violated each of his 7 sisters. Not one of them was spared. He even built a pleasure tower where they were forced to live as slaves, forbidden to wear clothes, kept for his constant abuse. A beast. A monster in human skin. And at the time, Shuku was powerless to stop him. Shu Wudao's fortune and destiny surged. Despite committing crimes that enraged both gods and men, he faced no punishment. Instead, he was accepted into a powerful sect, became a martial sovereign's disciple, and rose to be one of the top 10 martial saints of the continent. Even when Shuku later entered a forbidden realm by chance and awakened the supreme sacred body, advancing rapidly in cultivation. Even when he became renowned as the sky-cleaving sword saint within 40 years. It was already too late. The foreign races invaded. Before he could take revenge, Shuku was ambushed by 36 alien saint realm powerhouses. Gravely wounded, he fled into the spirit domain. There, he survived countless life and death trials for hundreds of years. But when he finally returned to the Great Sui, Shu Wudao was already dead. He shattered Shu Wudao's corpse into dust, and still his hatred wasn't satisfied. Because there was regret. Liu Ruobing, the light of his past life, could never return. There was obsession. Why had the 7 sisters he loved so deeply abandoned him so cruelly? This obsession became a heart demon, and when he tried to break into the Emperor realm, it triggered and caused him to fall, dying full of hatred. And now suddenly he had opened his eyes. He was back in the Great Sui. Back in the Shu royal mansion. Back at age 17. He didn't know how or why, but Shuku's eyes filled with wild joy. In this life, all regrets could be undone. All tragedies could be prevented. Shu Ku, I'm sorry. If my return is the reason you have to leave, I sincerely apologize. After all, you've lived with our sisters for so many years, and there must be affection there. I really don't want you to go. I've lived alone for so long, starving, freezing, with no parents. I just want a warm home. Shu Wudao said gently, then turned to Shu Qianjun and spoke with sincere emotion. Big sis, please let brother Shu Ku stay. Otherwise, people might say our Shu family is heartless. That would tarnish our family's reputation. Hearing this, all 7 sisters looked at him with warmth in their eyes. So many years wandering alone, yet he remained kind and thoughtful, always thinking of others. He truly was their blood brother. His temperament far surpassed countless prodigies in the capital. With the Shu family's resources, even if he started late, he had limitless potential and could one day support the Shu clan on his own. Eldest sister Shu Qianjun's eyes showed admiration, but quickly turned cold. Her real brother was so thoughtful and soon to inherit the Shu family title. To avoid complications, she would personally eliminate any obstacles. Shu Ku, a hidden danger, must not be allowed to stay. She smiled gently at Shu Wudao. Don't worry, Wudao. In a few days, I'll petition the emperor to grant you the Shu family title. You are our only bloodline who dares gossip behind our backs. Then, turning to Shu Ku, she said indifferently. Yesterday, I arranged your marriage into the Liu family. Though it's a matrilocal marriage, they will treat you well for the sake of our Shu family's name. I advise you not to get any ideas. The Shu title belongs to Wudao. No one is allowed to interfere. The scene. The conversation. It was all exactly as he remembered. Thank you, eldest sister. I know my place. Thank you all for raising me. Now that I'm leaving, I only wish the Shu family peace and prosperity. Shu Ku replied solemnly. The 7 sisters looked surprised. They didn't expect him to be so composed. Shu Wudao nodded seriously. Don't worry, brother Shu Ku. Once I inherit the Shu title, I'll make the Shu family flourish and protect our sisters well. Protect our sisters well. Shu Wudao, you're still as fake as ever. If I remember correctly, tonight you'll go meet a poison master in the south of the city, spending a fortune to craft a yin ecstasy pill. 3 days from now, during 7th sister's birthday banquet, you'll slip it into her wine. And then you'll shamelessly rape her. 7th sister has always been proud. Once you violate her, she won't dare speak up. From that night on, you'll torture her endlessly. Even after she gets pregnant, you'll force her to abort. This is what you call protecting your sisters. Shu Ku sneered coldly in his heart, but kept a calm face. In his past life, he and Liu Ruobing were mercilessly ruined by Shu Wudao, while his sisters did nothing but indulge him. Now that he had a second chance, his hatred still burned. But just then, he failed to notice. 7th sister Shu Qianyi, sitting in her seat, was trembling. Her eyes locked tightly onto Shu Ku, filled with utter shock. What shameless, depraved words! Who just spoke? Was it Shu Ku? No, he didn't say anything. No. It was him. I could hear Shu Ku's thoughts. Wudao, he actually. No. That's impossible. This must be some trick. Wudao would never do such a thing. Proud and aloof, Shu Qianyi couldn't accept it. This plot twist could rock the entire Great Sui Empire. She glanced at her sisters. The other 6 were very pleased with Shu Ku's behavior. It was clear only she could hear Shu Ku's inner thoughts. As Shu Ku turned to leave, Shu Qianyi bit her lip and suddenly called out. Wait. Chapter 2, In this life, stay away from me. Everyone turned to look at Shu Qianyi, their faces filled with confusion, especially her elder sisters. What's wrong, 7th sister? Shu Qianjun asked gently. Shu Qianyi's expression was complicated. She looked at Shu Ku, who also appeared puzzled. Clearly, he had no idea she could hear his inner thoughts. Although she was extremely reluctant to believe what she heard in Shu Ku's mind. What if it was true? No. Wudao would never do such a thing. He has always been so obedient, so gentle. He has suffered enough already. As his sister, how could I doubt him just because of an outsider? Shu Qianyi kept telling herself that there was no way Shu Wudao could have done something so heinous. Her own biological younger brother? And then she became pregnant with his child. Impossible. That was horrifying beyond belief. But once a thought is planted, it's not so easy to get rid of. I think Shuku should stay at the royal manor for a little while longer, Shu Chenyi said, finding an excuse. Wu Dao was right. If we make Shuku leave the moment he returns, the outside world might think there is discord within our household. No matter what, she had made up her mind. Didn't Shuku say Wu Dao would meet a poison master in the southern part of the city tonight? If she could confirm that Wu Dao didn't go there, it would prove Shuku was lying. Then she'd teach him a good lesson. A shameless schemer trying to drive a wedge between her and her brother. Shuku's eyes twitched slightly. Why was Shu Chenyi still trying to keep him here? This wasn't how things played out in his previous life. Sigh. So be it. Even if she is heartless, it doesn't matter anymore. From tonight on, once I leave the Shu Manor, we'll have nothing to do with each other ever again. What a pity, though. Her spring-born spirit physique is such a waste. But what am I thinking this for? Even if disaster strikes the Shu Manor in the future, what does it have to do with me? All of them, in this life, none of them should try to come near me again. Shuku sighed to himself. Shu Chenyi's pupils quivered again. What? She was a spring-born spirit physique. How come she never knew? What nonsense was Shuku spouting now? Still, she had always had an affinity for alchemy. If she really did have such a physique, it would greatly benefit her alchemy path. But then Shuku's next thoughts made her face go completely pale. What a shame that after being taken by Shu Wudao, Shu Chenyi, despite dedicating herself fully to alchemy, still couldn't escape his grasp. 10 years later, when Shu Wudao became a disciple of a martial venerable, he refined her into a human pill with his own hands to break through to the three-flower realm. Whoosh! At these words, Shu Chenyi's face turned deathly white on the spot. Seventh sister, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Shu Chenjun noticed the change in her expression. Shu Wudao quickly stepped forward, trying to place a hand on her forehead. But the moment he got close, Shu Chenyi instinctively stepped back. Shu Wudao froze, his hand hanging awkwardly in the air, a flicker of confusion on his face. I'm fine. Really? Shu Chenyi quickly regained her composure, forcing a smile at him. Shu Wudao gave a sheepish grin, though a flash of coldness flickered in his eyes, gone in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Shuku didn't know what had caused Shu Chenyi's strange behavior today. But he had no interest in staying any longer. He wanted to leave. He had to go to the Liu residence. To see the one who haunted his dreams, Liu Ruobing. There's no reason for me to stay. Shuku took a deep breath and said openly, from tonight on, may we go our separate ways. Without looking back, he walked out of the Shu Manor with urgency. Shu Chenyi instinctively reached out as if to stop him, but Shuku gave her no chance. The other 6 sisters exchanged puzzled glances. Why does it feel like Shuku couldn't wait to leave? One of them asked. 5th sister Shu Qinjiao sneered. Men always need to save face. That's why he is acting so carefree. 6th sister Shu Qianyao nodded, then turned to Shu Chenyi. 7th sister, weren't you the first to agree when we talked about driving Shuku out yesterday? So why are you acting like you want him to stay now? Even Shu Wudao looked at Shu Chenyi after hearing that. Her expression shifted, but she tried to stay calm. Sigh, after all these years even a dog would earn some affection. It's just hard to let go, that's all. Upon hearing this, Shu Wudao stepped forward and said warmly, don't worry, 7th sister. Now that I'm back, with me around, you girls won't have to worry about anything anymore. Hearing this, Shu Chenjun and the others smiled in relief. Yes, now that Wudao is back, the Shu Manor finally has someone to rely on. But even as she said that, Shu Chenjun looked at Shuku's departing back with a hint of displeasure. Just leaving like that? Without even a bit of reluctance. She had gotten used to him tiptoeing around her. Now that his attitude had changed so drastically, she felt irritated. Ungrateful wretch, can't even raise him properly. She scoffed coldly in her heart. Meanwhile, Shu Chenyi remained troubled. Everything that had just happened was too much to digest. How could she hear Shuku's inner thoughts? And how did he know what would happen in the future? After leaving the Shu Manor. Even though he knew the atrocities Shu Wudao would commit soon, Shuku didn't care anymore. Yes, the Shu family had raised him for 17 years. But in those 17 years, he had given them everything in return. After the Duke and Duchess passed away young, he had managed all the affairs of the household. If not for him, eldest sister Shu Qianjun wouldn't have been able to focus on rebuilding the Western army, the foundation of the Shu clan. If not for him, second sister Shu Qinshuang wouldn't have become the most renowned Zitharist in Da Sui. He had knelt at Qingtai Mountain for 7 days and nights to beg for a legendary score. If not for him, third sister Shu Qinshue would never have been accepted into the Yin Yang Academy as the disciple of a great scholar. He had waited outside the scholar's home in the snow for an entire month and moved him with his sincerity. If not for him, one could say that Shu Ku had given up his dignity and self-respect to repay the kindness of his 7 adoptive sisters. But when Shu Wudao crushed the Liu family, forced Liu Ruobing into submission, killed her parents, and even shattered his legs, those 7 sisters turned a blind eye. They didn't care about the past. It was at that moment Shu Ku knew the bond between them was truly severed. From then on they owed each other nothing. In this life, he only wished one thing: may we go our separate ways in peace. And now, all he wanted was to return. Return to the one who occupied his every waking thought. Liu Ruobing. Chapter 3: Liu Baichuan, Being Brothers in the Heart. The Liu family is a famous family in the imperial capital. It is also one of the vassal families of Prince Shu's mansion. Shu Ku arrived at the gate of Liu mansion with a nervous mood. Although it was not as luxurious as the Prince Shu's mansion, it also occupied a prosperous area in the imperial capital. Looking at the 2 words, Liu Mansion, written in graceful strokes, Shu Ku's thin figure was now shrouded in memories. In his previous life, the time he spent in the Liu Mansion was considered the most relaxing time of his life. No need to be so cautious. No need to look at anyone's face. The Liu family treated him very well and regarded him as their own son. Although he was a son-in-law, he and Liu Ruobing fell in love after marriage, and their life was simple but sweet. If it weren't for Shu Wudao, he could have lived happily ever after. But when he thought of the ending of the Liu mansion and Shu Wudao's rampant grin as he stood in the fire, he couldn't help but clench his fists. In my last life, I was too clumsy. If Shu Wudao dares to get involved in the Liu mansion in this life, I will make him wish he were dead. Just as Shu Ku was lost in thought, the housekeeper of the Liu mansion opened the door. I happened to see Shu Ku standing at the gate of Liu mansion. The housekeeper narrowed his eyes, as if trying to identify him, then his expression was startled, and he immediately ran towards the mansion while shouting, "The son-in-law is here. Master! The son-in-law is here." Then, under Shu Ku's gaze, a group of servants came to the gate of the mansion carrying ladders, panting and looking anxious. Festive silk is hung on the plaque. Big red lanterns are hung on both sides. Even the 2 stone lions at the door were covered with hydrangeas. Afterwards, a middle-aged couple came out in a panic, surrounded by a group of maids. "Prince, is it His Royal Highness the Crown Prince who is here?" "It's really His Royal Highness, come in." "Your Royal Highness, please come in." The 2 old men stepped forward and held Shu Ku's arms on both sides, one on the left and one on the right, as if they were afraid that Shu Ku would run away. In response to this, Shu Ku was stunned at first, and then he laughed from the bottom of his heart. Long-lost warmth. "Uncle and aunt, I am no longer the Prince of Shu, so I should address you more politely. Why call me uncle? Call me dad." Liu Baichuan raised his eyebrows and shouted immediately. "In our hearts, you are the Prince of Shu, and no one can replace you." Qin Lian twisted Liu Baichuan's arm hard and said, "Kur is afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. He is thinking about us. You are not very good at talking and your brain is not working well." Liu Baichuan felt pain, but the smile on his face did not diminish. Yes, we don't care whether he is a prince or not. We are family from now on, so it's nice to call him a guest." Every word was almost the same as in the previous life. At first, Shu Ku was also shocked by the enthusiasm of Liu Baichuan and his wife. Later, he realized that his unintentional action actually saved the entire Liu family. So there is a reason for this enthusiasm. Of course, later in his time at the Liu mansion, he truly felt the heartfelt care that the 2 elders showed him. "Let's go, the dinner is ready. Ruobing is shy and can't come out, but she's waiting for you," Liu Baichuan said with a smile. As they spoke, the 2 of them welcomed Shu Ku in. In the shadow of the alley not far from the gate of Liu mansion, as Shu Ku walked into Liu mansion, the figure in the shadow slowly left. Prince Shu's mansion. What? Liu actually thinks so highly of Shu Ku. Shu Wudao listened to the report from his servants with a gloomy look and full of dissatisfaction. "Yes, I even heard Liu Baichuan calling Shu Ku the prince. As soon as these words came out, Shu Wudao's eyes flashed with extreme coldness. Shit, Prince. You have occupied the magpie's nest for 17 years, what a lowly thing. Why did he enjoy such a good life for 17 years? That Liu Baichuan is also an ungrateful fellow. Shu Wudao's face was gloomy. It's all the fault of these 7 bitches. If they had found me earlier, I wouldn't have to suffer so much. I will make them pay for their neglect sooner or later. Shu Wudao licked his lips with bloodshot eyes. When he thought of those 7 women exuding endless charm, his heart felt hot. Such a stunningly beautiful woman was someone he once admired. Now, he has the chance to enjoy the pleasure under the crotch. He wished he could rush into their room right now and whip them. When I inherit the throne of Prince Shu, everything in Prince Shu's mansion will be mine. Including them. By the way, have you contacted that person? I've contacted him. He's at an inn in the south of the city. The deposit has been paid, and we've agreed to meet at midnight tonight. Shu Wudao nodded with satisfaction. The shadow of Shu Chenyi appeared in his mind. Let's start with Sister 7. Women who seem to be silent are often sluts in bed. It would be so cool if I could grab her waist-length hair from behind. Although 7th sister is young, her butt is as perky as a peach. She is a natural beauty. Since you haven't looked for me for so many years, I'll collect some interest from you first. Shu Wudao's face was full of desire and greed, and his heart was as anxious as a cat's scratch. Same place, same scene. When he saw Liu Ruobing again, Shu Ku's heart, which had been dry for who knows how many years, began to beat uncontrollably. Liu Ruobing sat quietly at the table, neither sad nor happy. The years were peaceful, as if nothing could cause the slightest ripple in her life. She was wearing a white long dress with small flowers dotted on the hem, just like a jasmine flower, exuding a faint fragrance. Her facial features seemed to be carved out, her skin was as tender as cream and her plump red lips exuded a scent of pure desire. Just like always. Beauty is like jade. When Shu Ku stepped into the hall, Liu Ruobing raised her autumn water eyes at the right time. When she met Shu Ku's gaze, what she felt was a deep sense of vicissitudes. Like an old friend. Your servant greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Liu Ruobing stood up and saluted crisply. Call me husband. Call me husband. Call me husband. Liu Baichuan hurriedly spoke and said it 3 times. This made Liu Ruobing's pretty face blush instantly. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to do. Shu Ku looked helpless. Liu Ruobing was quiet and extremely filial. When Liu Baichuan spoke like this, based on his understanding of Liu Ruobing, the latter was probably gathering up the courage to really call him husband. It hasn't changed at all, as gentle as water. Just call me Shu Ku. Relationships need to be cultivated slowly. I'm sorry that Ruobing has been wronged. If I do anything wrong in the future, I hope Ruobing will be more tolerant. Shu Ku wanted to hold Liu Ruobing in his arms, telling about the longing over the years. But he didn't dare. He was afraid of being rude, and even more afraid that he would leave a bad impression on Liu Ruobing in this life. Although I have experienced a lifetime, when I see Liu Ruobing again, I am still as nervous as when I first met her. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruobing just lowered her head and said nothing. Her shy look made Shu Ku's eyes tremble slightly. Okay, Kuer is right. We will be a family from now on, and there is plenty of time to cultivate feelings. Butler, let's serve the meal. Liu Baichuan rubbed his hands anxiously. Let's eat. Sooner or later I'll eat your meal. Qin Lian smiled awkwardly at Shu Ku, then grabbed Liu Baichuan's ear and walked away. Save some face, the son-in-law is still here. During the banquet, people drank and chatted. Because of the experience of living together in the previous life, Shu Ku did not feel unfamiliar, but just felt emotional and cherished this time even more. Uncle Liu, you gave me a lot of money to get Prince Shu's mansion to agree to let me marry into the Liu family, right? After 3 rounds of drinks, Shu Ku suddenly asked. There was a sudden silence at the table. Liu Baichuan's expression froze, and he quickly explained, Kuer, don't misunderstand me, I never said that I want you to marry into my family, it's the eldest princess. But before Liu Baichuan could finish speaking, Shu Ku suddenly stood up. This made Liu Ruobing, Liu Baichuan and Qin Lian all change their expressions. But the next moment, Shu Ku suddenly knelt down. Thank you Uncle Liu. In his previous life, he embarked on the path of immortality, fighting against geniuses all the way, and never kneeled before anyone. Until he became the immortal king, he was already the supreme ruler of the immortal world, let alone kneeling. But now, he knelt down. He was kneeling for the grace of being taken in by the previous life, and for the only light of life that was given to him in his darkest hour in the previous life. Those who are kneeling are those who rose up too late in the previous life and failed to protect them. What is kneeling is the warmth of the previous life, and also the regrets of the past. This. Liu Baichuan and the other three were stunned at first, but Qin Lian was the first to react and hurriedly stepped forward to help Shu Ku up. "Kuer, what are you doing?" "Yes. Get up quickly." Liu Baichuan also hurried forward, confused. He didn't know why Shu Ku suddenly knelt down. Shu Ku was helped up, but he did not explain because it was too difficult to explain and there was no need to explain. In this life, the regrets of the previous life will never come back again. "Uncle Liu, although I am no longer the prince, I am Shu Ku, capable of being your son-in-law and protecting Ruobing. From now on, you will be my dearest relatives," Shu Ku said from the bottom of his heart. Okay. Although he was somewhat puzzled, Liu Baichuan was still deeply moved by these words. He raised his hand high and finally placed it heavily on Shu Ku's shoulder. We are family. Come on. My dear son-in-law. Walk with me." Liu Baichuan picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Shu Ku didn't say anything, he just picked up the jar of wine and drank it. Good alcohol tolerance. This meal is a feast for the eyes. At the side, Liu Ruobing's gaze fell on Shu Ku from time to time, and her face turned redder with embarrassment every time she looked at him. At the same time, she was even more curious and always felt that there was a layer of gauze on Shu Ku, which made her want to enter Shu Ku's inner world. "By the way, Uncle Liu, I have something to do tomorrow morning and I might need your help." When the dinner was almost over, Shu Ku suddenly said, "Help? No problem. Between us two brothers, there's no question of helping each other." Liu Baichuan patted his chest drunkenly. "You old bastard. The generations are messed up." Qin Lian laughed and scolded. "What's wrong? Kuer and I met each other too late." As he spoke, Liu Baichuan put his arm around Shu Ku's shoulders, and smiled. "Kuer, from now on you call me brother, and I'll call you my son-in-law. We'll each talk about our own affairs, and who dares to say no? You know, in the Liu family, I'm the head of the family." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lian threw a powerful punch from the air, but was blocked by Liu Baichuan's backhand, and then left the seat at lightning speed. "Qin Lian. My son-in-law is here today, I won't bother with you. Kuer. I'll find you tomorrow morning. We are brothers, in my heart." Liu Baichuan pounded his chest and pointed at Shu Ku, then fled in embarrassment. In response to this, Shu Ku could only smile bitterly with helplessness. Liu Ruobing also smiled sweetly. Only Qin Lian was so angry that she picked up a bench and chased after him. At this time, only Shu Ku and Liu Ruobing were left at the table, and the atmosphere was subtly awkward for a moment. Shu Ku took a sip of wine. "That's how they are. Don't be surprised." Liu Ruobing's pleasant voice sounded. "No, I really like this atmosphere," Shu Ku said. God knows how much he missed this atmosphere. In Prince Shu's mansion, he was very cautious. On the road to immortality, he is walking on thin ice. Only the years in the Liu family were the most relaxing. "By the way, what do you want Dad to help you with tomorrow morning? Do you need me to go with you?" Liu Ruobing asked. No. Shu Ku waved his hands quickly. "The place we are going to tomorrow morning is for gentlemen only. If Liu Ruobing knew that I was going to take my father-in-law to that kind of place tomorrow morning, no matter how gentle she was, she would probably tear me apart right now." Chapter 4, The Supreme Law, Original True Explanation. After dinner, Shu Ku returned to his room. He was arranged to live next door to Liu Ruobing, but the wedding banquet had not been held yet, so they could not live together. Finally getting some alone time, Shu Ku took a long breath. And his eyes were extremely cold in this dark room. In my previous life, I watched helplessly as the Liu family was destroyed by Shu Wudao's suppression, but I was powerless to do anything because my physique was unable to cultivate. Although I later learned that it wasn't because my physique was bad, but rather because my physique was the legendary devouring saint body. Because of my strong physique, I was not tolerated by this world, and was given 72 shackles by the heavenly Tao, so I can't practice. After that, he accidentally entered the forbidden dragon burial ground and broke free from the constraints of his physical condition. From then on, he made rapid progress and reached the immortal realm. But it's too late. I can't change anything. Thinking of this, a trace of pain appeared on Shuku's face. But living my life over again, at the age of 17, nothing has happened yet. In this life, I can have the power to protect the people around me. At this moment, Shuku's eyes were burning, and he immediately sat cross-legged on the bed. The next moment, strands of spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered into his body. The technique he practiced was their original true explanation, a supreme technique he had learned after reaching the immortal realm in his previous life. Unfortunately, he had already passed the golden period of practice by then, and the effectiveness of the supreme technique was greatly reduced. But now, he has rebuilt the supreme lore, and combined with his devouring holy body, his starting point for cultivation is ridiculously high. In the darkness, Shuku's body was sitting cross-legged, and spiritual energy was hanging around it. If there was a powerful person here, he would definitely be able to discover that Shuku's body was like an abyss, swallowing up the spiritual power within 100 miles like a whale. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person. The first time he tried to attract spiritual energy from heaven and earth, he attracted such a huge amount. This was the first time in the entire Sui Empire. And this voracious training lasted until the next morning. Buzz. Shuku stood up from the bed. After a night of practice, he not only did not feel tired at all, but instead felt full of energy. The third level of Kaimai realm. Shuku smiled slightly. The most important thing is that 6 of the 72 heavenly Tao shackles of the devouring saint body were broken overnight, and the devouring saint vein has been initially condensed. The levels of cultivation in the Great Sui Empire are divided into opening meridians, nourishing qi, heavenly gate, taichu, lingfu, 3 flowers, 6 fires, 9 methods. It is rare for someone like Shuku to reach the third level of opening meridians in his first practice. If he had not focused his main energy on breaking the shackles of heaven, his progress would have been even more terrifying. This is the supreme law. I opened the door and was about to take a breath of the morning air when I saw Liu Ruobing watering flowers in the yard next door. Ruobing doesn't have any other hobbies, she just likes to play with flowers and plants. Shuku's eyes fell on Liu Ruobing and could not leave for a moment. The sun was rising, and the rays of light were shining on Liu Ruobing's body, and her hair was glowing. This scene made Shuku a little intoxicated. He wished time would stop at this moment, quiet and beautiful. How about it, my daughter is beautiful, isn't she? Liu Baichuan's laughter suddenly came from behind. At some point, Liu Baichuan had come to Shuku's side. Shuku was slightly startled, then nodded and smiled, saying, "Everyone is so beautiful, the world is like dust." Har har har, kid, you're just trying to do it when you have no chance. Liu Baichuan laughed heartily. After last night, the two of them were no longer strangers to each other, and Liu Baichuan was also surprised that he got along with Shuku surprisingly well. By the way, didn't you say you needed my help this morning? Good thing or bad thing? Liu Baichuan said. Shuku's expression froze for a moment, then he said calmly, good news. But looking at Shuku's expression, Liu Baichuan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Half an hour later. Zuian Tower in the imperial capital. Liu Baichuan and Shuku stood on the street, looking up at the fragrant breeze of red sleeves filling the building. The scene seemed a little strange for a moment. Ahem. My dear son-in-law, although we are all men, we can't avoid those things. But you haven't even married my Ruobing yet and you're already bringing your future father-in-law to visit a brothel. Is this really appropriate? On the other side, Shucheni returned to the palace with an almost dazed look. Seventh sister, why do you look so haggard? Where have you been so early in the morning? The second sister Shuqin Xuan was playing the piano in the yard as usual. Seeing Shucheni looking haggard, she couldn't help but ask. Shucheni seemed not to hear it and went back to his yard. Strange, why is seventh sister acting so abnormal today? Shuqin Xuan didn't know what was going on. Shucheni returned to the room and hugged the quilt on the bed tightly, as if this could give her some comfort. Impossible, Wu Dao really went to the south of the city and really found a poison master. What Shuku said is true. Everything he said came true. She kept shaking her head, even though she had seen it with her own eyes last night, she still refused to believe it. When I thought of everything Shuku said, a feeling of fear suddenly surged in my heart. If I hadn't discovered it last night, would things have turned out to be as Shuku said, that I had been drugged? Being raped by my own younger brother. Even giving birth to a child from my own brother. Impossible. Wu Dao looked so kind, how could he do such a thing? She couldn't figure it out. She still didn't want to believe it, even though she saw it with her own eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Shu Qianyi's eyes suddenly narrowed. There's a problem. This is a conspiracy. Shuku must be trying to alienate Wu Dao and me. He's jealous that Wu Dao came back but he was kicked out of the palace. Sometimes seeing isn't believing. Yes. I will go find Wu Dao and ask him clearly. He is my biological brother. As long as I find out why he is looking for the poison master, everything will be clear. Shu Qianyi seemed to have found the crux of the problem and immediately went to Shu Wudao's residence. Hearing Shu Qianyi's question, a hint of panic flashed across Shu Wudao's eyes, but he quickly hid it. He secretly asked a poison master to refine the Yin 1 pill, and he did this in an extremely secretive manner. How did Shu Qianyi know about it? But looking at Shu Qianyi's questioning and suspicious eyes, Shu Wudao immediately calmed down. Sister, I didn't expect you to find out. He lowered his head. You really? Seeing this, Shu Qianyi's beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Shu Wudao, he admitted it. He actually admitted it without any hesitation. Tears were about to burst out, but at this moment, Shu Wudao touched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. It will be your birthday in a few days, seventh sister. I just returned to the palace, and I don't have anything to give to seventh sister. It just so happened that I met a Breaking Bad master when I was wandering outside a few years ago, and I know that you, seventh sister, are very interested in alchemy. It is said that Breaking Bad has an ancient elixir recipe. As he spoke, Shu Wudao looked at Shu Qianyi with a shy face. I originally wanted to wait until your birthday to give it to you, but I didn't expect that you, seventh sister, found out in advance. As he spoke, Shu Wudao took out a pill recipe from his arms. Shu Qianyi was stunned. She quickly snatched the recipe from Shu Wudao's hand. After confirming that it was indeed an ancient recipe, her originally complicated mood instantly became relieved, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. It is really an ancient recipe. Wudao, you scared seventh sister to death. The dark clouds that had been hanging over Shu Qianyi's head suddenly dissipated. She quickly stepped forward and touched Shu Wudao's head, saying with apologetic feelings, I'm sorry, Wudao. Seventh sister misunderstood you. Sister Seven thought you. Huh? Seventh sister thought something about me. Shu Wudao played dumb and looked confused. It's okay. Shu Qianyi's pretty face blushed. She couldn't say that someone said that you would force yourself on me in the future. How can I say that out loud? It's okay, once the misunderstanding is resolved, everything will be fine. Seventh sister, I gave you the gift in advance. When it's your birthday, your brother won't have anything to give you. Shu Wudao spread his hands helplessly. Shu Qianyi was in a good mood. He tapped the recipe with his fingers and said with a smile, Wudao, remember, your return to the palace is the greatest gift God has given to us seven sisters. For a time, the siblings were deeply attached to each other. By the way, seventh sister, why did you go to the south of the city last night? Was there someone? Shu Wudao narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively with a sinister look in his eyes. It's still that villain Shuku. Shuku? What does this have to do with brother Shuku? Shu Wudao narrowed his eyes and continued to ask. It's okay. This villain is trying to sow discord between us. Wait. I'm going to settle the score with him right now. After saying this, Shu Qianyi's face turned gloomy. I almost got into trouble. Shu Wudao is his own brother, how could he do something so unethical? Shuku is such a villain. His intentions are so sinister. Looking at Shu Qianyi's leaving back, the smile on Shu Wudao's face quickly disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. Shuku. How did he know I was going to the south of the city last night? In order to capture Shu Qianyi in 3 days, he thought he was doing it very covertly, so how could he be discovered by Shuku? This shouldn't be the case. Fortunately, that Breaking Bad master knew that I had become the prince of Prince Shu's mansion, and in order to curry favor with him, he gave me a copy of the ancient elixir recipe. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain today. It's just that the plan to capture the seventh sister in 3 days will have to be put on hold for the time being. Shu Wudao felt annoyed for no reason. Originally, he would have been able to break Shu Qian's body in 3 days. Thinking of Shu Qian's graceful figure, he felt a fire burning in his heart and wanted to vent it on the spot. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's just that this Shu is such an eyesore. Chapter 5, Zuian Chun Shizaniang. The third floor of Zuian Tower. Sitting in a private seat by the window, Shu looked relaxed, gazing at the streets of the imperial capital. Liu Baichuan seemed a little embarrassed. "Customer, just come in, please don't order anything." Liu Baichuan covered his face, fearing that he would be recognized. After all, the Liu family was a well-known family in the imperial capital. Rest assured. Before Shu could finish, he added, "You can order, but don't eat alone." Shu didn't say anything more. He looked at the people coming and going on the street outside the window and saw the prosperous scene of the imperial capital. The series of changes in the future have not yet begun. The Emperor Yang, who controls the world-purifying Emperor Fire, is still living in the northern Jiling city and is not well known. Li Juye, the master of all emperors in later generations, should still be looking for the sheep he lost. Wang Lin, who entered the imperial realm through killing, is still a carpenter now. King Baka Yixian is still fighting for his sister and family. At this moment, everything is full of vitality and competition, but I have already anticipated the trend of great competition. Shu clenched his fist slightly on the table. Relying on his foresight, he would take an invincible path in this life, different from that in his previous life. Right now, Taishan War Emperor Zhao Qianzi is still just an unwelcome young marquis in Jing'an Marquis's mansion. If I remember correctly, there is a drop of Zhulong blood in the jade pendant worn by Chun Shizaniang, the courtesan of Zuian Tower. But even Chun Shizaniang herself doesn't know the secret of this jade pendant. In the previous life, Zhao Qianzi redeemed Chun Shizaniang, and Chun Shizaniang gave the jade pendant to Zhao Qianzi as a token of their love. After obtaining the candle dragon blood, Zhao Qianzi made rapid progress in his cultivation and achieved the reputation of the great Xian War Emperor. Shu came to Zuian Tower today. Not for pleasure. Just for the blood of the candle dragon. Just as Shu was lost in thought, the Zuian Tower suddenly became lively. A group of high-ranking officials and noble families' children were enjoying themselves, accompanied by the melodious sound of a piano, and everyone's eyes were focused on a terrace. Liu Baichuan is no exception. This is Chun Shizaniang, the courtesan of Zuian Tower. She is indeed worthy of her reputation. Liu Baichuan stared at him intently, but Shu looked indifferent. Men always have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering beauty. This is called appreciation. Shu also looked over. On the terrace, she was wearing a red dress, with pearls on her temples. Her eyes were as beautiful as stars on the moon, and her slender jade fingers played the clear music. Although it lives in a worldly place, it does not have the slightest worldly air. Instead, it is like a proud plum blossom in the cold winter, with its own charm. But after just one glance, he lost interest. Compared to Chun Shizaniang, he was more interested in Taishan War Emperor. At this time, the song ended and Chun Shizaniang won the applause of the whole audience. Then she was seen holding her chest and bowing slightly to everyone. "I wonder which gentleman is willing to redeem me." Chun Shizaniang's voice, like the cry of a phoenix, rang out. She looked around, but there was no trace of expectation in her beautiful eyes. "What I do have is just the loneliness of being trapped in the boudoir for a long time." The expectation that someone would redeem her freedom that she had at the beginning has now completely disappeared. In fact, it has become a normal thing for Chun Shizaniang to ask everyone every day. But after so many years, there are many people who have spent huge sums of money on him, but only a few are able to redeem him. This is because the conditions for redeeming one's freedom in Zuianlu are extremely harsh. A plant of red moon saliver grass. A 6th grade elixir that can only be produced in the Red Moon Chaos Land. 6th grade elixirs are extremely rare. Even in the treasury of the Sui dynasty royal family, 6th grade elixirs are rare. The Red Moon Chaos Land is known as the burial ground of practitioners. It is the most bizarre forbidden area in the Sui dynasty. Anyone who accidentally enters it will be in danger of death. Gold is not a problem for the nobles in the imperial capital. But it's not worth it to risk your life and enter the Red Moon Chaos Land for a prostitute. Alas, ever since I entered the imperial capital, I have known the reputation of Chun Shizaniang, but after so many years, she is still trapped in this Zuian Tower. It's really a pity. Liu Baichuan shook his head with emotion. Shuku said nothing, just waited quietly. On the terrace, seeing everyone avoiding her gaze, Chun Shisan Niang gave a sad smile. She has already adapted. She shouldn't have expected such extravagant hopes. But that man said that he would redeem me. A thin figure suddenly appeared in her mind. But when she looked around, she didn't find the familiar figure in the crowd. I shouldn't ask for anything. Chun Shisan Niang's beautiful eyelids slowly drooped. She picked up the guqin and was about to leave dejectedly. Wait. But at this moment, an urgent voice sounded. I'll redeem you. Swish. Everyone in Zuianlu looked towards the entrance. I saw a young man holding a medicinal herb in his hand, standing in the sun with scars all over his body, like a warrior returning from victory. On the terrace, the guqin in Chun Shisan Niang's hand fell out of her hand with a bang. She covered her mouth with her hands, tears in her eyes, unable to believe it. Chun Shisan Niang, believe me, I will redeem you. His words are still ringing in my ears, he really did it. Red Moon Saliva Grass, here it is. 13th Lady, I want it. Bang. Zhao Qianzhe walked to the front under the gaze of everyone, holding up the Red Moon Saliva Grass. The manager of Zuianlu was still standing there in a daze, but he quickly reacted and immediately ran towards the back hall. Soon, a middle-aged man strode out and came in front of Zhao Qianzhe. Let me see. He held out his hand. Zhao Qianzhe subconsciously shrank back. Aren't you going to redeem Shisan Niang? I have to confirm whether the Red Moon Saliva Grass is real, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianzhe handed over the elixir. The middle-aged man stared at it for a long time, and the expression on his face changed from suspicion at first to surprise and then to ecstasy. It's the Red Moon Saliva Grass. It's really the Red Moon Saliva Grass. You actually walked out of the Red Moon Chaos Land. The middle-aged man reacted and looked at Zhao Qianzhe in disbelief. The last person to walk out of the Red Moon Chaos Land was 600 years ago. The young master of the Marquis of Jing'an Mansion actually came back alive from that forbidden land. It's incredible. Everyone exclaimed. It's just that a young master of a marquisate actually entered such a forbidden place for a prostitute. It's really, TSK. There were also many people who made sour and sarcastic remarks. After all, from now on, Chun Shisan Niang will belong to Zhao Qianzhe alone. Now I can redeem Shisan Niang, right? Zhao Qianzhe asked, his eyes fell on Chun Shisan Niang. Everyone thought that Zhao Qianzhe was looking at Chun Shisan Niang. But only Shuku knew that what he was staring at was the jade pendant on Chun Shisan Niang's chest. The middle-aged man nodded, come with me. Zhao Qianzhe's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Chun Shisan Niang also burst into tears on the spot, and then threw herself into Zhao Qianzhe's arms in front of everyone. Shuku seemed to hear countless heartbreaking sounds. Great, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Chun Shisan Niang, you finally have a home. Liu Baichuan sighed from the bottom of his heart and couldn't help wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Let's go. Shuku spoke at this time. Okay, let's go back home. Liu Baichuan suppressed his emotion and nodded, but the next moment, he saw Shuku walking straight towards the middle-aged man. Then, he saw Shuku said something to the middle-aged man, and then he turned around and pointed at him and said, he also wants to redeem Chun Shisan Niang. Liu Baichuan. Don't be so outrageous. He rushed forward and pulled Shuku aside. Kuer, stop joking, how can I redeem her? I have my own way. Can. Uncle Liu, you promised me to help me yesterday. What? This is what you want me to do for you? No. Liu Baichuan shook his head like a rattle. I can agree to anything you ask, but not this. I'm old now, and my needs in that area are not as strong as you think. Besides, if your aunt knew about this, she would really skin me alive. By visiting a brothel, I have already violated her husband's rules. Please don't mess with me. Shuku could see that Liu Baichuan was really scared. Chapter 6, please ask the 6th princess to give me acupuncture. But Uncle Liu, this matter is very important to me. Shuku said seriously. Life is also very important to me. Liu Baichuan said with a bitter face. Uncle Liu, you don't want me to develop a habit of going to brothels before I marry Ruo Bing, do you? You dare. Liu Baichuan glared. So, I'd like to trouble Uncle Liu to sacrifice himself for a moment. Shuku said with a smile, but don't worry, I'm here with Aunt. This matter is known to heaven, earth, you and me, and no third person will know about it. I promise you. Shuku raised 3 fingers. Can you really guarantee that your aunt doesn't know? Liu Baichuan looked up suspiciously. Facing Shuku's sincere gaze, Liu Baichuan finally hardened his heart and shouted to the middle-aged man, "That's right, I want to redeem Shisan Niang too. I have admired Shisan Niang for a long time, but I have never been willing to face my own heart. Today I know who I am. I have awakened. I want to take her as my concubine." When Shuku saw this scene, he had a strange feeling in his heart, but he couldn't seem to tell what was wrong. However, the middle-aged man frowned upon hearing this and snorted coldly, "Don't you know the rules for redeeming Chun Shisan Niang? Could it be that you also have a red moon saliver grass? I don't need to tell you what will happen if you disrupt the order of Zuianlu, right?" The middle-aged man's eyes carried a hint of majesty that only came from someone with a high level of spiritual practice. Liu Baichuan's voice paused and he quickly looked at Shuku. Seeing this, Shuku slowly stepped forward and whispered something in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank visibly, and then he looked at Shuku with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Seeing Shuku nod, the middle-aged man looked at Liu Baichuan again and said seriously, "Okay, you guys come with me too." But on the other side, Zhao Qianzer's face became visibly gloomy. "Tianzi, I just want to go with you, I just want to marry you." Chun Shisan Niang was also panicked. No one dared to redeem her for so many years. After her lover finally saved her from the well with the red moon saliver grass, another person showed up halfway. That's really strange. Could it be that those 2 people also have the red moon saliver grass? Hearing this, Zhao Qianzer glanced at the jade pendant on Chun Shisan Niang's chest. The heat in his eyes was covered up. He clenched his fists and looked at her affectionately, "Shisan Niang, you can only be mine. No matter who it is, no one can stop us from being together." "Yes." Chun Shisan Niang nodded firmly, "Me too, I won't marry anyone but you." The middle-aged man led everyone into the back hall. In Zuian Tower, the discussions not only did not stop, but became more and more intense. I suddenly remembered. Wasn't that person just now Liu Baichuan, the head of the Liu mansion? Yes. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. Isn't he the one who is most afraid of the madam? How dare he come to Zuian Tower? His family member must be chopped to pieces. There is no man in this world who doesn't cheat. Let's go. Let's go to Liu's mansion and tell on him. As long as I have no morals, no one in this world can condemn me. The middle-aged man was named Yang Shu, and he called himself the owner of Zuian Tower. When I entered the back hall, I realized that there was a house behind Zuian Tower. Although it was not luxurious, it was quiet and peaceful. "Master Yang, what do you want the red moon saliver grass for?" Following Yang Shu into the courtyard, Zhao Qianzer couldn't help but ask. Chun Shisan Niang also had a complicated expression. It was just a magical medicine, but it trapped her beauty for 30 years. But Yang Shu just led the way and did not respond. Zhao Qianzer didn't want to make himself bored and walked with his head down. After walking around for a long time, everyone finally came to a room. Shuku stepped into the room and his eyes couldn't help but focus. I saw an old man lying on the bed. His face was pale and his wrinkles were piled up like fallen leaves. He looked lifeless. On the side, several maids were serving carefully. In front of the bed, a woman in a white dress was taking the old man's pulse. Seeing someone coming in, the woman in white dress nodded towards Yang Shu, and her beautiful eyes flashed as she glanced at him. "Shuku, what are you doing here?" With a questioning tone. The woman in the white dress was none other than the 6th daughter of King Shu, Shu Qianyao. Shuku did not respond, but simply ignored him, his eyes falling on the old man on the bed. Sure enough, the news from the previous life was quite accurate. The old owner of Zuian Tower needs the crimson moon saliver grass to prolong his life. Shuku said in his heart. This is also the reason why he was able to come here even though he didn't have the red moon saliver grass. He can cure the old OPS illness. Seeing that Shuku did not answer her, Shu Qianyao couldn't help but show a hint of dissatisfaction on her pretty face. Liu Baichuan was sharp-eyed and immediately bowed to help, saying, "Liu Baichuan greets the 6th Commandery Princess." The Liu mansion was a vassal of Prince Shu's mansion. As the head of the Liu mansion, he naturally had to observe the proper etiquette when meeting Shu Qianyao. Shu Qianyao nodded indifferently and stopped entangled with Shu Ku. She glanced around and saw the elixir in Zhao Qianzer's hand. That's Red Moon Saliva Grass. You actually found it. Shu Qianyao looked at Yang Shu. Yang Shu also looked a little excited. Sixth Commandery Princess, with the Red Moon Saliva Grass, can my father's illness be cured? Shu Qianyao nodded. Your father is suffering from the disease of 7 fires burning the meridians. According to the records of the Zhenwu Pharmacopoeia, soaking the golden needles with the saliva of the Red Moon Saliva Grass can extinguish the 7 fires. In the future, I can nourish my meridians with spiritual energy. Although I cannot recover as before, I can prolong my life for several dozen years. Hearing this, Yang Shu was overjoyed and said quickly, please ask the 6th princess to invite the respected master to come and give acupuncture to my father. Shu Qianyao frowned and said, Master went out for a spiritual journey a few days ago and has not returned yet. What should I do? My father's illness can't be delayed any longer. Shu Qianyao thought about it, then said seriously, before Master traveled in spirit, he taught me the secret technique of the medicine pavilion, the acupuncture method of the 9 dragons' meridians. Although it is not yet fully developed, it is enough for your father's illness. As she spoke, she stroked her hair and said, if Master Yang trusts me, let me give your father acupuncture. Yang Shu was a little nervous. But looking at the old building owner who was barely breathing on the bed, he finally gritted his teeth and said, the 6th Commandery Princess is the disciple of the Great Elder of the Imperial Capital Medicine Pavilion. She must have received the Great Elder's true teachings. Please 6th Princess, give me the acupuncture. Shu Qianyao nodded upon seeing this, then took out the medicine box, took out 9 golden needles, soaked them in the medicine liquid on the Red Moon Saliva Grass, and began to place them on the acupuncture points all over the old owner's body. Everyone was watching Shu Qianyao giving acupuncture, and Yang Shu looked even more nervous. So she is the 6th princess of Prince Shu's mansion. She is the leader of the younger generation in the medicine pavilion today. Chun Shisan Niang whispered. Zhao Qianze nodded, that's right, the medicine pavilion is not a place that ordinary people can enter. It is said that a prince of the Sui dynasty wanted to enter the medicine pavilion to become a pharmacist but was rejected. To be accepted as a disciple by the great elder of the medicine pavilion, this 6th Commandery Princess must have a great talent in medicine. Otherwise, how could she have caught the attention of the medicine pavilion? Zhao Qianze responded to Chun Shisan Niang in a low voice, and the look he gave Shu Qianyao was faintly mixed with a hint of heat. Kuer, what are we doing here? It's better to leave early. Liu Baichuan didn't know what Shu Ku was up to, but it was obvious that it didn't seem appropriate for them to stay here. Shu Ku remained unmoved. His eyes were fixed on Shu Qianyao's acupuncture movements. Shu Qianyao, in order to send you to the medicine pavilion, I knelt at the entrance of the medicine pavilion and let the snow turn my hair white. Later, I went deep into the poisonous fog swamp alone and narrowly escaped death. Only then did I ask for the opportunity for the medicine pavilion's great elder to meet you. After so many years, I wonder if you are still like me now, and I don't know if you have failed me for everything I did for you back then. Chapter 7, Master Yang, Shu Ku can definitely cure it. Soon, Shu Ku realized that he had overestimated Shu Qianyao. Shu Qianyao was very familiar with acupuncture techniques, but after working for a long time, the old owner's condition did not improve, and he did not wake up. Worse still. If you continue to use acupuncture like this, I'm afraid the old master's last breath will be wiped out by you. In the originally quiet room, Shu Ku's sudden words seemed extremely abrupt. Swish, swish, swish. Yang Shu, Zhao Qianze and others turned to look at Shu Ku. Shu Qianyao is annoying. I have clearly soaked it in the juice of the Red Moon Saliva Grass according to the records in the Zhenwu Pharmacopoeia. There's nothing wrong with the acupuncture, so why is there no effect? It's annoying. Now that Shu Ku said this, she was even more annoyed. She turned her head and looked at Shu Ku, who had a serious face. Shu Qianyao couldn't help but sneered, so, you know how to give acupuncture. Hearing this, Shu Ku nodded slightly, golden needles, that's not how you use them. Heh. Hearing this, Shu Qianyao laughed out of anger. Shu Ku, medicine is very profound. Even I have only touched the surface after 10 years in the medicine cabinet. Although I will share some medical experience with you on weekdays, this does not mean that you can enter the threshold of medicine. I don't know what you are doing here today, but I am saving people now, so please leave. Shu Qianyao looked serious. Upon hearing this, Shu Ku asked back, you also know that you have only scratched the surface, so you dare to carelessly give acupuncture to a patient who is only hanging on for one breath. Shuku doesn't indulge Shu Qianyao. Shu Qianyao's face turned red and she was actually a little embarrassed and angry. The next moment, she took out the Zhenwu pharmacopoeia from her bosom and threw it directly to Shuku. Look for yourself, I am giving acupuncture exactly as described in the pharmacopoeia, what's the problem? Shuku took over the Zhenwu pharmacopoeia. But at the moment his fingers touched the Zhenwu pharmacopoeia, an electric current suddenly spread throughout his body. At the same time, Shu Qianyao's heart trembled, as if he had an inexplicable connection with something. Shuku didn't care, he just said calmly, medical science is ever-changing, and forcing acupuncture according to the pharmacopoeia is a crooked path. Shu Qianyao was so angry that her body trembled. She looked at Yingshu and said seriously, Master Yang, if you trust me, please let him leave and let me give your father acupuncture without any worries. Yangshu was silent for a moment when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, Shuku said coldly, Master Yang, your father's hidden illness must have been caused by a fire-attributed demon beast of the Demon King level, right? Yangshu originally planned to let Shuku leave, but the latter's words made him stand there in a daze. Impossible, only a very few people know about this, how did you find out? Shuku looked indifferent and said, I told you that only I can cure your father's illness. What a joke! Shu Qianyao said coldly, Master Yang, if you don't trust the medicine cabinet, I will withdraw the needles now, but it is uncertain whether your father can hold on until my master returns from his spiritual journey. Yangshu's expression became stern. He looked at Shuku, curious about how Shuku knew the cause of his father's illness. But the medicine pavilion is the most authoritative medical force in the imperial capital, and even in the entire Tiannan region. Rather than trusting an outsider of unknown origin, at least Shu Qianyao has the Shu Palace as his backing. Thinking of this, he looked at Shuku and said sternly, please don't delay the sixth princess's acupuncture. Otherwise, please leave. Seeing this, Shuku smiled slightly and nodded. He stood there and said no more. Shu Qianyao glanced at Shuku and continued with the acupuncture. Although she also felt that what Shuku said made sense, but according to the records in the Zhenwu pharmacopoeia, even if it had no effect, at least it would not be wrong. Besides, why did Shuku dare to speak to me in such a tone? Is this still the same him who was timid and cowardly in the palace before? She devoted herself to the treatment and would never let Shuku look down on her. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, the old owner of the building opened his eyes. But before everyone could be happy, the old owner of the building suddenly vomited a mouthful of turbid blood, staining the gauze curtain red, and then he fainted. Sixth princess. What happened? Yangshu's expression also turned ugly. No, that shouldn't be the case. I just followed the acupuncture procedures in the pharmacopoeia step by step. What went wrong? Shu Qianyao's face was in a panic. This sudden change made her at a loss for what to do. Idiot. The old OP is suffering from the 7 fires burning the meridians syndrome. It is correct to treat it with the extremely yin substance such as the red moon saliver grass. But you used the 9 dragons meridian acupuncture method, which is one of the most powerful acupuncture methods in medicine. Using red moon saliver grass to regulate the 7 fires burning meridians focuses on the harmony of yin and yang. You use a strong and fierce method to give acupuncture again, and the 7 fires burning sutra will gain the upper hand again. The old host's health has been weakened over the years, how could he endure this kind of torture? Just when Shu Qianyao was at a loss, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Who? Who's talking? Shu Qianyao looked at Shuku suddenly, she recognized that it was Shuku's voice. But Shuku clearly had his mouth shut, and looking around, it was obvious that no one heard what he had just said. What is going on? But when she thought about it for a while, she found that every word Shuku said was true. She forgot this. Thinking of this, she quickly changed to a relatively gentle acupuncture method. Finally, the old host's painful expression eased a little. It works. Shu Qianyao was overjoyed. There was a feeling of being like a child who had done something wrong and was ready to face the punishment from adults, but before that he had made up for his mistake, and he felt fearful but also relieved. Not too stupid, it seems that all these years of training in the medicine pavilion have not been in vain. Shu Qianyao can be sure this time. Shuku didn't open his mouth. She could hear what Shuku was thinking. This is incredible. She suddenly remembered the feeling of electric current flowing through her body just now. Could it be that time? But she was also very angry. How dare Shuku mutter to her like this in his heart? I am the first disciple of the great elder of the medicine pavilion. What qualifications do you, an outsider, have to judge me? But that's all. Temporarily changing the acupuncture method can only temporarily curb the worsening of the 7 fires burning the meridians. After all this trouble you've made, this old host only has 1 hour left to live. What? Upon hearing this, Shu Qianyao's expression changed drastically. 1 hour. She quickly put her hand on the old owner's wrist, and after taking his pulse her face looked extremely ugly. Indeed, the old owner's health is worse than ever before and he has only an hour to live at most. Shu Qianyao was panicking and said directly to Shu Ku, since you can see the root cause of the old building owner's illness, you must also know the cure, right? After saying this, Shu Qianyao felt filled with shame. She has always thought highly of herself as a doctor, but she never expected that in such a critical moment, she would have to ask Shu Ku for help. Originally everyone was watching Shu Qianyao's performance, but Shu Qianyao suddenly said this, which made people confused. How does this involve Shu Ku again? But Shu Ku just glanced at Shu Qianyao indifferently and did not respond. Shu Qianyao refused to give up. Since I can hear his inner voice, he might come up with a cure in a moment. I'll wait a little longer. Shu Qianyao pretended to treat the old owner of the building, but in fact he was waiting for Shu Ku's voice to be heard. But half an hour passed and there was still no movement. The old host only has half an hour left to live. Shu Qianyao finally gave up her fantasy. She stood up, looked at Yin Shu, and said with an unpleasant expression, I'm sorry, Master Yang, I can't do anything to help your father's illness. Yang Shu's expression froze. Besides, the old owner only has half an hour left to live. Yang Shu's expression changed in shock. What on earth happened? Didn't you say that you were the first disciple of the great elder of the medicine pavilion and learned the 9 dragons meridian division method? You're telling me now that you can't do anything. You're telling me now that my father only has half an hour left to live. If I had known this earlier, I would have waited for your master to come back. Yang Shu was also very angry. As proud as Shu Qianyao is, she can only lower her head at this moment, because this is indeed her problem. She suddenly looked up and looked at Shu Ku, as if she had found a life-saving straw. Master Yang, Shu Ku can cure it. He will definitely be able to cure the old owner's illness. Chapter 8, 10 songs in a row, halfway to the underworld, Shu Ku seizes the jade pendant. Swish, swish, swish. As Shu Qianyao's anxious voice sounded, everyone in the room couldn't help but look at Shu Ku. Zhao Qianzer's eyes were full of surprise at first, but after a moment, for some reason he began to look Shu Ku up and down quite seriously. Yang Shu frowned. 6th princess, just now you said. I was careless just now. Shu Qianyao's pretty face turned red. At this moment, she had to put aside her nobleness and pride. She couldn't afford to offend Zuian. Ever since Prince Shu and Princess Shu disappeared, Prince Shu's mansion has become more stable with the support of the Western army, but its reputation in the empire is no longer as high as before. She was treating the old owner of Zuian Tower this time, hoping to use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Zuian Tower and find a loyal ally for Prince Shu's mansion. On the surface, Zuianlu is just a place of entertainment. But if one is to gain a foothold in the imperial capital, how can there be no one behind him? And as far as she knew, behind Zuian Tower, there seemed to be the shadow of the Prince Qin's palace. The intention is good. But because of my own willfulness, things became worse. Right now, perhaps only the old building owner can be saved. Shu Qianyao lowered his head. She didn't know whether Shu Ku had any way to bring the old owner back to life, but right now, her only hope was Shu Ku. Thinking of this, she looked at Shu Ku with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Looking at the pleading look in Shu Qianyao's eyes, Shu Ku felt complicated for a moment. For so many years, the 7 daughters of the Shu family have been high and mighty. No matter how well he has done, he has never won their true love. This kind of pleading has never been seen before. When he was there, the 7 women treated him like nothing. After he left, Shu Qianyao asked him for help for the first time. Come to think of it, it's quite ridiculous. Kuer, let's find an excuse to slip away. Even the 6th princess couldn't do anything about it, so don't take the blame for it. Liu Baichuan also didn't understand why his son-in-law suddenly became so popular. But he had also heard about the mystery of Zuian Tower from people in the market, and the weight of this matter now was too heavy for Shu Ku to handle. So he was secretly pulling at the corner of Shu Ku's clothes. Old landlord, I can save you. But the next moment, Shuku's voice resounded throughout the house. "Oh no. It's over. My son-in-law is too impulsive. He has to choose the right time to show off." Liu Baichuan thought to himself that something was wrong. But at this moment, Yangshu had already stepped forward and held Shuku's hand, and said in a deep voice, "Shuku, if you can save my father, I, Zuian, will owe you a favor." "This is exactly what I want. This is also the purpose of Shuku coming here." He nodded, then sat on the bed, only looking at the old host for a while, and immediately stretched out his hand to Shu Qianyao and said, "Golden needle." Shu Qianyao presented it to him immediately without asking any questions. Shuku held 5 golden needles in one hand, and strands of spiritual energy were injected into the golden needles from his body. Then, he turned his back to Shu Qianyao and said calmly, "Watch carefully, I will only demonstrate it once." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 golden needles flew out of his hand and landed on the acupuncture points all over the old prince's body at lightning speed. "Take 5 more golden needles and place them one by one." At this moment, the 10 golden needles seemed complicated, but in Shu Qianyao's eyes, it was a different story. She covered her rosy lips with a look of disbelief, and exclaimed, This is the 9-bend soul-restoring needle." She suddenly looked at Shuku, looking at his back. "Impossible. This 9-bend soul-restoring needle is one of the 3 great inheritances of the medicine pavilion. Even if I have been in the pavilion for 10 years, I am not qualified to touch it." "How did you learn that?" The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. Shu Qianyao can be sure that this is definitely the 9-bend soul-restoring needle, and it is also the 10-bend chain that has been cultivated to the last level. 10 twists and turns in a row, and you end up in hell halfway. What it means is, even if you have already set foot on the road to hell, the 10 bends chain can pull you back. Although it is just a legend, it is enough to show how powerful this acupuncture method is. Shu Qianyao was puzzled. How could Shuku know such a secret? "It's red. It's red." The old owner's face is getting rosy. Chun Shisan Niang suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw that the old building owner's originally pale face was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Shu was also pounding his hands nervously, and his eyes when he looked at Shuku suddenly became serious. Zhao Qianzi stared at Shuku, his eyes filled with passion. Only Liu Baichuan stood there in a daze. After a long while, he murmured, "Damn it. My Liu family has found a treasure. We have found a treasure." Shu Qianyao's face was filled with shock and confusion. He can really cure it. Take 10 more golden needles. At this time, Shuku's voice sounded again. Shu Qianyao reacted and quickly took out 10 gold needles from the medicine box and handed them to Shuku again. Swish, swish, swish. The 10 golden needles seemed to have spirits in Shuku's hands, and were injected into the old owner's head in a dazzling manner. The Emperor of Medicine points to the Dragon Cave. This is an acupuncture technique that is even more mysterious than the 9-bend soul-restoring needle. Even my master has only achieved minor success and has not yet reached the major success level. Shu Qianyao felt unwell. What did she see? She saw that the useless waste in her eyes, the abandoned child of their Prince Shu's mansion, the outsider she once looked down upon, was now stimulating her severely with the demeanor of a master of medicine. What? Even though Yang Shu was the knowledgeable owner of Zuian Tower, he could not help but be shocked by Shu Qianyao's words. If before Shuku had only asked him to be serious. But now, even the Grand Elder of the Medicine Pavilion had only mastered the acupuncture technique to a small extent, but Shuku performed it so casually. Then it's not as simple as asking him to be serious. How old is Shukutsai? A few years younger than Shu Qianyao. Once this genius in medicine grows up, the Great Sui Empire won't be able to trap him. Zuian is happy to make friends with such a genius with unlimited potential. Time passes by every second. Finally, as the old owner of the building opened his cloudy eyes, Shuku also retracted the golden needles one by one, and the task was completed. Please forgive me, old landlord. It was Chinya's fault for not being good enough in martial arts. I almost let you. The moment the old host woke up, Shu Qianyao quickly knelt down to apologize. After confirming the old owner's physical condition, Yang Shu suppressed the shock in his heart and said something in the old owner's ear. The old owner of the building was still a little confused when he just woke up, but as he listened to Yang Shu's narration, his majestic eyes couldn't help but fall on Shuku, who was standing aside with an indifferent expression. Even though he tried to hide it, one could still detect a hint of surprise and admiration in his eyes. After a moment, the old building owner glanced at Shu Qianyao, who was kneeling on the ground, waved his hand indifferently, and said, "It's okay, you have tried your best, get up." "Yes." Shu Qianyao bit her lip. She could hear the displeasure in the old landlord's tone, but she didn't dare to refute a word. After saying that, the old host looked at Shuku again, and said with a serious look in his eyes, "Shuku, I have heard of your name for a long time. Today, we officially meet. Junia, meet the old host." The old building owner nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Zuianlu, I owe you a favor." Upon hearing this, Shuku nodded slightly. "He deserves it. I, old man, also owe you a favor." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room's eyelids twitched instantly. The favors that Zuianlu owed were official and were owed openly. But the favor that the old owner of Zuian Tower owes has a special meaning. After all, once upon a time, the old owner of Zuian Tower was also a well-known figure in the empire. Shuku also looked up upon hearing the voice, his heart slightly moved. He looked at the old host's smiling eyes, and finally clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Thank you. I'm a little tired, so let's leave it like this for now." The old host waved his hand, a trace of fatigue appearing on his face. Seeing this, everyone left. After leaving the room, Yang Shu welcomed them to the main hall. "Brother Shu, the door of Zuian Tower is always open to you," Yang Shu said. The corner of Shuku's mouth trembled, and he couldn't help but glance at Liu Baichuan. These words were somewhat ambiguous. "Thank you, Master Yang," Shuku said again. After saying this, Yang Shu looked at Shu Qianyao again and said seriously, "If your father has returned from his trance, please ask him to come to the mansion to provide follow-up treatment for my father." "Yes." Shu Qianyao nodded. At this moment, she was already somewhat distraught. She no longer cared about what Yang Shu said. In her mind, the only thing that was in her mind was the shock that Shuku had brought to her today. It will take her a long time to digest it completely. "Master Liu." Yang Shu looked at Liu Baichuan again. "Master Yang." Liu Baichuan looked up with some confusion. "I heard that Brother Shu will be getting married to your daughter soon." "That's right, 1 month later," Liu Baichuan replied. "Please trouble Master Liu to come to the mansion to deliver the invitation. Yang Shu will go to congratulate in his personal capacity." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Baichuan's pupils shrank slightly. Thinking back to when even the 6th Princess Shu Qianyao was extremely respectful to the old owner of the building in that house before, the rumors about Zuian building having a powerful background probably weren't groundless. He was naturally happy to be able to make friends with such a force. "Liu will personally deliver the invitation to your door when the time comes." Liu Baichuan said happily that today's trip to Zuian Tower was worth it. After arranging all these, Yang Shu finally set his sights on Zhao Qianzhe and Chun Shisan Niang standing aside. Zhao Qianzhe also took a long breath. After being delayed for so long, it was finally his turn. In order to redeem Chun Shisan Niang, he went through a lot of trouble. If he didn't have a trump card in his hand, with his cultivation level, he would never have been able to walk out of the Red Moon Chaos Land safely. Now, it is finally time to fulfill the promise. Only. Yang Shu looked at Zhao Qianzhe and said calmly, "In theory, if you find the Red Moon Saliver Grass as required, you can redeem Chun Shisan Niang." When Chun Shisan Niang heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up with joy. She couldn't help but put her arm around Zhao Qianzhe's arm, with a look of anticipation on her face. "But Brother Shu cured my father's stubborn illness. Although you contributed the Red Moon Saliver Grass, Brother Shu deserves the credit." As soon as the words came out, Zhao Qianzhe's expression darkened as if he had a premonition, and his hands couldn't help but clench tightly. Upon hearing this, Chun Shisan Niang shouted directly, "You only said that you can redeem me if I can find the Red Moon Saliver Grass. Now that Qianzhe has found it according to your request, he has met the conditions. Zuianlu, how can you go back on your word? Presumptuous." Boom. Unexpectedly, before Chun Shisan Niang finished her words, an extremely strong spiritual power burst out from Yang Shu's body, causing Zhao Qianzhe beside him to look moved and fearful. "You have no right to speak here. Yang Shu has a strong attitude, worthy of being the current owner of Zuian Tower. The aura of a superior is enough to make people tremble." Chun Shisan Niang didn't dare to say anything more, but her eyes turned red and tears flowed silently. Master Yang, they are both in love, how can I steal their love? Just then, Shu Ku spoke. Besides, my father-in-law is here, how can I do anything wrong? Shu Ku laughed. Oh? You mean, you're going to make trouble when I'm not here? Liu Baichuan raised his eyebrows and teased. Shu Ku smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying seriously, so, Master Yang, we should respect Chun Shisanniang's choice. On the other side, Zhao Qianzi was also surprised to hear this, but when he saw Shu Ku's kind look at him, he smiled back. Thank you, Brother Shu. It's not easy for Shisanniang and I to get to where we are today. I, Qianzi, am very grateful for what you did today. Zhao Qianzi quickly clasped his fists. Although I am not talented, I am also from the Jing'an Marquis Mansion. If you need me to do anything in the future, please feel free to ask me, Brother Shu. Okay. Shu Ku nodded. I'm here to thank Mr. Shu. Chun Shisanniang also cried with joy. She didn't expect that after such a dramatic turn of events, she would finally be able to stay with Zhao Qianzi forever. In that case, then let's do as Brother Shu says. Yang Shu also went along with it. However, I have another request. Before Yang Shu finished speaking, Shu Ku suddenly added. Oh. Yang Shu looked at Shu Ku in confusion. Chun Shisanniang's heart suddenly twisted. She thought Shu Ku was going to change his mind. I am quite interested in the jade pendant on Shisanniang's chest. I wonder if Shisanniang would give it to me. As soon as these words were spoken, Chun Shisanniang's heart suddenly fell. I was wondering what it was, it's just a jade pendant. It's my honor that Master Shu likes it. Chun Shisanniang was very happy. Although this jade pendant is extremely rare, it was given to me by a great master and I have kept it with me since I was a child. But compared to being able to be with Zhao Qianzi, what does it matter if you give up a jade pendant? As she spoke, Chun Shisanniang pulled off the jade pendant and pretended to hand it to Shu Ku. No. But at this moment, Zhao Qianzi took a sudden step forward and grabbed Chun Shisanniang's wrist. For some reason, his eyes were already red. Chapter 9 Shu Qianyao, can I see Shu Ku's past? Shu Ku's fingertips had actually touched the jade pendant, which was cool and warm. It is hard to believe that there is a drop of candle dragon blood hidden in this small jade pendant. Such a terrifying spiritual treasure is rare even in the fairyland of the previous life. Zhao Qianzi's sudden intervention left everyone stunned. Shu Ku frowned even more. Young Lord Zhao, what does this mean? Zhao Qianzi's eyes were already bloodshot. What do you mean? What do you mean? I went through so much danger alone and spent so much energy just to get that jade pendant, and now I'm about to get what I wanted. And then you come out halfway and want to pick the peaches. Zhao Qianzi stared at Shu Ku intently, and asked in a somewhat cold voice, how can a mere jade pendant catch the eye of Brother Shu? To thank Brother Shu, I will choose a day to send you something more precious than this jade pendant. As soon as these words were spoken, Shu Ku's eyes turned cold. He said calmly, when Shu asks about things, it's all about eye contact. When I first saw this thing, I don't know why I always felt that it had some kind of fate with me. I think young Marquis Zhao also treasures this item very much. Could this jade pendant have some secret that I don't know? Suddenly, Shu Ku asked abruptly. This way of asking really made Zhao Qianzi's pupils shrink. Of course he knows the secret of this jade pendant. But when Shu Ku asked this, he became passive. How could he possibly tell the secret of this jade pendant to outsiders? No, Mr. Shu, please don't bother with Qianzi. He never asked me about this jade pendant. How could it be so precious to him? Since Master Shu feels that he has a connection with this item today, Shisanniang should fulfill this connection. As she spoke, Chun Shisanniang patted Zhao Qianzi's hand, and then handed the jade pendant to Shu Ku with a smile on her face. Weighing the jade pendant in his hand, feeling its cool touch, Shu Ku tightened his grip slightly. With this drop of Zhulong blood, his cultivation foundation in this life will be several times more solid than in his previous life. Even when facing those freaks from the ancient clans in the Fairyland who have had their veins cleansed with dragon blood and phoenix marrow since childhood, he will not give in when it comes to the foundation of cultivation. Zhao Qianzi watched the jade pendant slip away from his sight, his eyes filled with bloodshot and his raging rage wishing it could burst out right then and there. I am in a restless mood. Although the jade pendant has a secret, it is ultimately just an external object. A truly strong person is always strong inside. If you are so impatient, how can you become a truly strong person and achieve what you want? Just as Zhao Qianzi was about to explode, a low rebuke sounded in his heart. No matter how unwilling Zhao Qianzi was, facing that old voice, he could not help but suppress the unwillingness in his heart. After a moment, the bloodshot in his eyes disappeared and he regained his clarity. Since Brother Shu likes you, how can I steal your love away? Zhao Qianzi bowed and smiled at Shu Ku. Thank you. Shu Ku also clasped his fists slightly. Qianzi, let's go. Chun Shisan Niang was holding Zhao Qianzi's hand and was anxious to leave. She had waited for 30 years, and she was afraid that something unexpected would happen again. Heir. Zhao Qianzi nodded expressionlessly. The two were about to leave. But suddenly, Chun Shisan Niang stopped and looked a little strange. If you can't find a place to go in the future, you can come to Liu Mansion to find me. A voice transmission sounded in my mind. Although Chun Shisan Niang was confused, she didn't think too much about it. How come I can't find anywhere? Qianzi and I were finally able to escape from our prison and stay together forever. After seeing off Zhao Qianzi and the other man, Shu Ku also said goodbye to Yang Shu. Master Yang, I'm leaving now. I'll come visit you again when my master returns. Shu Qianyao bowed slightly, then left absent-mindedly. Wait until everyone leaves. The old owner of the building, Yang Long, who was supposed to be lying in bed resting, walked out from behind the screen. That jade pendant seems to have some secrets. Yang Long sat on the armchair, picked up the tea on the table, and said slowly, Father, why are you out here? You just recovered from a serious illness, you should rest. Yang Long shook his head and said, that Shu Ku is not a simple person either. Back then, my brother and I were hunting a level 6 flame dragon and were accidentally injured by it. Even the imperial doctors in the palace were helpless. Even the great elder in the medicine pavilion said that it was quite tricky. I didn't expect that I could be cured by a young man. His medical attainments are extraordinary. Yang Shu nodded upon hearing this, but said in a somewhat strange tone, I know this person Shu Ku. He used to be the prince of Prince Shu's mansion, but not long ago, Prince Shu's direct bloodline that was lost outside was found, and he was kicked out. Normally, this Shu Ku is a low-key person. No one would have thought that he has such great skills in medicine. Yang Long nodded, and after a moment's silence, he slowly said, this Shu Ku's cultivation is only at the Kaimai stage, but with his talent in medicine, his future achievements will probably not be low. Although the great Sui dynasty was founded on military power, the higher the level of cultivation, the more important the status of doctors and alchemists becomes. At this point, he looked at Yin Shu and said calmly, Shua, you can try to make friends with this person. If you can win over a future medical expert, it will be a great help to your Uncle Wang. Thinking of Uncle Wang, Yang Shu nodded, yes, father. In a few days, Mr. Shu will be very happy. I will come to congratulate him in person. In front of Zuian Tower. Shu Ku, Liu Baichuan and Shu Qianyao walked out of the building. Uncle Liu, let's go. Shu Ku ignored Shu Qianyao, didn't even say hello to her, and turned around to leave. Shu Ku. Shu Qianyao suddenly spoke. Shu Ku turned his head and saw Shu Qianyao pinching the corner of her skirt, her pretty face flushed, and she bit her lips tightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. What's up? Seeing Shu Ku's response, Shu Qianyao finally couldn't help but said angrily, Shu Ku, even if we expel you from the palace, you don't have to treat me like this. No matter what, we have raised you for 17 years. We have done our best. You don't have to feel wronged. You look like we've done something wrong to you. Why are you so cold to me? Shu Qianyao raised her head and shouted with a pair of beautiful eyes filled with resentment and dissatisfaction. Hearing these words, Shu Ku's expression remained calm. He stared at Shu Qianyao, his eyes showing no emotion at all. Shu Qianyao, who was originally angry, felt frightened when Shu Ku stared at her like this. For some reason, she didn't dare to look Shu Ku in the eye. If you have no guilt in your heart, why don't you dare look me in the eyes? Shu Ku said calmly. You. Shu Qianyao felt a tightness in her chest after hearing these few words, but she couldn't say anything in rebuttal. Shu Ku sneered and turned around. Seeing that Shu Ku was about to leave again, Shu Qianyao refused to give in and directly blocked Shu Ku. The 9-bend soul-restoring needle and the medicine emperor's dragon-pointing point are skills that can only be learned by the chief disciple of my medicine pavilion. Even I haven't learned them, so how did you learn them? This is the most difficult mystery in her heart. She was proud of being the closed disciple of the great elder of the medicine pavilion, and now Shuku's behavior was unacceptable to her. I see. I once took you to the medicine cabinet, but you left for a while because of something. You? A thought suddenly came into Shu Qianyao's mind. You sneaked into my medicine pavilion's inheritance hall. Stole the inheritance of my medicine pavilion. Shu Qianyao's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and then she stared at Shuku with an incredible and disgusted look. I never thought that you, who have been with us day and night for 17 years, would turn out to be a shameless thief. You stole the inheritance of our medicine pavilion. Otherwise, you would never have the chance to come into contact with that secret method. Shu Qianyao seemed to have grasped the key point. Apart from that, she couldn't think of any other reason. Shuku. Looking at Shu Qianyao's sad and angry expression, Shuku felt speechless. I didn't say anything, but I was labeled a thief. At the beginning, he did go to the medicine cabinet under the guidance of Shu Qianyao, and he did leave for a while. But he was summoned by the head of the medicine pavilion. The head of the medicine pavilion wants to accept him as his disciple. He knelt in the medicine cabinet for 7 days and 7 nights for Shu Qianyao, and his whole body was almost frozen to death in the cabinet. Finally, with sincerity, he got the opportunity to meet with the head of the medicine pavilion. Shuku, your affinity for wood-attributed spiritual energy has almost reached an unprecedented level of perfection. You are a natural healer. Would you like to take me as your master? These are the exact words of the master of the medicine pavilion. But at that time, Shuku was only thinking about Shu Qianyao. His goal was to let Shu Qianyao enter the medicine cabinet, which was what Shu Qianyao wanted. So, he refused. Later, he was brought into the medicine pavilion by Shu Qianyao. Upon hearing the news, the owner of the medicine pavilion again offered to take him in as a disciple. But he devoted himself to his 7 sisters and the management of the palace, and had no interest in medicine at all. The head of the medicine pavilion valued talent and made an exception to allow him to view the 3 major secret techniques of the medicine pavilion. Later, he embarked on the path of spiritual practice, and he completely mastered the 3 inherited secret techniques. This is the cause and effect. Shuku, if you don't dare to answer, you must be guilty. For so many years, we have treated you as a younger brother, but we never thought that you would be such a filthy person. Fortunately, we took Wu Dao back. Otherwise, if you really took over the palace, it would be a disaster for our palace. When Shu Qianyao saw that Shuku did not answer, she was even more certain that Shuku had stolen the inheritance. Looking at Shu Qianyao's expression, Shuku smiled. 7 days and 7 nights, shoulders covered with snow. What I got in return was nothing but groundless suspicion. If I hadn't begged you so hard back then, how could you, Shu Qianyao, have had the opportunity to enter the medicine pavilion? Even the prince of the royal family was turned away, so why do you, Shu Qianyao, think that you can be valued by the medicine pavilion? Just because you have big breasts and no brains. There was only sighing in Shuku's heart. All my gratitude back then was just thrown away like a toss. Shuku's voice suddenly rang in Shu Qianyao's mind. The latter was originally in grief and anger, and this sudden voice made her head buzz. What? Did you beg me to enter the medicine cabinet? Is it because of you that I can enter the medicine cabinet? What a joke! I entered the pharmacy because the chief elder of the pharmacy noticed my talent in medicine. What does it have to do with you, Shuku? It's ridiculous to make something out of nothing. Shu Qianyao laughed, and her laugh was extremely sarcastic. Shuku, you are even more disgusting than I thought. Shu Qianyao naturally wouldn't say that she could hear his thoughts, so she could only speak with even more disgust. Hearing this, Shuku's heart was completely chilled. His mind couldn't help but recall the scene of him kneeling in the medicine cabinet. The scenes kept replaying in his mind, and it seemed that when these scenes ended, the last bit of emotion he had for Shu Qianyao would completely disappear. At the same time, Shu Qianyao suddenly discovered with horror. There are some pictures in my mind that don't belong to me. Not only can I hear Shuku's thoughts. Can you still see his past? Chapter 10 Shu Qianyao, I really deserve to die. That day, snow covered the capital. There had not been such heavy snow in more than 10 years. The slightly thin figure of 7-year-old Shuku walked out from the street in the heavy snow. He hugged his arms, his tender little face red from the cold. What are you here for? My sister is eager to join the pavilion, so I came to meet the pavilion master on her behalf. What's your sister's name? Shu Wangfu, Shu Qianyao. Shu Qianyao? She has good aptitude, but not enough to join the medicine pavilion. Besides, in the hundreds of years of the medicine pavilion, there has never been a case of you becoming someone else's disciple. If you come here to become a disciple yourself, you can enter the pavilion to test your qualifications. Shuku shook his head, his eyes determined. That's fine. I am the pavilion master, and I am not someone you can just see casually. Go, kid. Shuku said nothing, but slowly bent his knees and knelt in the snow. If the pavilion master doesn't see me for a day, I will kneel for a day. If the pavilion master doesn't see me for a month, I will kneel for a month. My sister is talented and kind-hearted. She will be a good doctor. Shuku said sincerely. Don't be a scoundrel. If you want to kneel, then kneel. The man left in an angry tone. The huge medicine pavilion was empty, with only the howling wind and snow. And Shuku knelt down in the bitter cold. Shu Qinyao's mind was buzzing, the picture was extremely clear, even the hot air exhaled from Shuku's nostrils was so real. Her consciousness seemed to have arrived at that day, as a bystander. Shuku knelt in front of her. She remembered that day, one of the few heavy snowfalls in her childhood memories. As far as she could remember, Shuku did disappear for a while that winter. The seven sisters also put a lot of effort into searching for him. After all, during that period of time, they really treated Shuku as their younger brother. When did their attitude towards Shuku begin to change quietly? It was probably when I heard from my eldest sister that Shu Wudao was still alive. She looked at Shuku, who was gradually being buried in the snow, and wanted to reach out to brush the snow off his shoulders, but she couldn't do it. For some reason, seeing Shuku's immature yet stubborn expression, her heart, which had been silent for a long time, felt a little painful. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. The heavy snow had completely buried Shuku, turning him into a snowman. Halfway through, a steward from the medicine cabinet came to persuade him, but he kept shaking his head because of Shuku's stubbornness. From the initial shivering from the cold, to the gradual numbness of the limbs, and finally to complete loss of consciousness. Shuku knelt in the snow and ice, relying only on instinct, and waited quietly. Shu Qianyao looked at the thin figure in front of her, and her nose felt a little sore without her noticing. People's hearts are always warm. How many people in the world have hearts of stone? She recalled her youth. Although she was Shuku's sister, she was still a woman after all. Ever since Prince Shu and Princess Shu disappeared, Prince Shu's mansion has been like a collapsing building, with monkeys scattering when the tree falls. Various forces in the imperial capital had their eyes on Prince Shu's mansion, and the 7 girls were naturally suppressed by all sides. Although the old elders of the palace were in charge, they still suffered a lot of bullying both openly and covertly. But whenever the children of aristocratic families tried to bully them, there was always a stubborn figure standing in front of them, enduring the malice from all sides alone. She also clearly remembered that once she was bullied by the young Duke of Jinan Mansion and had a cut on her face with a knife. She cried bitterly but didn't know what to do. It was Shuku who rushed forward and knocked down 3 or 4 followers by himself. He forced the little Duke to ride on him and beat him until he begged for mercy. Later, people from the Jinan Mansion came and the 7 girls didn't know what to do. Finally, Shuku stood up. I, Shuku, am solely responsible for my own actions. If you have any problem, come to me. She clearly remembered that day when Shuku was pinned to the ground and beaten. Shuku was only 5 or 6 years old at that time. He didn't make a sound or even cry out in pain. In the end, the fight was over and the other party had calmed down. Shuku then staggered to his feet and said, "Let's just forget about this matter. If you dare to attack my sisters again, I will beat you up next time. And it will only be more severe than this time." She clearly remembered that the young Duke of Jinan Mansion left with a fearful look in his eyes. From then on, Shuku's evil reputation spread among the children of aristocratic families. It seemed that from that time on, the number of times they were bullied and beaten gradually decreased. The past is still vivid in my mind. When did I forget all these things? Shu Qianyao shook her head. Shuku was their only support when they were young. Just as she was recalling these past events, the sound of footsteps was heard from a distance. "Pavilion Master, he is Shuku, the Prince of Shu Wangfu." The middle-aged man called the Pavilion Master had a tall stature, a square face, and was full of righteousness. His eyes were as deep as ink and quite recognizable. He flicked his sleeves slightly, and the snow covering Shuku's body instantly disappeared. Shuku, still kneeling on the ground, had already fallen unconscious. In the warm room, Shuku woke up with difficulty. "Boy, is it worth it for you to do this for your sister who is not related to you by blood?" Worth. Why? You should know that you are not of the bloodline of Prince Shu's mansion. I know, but my adoptive father and mother told me to protect them before they left. Perhaps Prince Shu and Princess Shu were just speaking casually. Even if it's just a casual remark, I will obey. My life belongs to my adoptive father and mother, and naturally, it also belongs to Prince Shu's mansion. Shu Qianyao stood in the side room, listening to the conversation between Shu Ku and the owner of the medicine pavilion. She couldn't believe that Shu Ku had actually met with the master of the medicine pavilion, such an elusive and important figure. She couldn't even believe that Shu Ku had once defended them so firmly. Shu Ku, you are so stupid. Even Shu Qianyao himself was muttering to himself subconsciously. Shu Ku, I checked your physical condition when I treated you just now. Your affinity for wood-attributed spiritual energy has almost reached an unprecedented level of perfection. Let alone the Great Sui Empire, even in the entire Qiannan region, there are only a handful of people who can reach the state of perfection. You are a natural healer. Would you like to be my disciple? The head of the medicine pavilion spoke excitedly. As long as you accept me as your master, within 10 years, I will ensure that you will become the best doctor of the younger generation in the Qiannan region. The pavilion master stared at Shu Ku with burning eyes, as if Shu Ku in front of him was a piece of unpolished jade, which could shine and dazzle the world with just a little carving. But unexpectedly, Shu Ku refused. Shu Ku, think carefully. Even the prince of the Sui dynasty cannot become my disciple. This is an opportunity that belongs to you alone, said the pavilion master anxiously. Shu Ku still shook his head. I came here to become my sixth sister's disciple, not me. Seeing this scene, Shu Qianyao's pupils suddenly contracted and he was filled with incomparable shock. That is the master of the medicine pavilion. The number one doctor in the Sui dynasty. A medical giant who even the emperor of the Sui dynasty would treat as a guest of honor. How many young talents and people with extraordinary talents wanted to become his disciples, but they didn't even have the chance to meet him. But Shu Ku actually refused. And the reason he refused was because of me. Shu Qianyao's eyes were red with disbelief. For his own sake, Shu Ku resolutely gave up all their wealth. For his own sake, Shu Ku actually refused the offer from the head of the medicine pavilion to become his disciple. For his own sake, Shu Ku actually made such a great sacrifice. She doesn't know. How could she know? If it weren't for today, she would never know even until she died. Shu Ku, you are stupid. Here are a few spiritual herbs. If you can gather them all, I can consider your request. The head of the medicine pavilion finally spoke. Shu Qianyao watched Shu Ku weakly climb up from the bed. The scene changed. Shu Ku came to the poisonous fog swamp, facing the oncoming miasma and the extremely dangerous swamp. She followed Shu Ku's perspective and witnessed Shu Ku's escapes from death time and time again. Witness Shu Ku's happy expression every time he got a magical medicine. Witness Shu Ku's crazy stubbornness. Those few spiritual herbs, it seems that the owner of the medicine pavilion wants to force him to give them up. But even the head of the medicine pavilion didn't he expect that Shu Ku actually gathered them all. Shu Qianyao muttered to himself. At this moment, she wanted to cry. She didn't know why she wanted to cry. Who are you crying for? For Shu Ku? Why should I cry for him? But she couldn't cry. It was as if the emotions had reached some kind of abyss, with nowhere to vent. Shu Ku, you are so stupid. You actually collected them all. The head of the medicine pavilion looked at Shu Ku in disbelief. So, can you accept my sixth sister as your disciple? The naive Shu Ku said with his hands covered in blood, holding those spiritual herbs. No, although she has some talent, it is far from meeting my standards for accepting her as a disciple. But you said. Shu Ku became anxious. Forget it. For your sincerity, I will allow her to join the medicine pavilion. This is where Shu Ku's memories end. The image in Shu Qianyao's mind also disappeared. Still in front of Zuian Tower. The whole building is filled with red sleeves waving, and the sky is filled with rouge and powder. Only a moment passed, but to Shu Qianyao, it felt like several months had passed. Under Shu Ku's strange gaze, she gave up pestering him and just left with a distraught look on her face. Like a walking corpse. What's wrong with the sixth princess? Liu Baichuan asked in confusion. He was fine just now, why did he suddenly seem lifeless? Shu Ku looked at Shu Qianyao's back. He didn't know why Shu Qianyao's temperament suddenly changed. He just felt that Shu Qianyao's back was filled with extreme sadness. Let's go back home. Shu Ku didn't care. He doesn't need to care. Shu Chenyao was walking on their way back home, relying entirely on her instinctive consciousness. Halfway, she met Shu Chenyi. Sixth sister. Sixth sister. What's wrong with you? But Shu Chenyao's face was pale. She looked at Shu Chenyi in front of her, as if she had finally found an outlet to vent her emotions. She hugged Shu Chenyi and burst into tears. Shu Chenyi was confused by this scene. It was the first time she saw her sixth sister crying so sadly. Sixth sister. What's wrong? What happened? Shu Chenyi asked quickly. But Shu Chenyao just cried, sobbing uncontrollably and her body shaking. Seventh sister, Shu Ku, I really deserve to die. The next moment, Shu Chenyao fainted from crying. Chapter 11, Got the Candle Dragon Blood. On the other side, Shu Ku and Liu Baichuan had already returned to the Liu mansion. Kua, you went through so much trouble today, is it just for that jade pendant? After all, Liu Baichuan is the master of the Liu mansion. Although he comes from a battlefield background, he is able to gain a foothold in this famous imperial capital. How can he be a mediocre person? Upon hearing this, Shu Ku nodded. Seeing this, Liu Baichuan took a breath, patted Shu Ku on the shoulder and said with a smile, "That's good. To be honest, when you brought me to Zuianlu, I was shocked at that moment. I really thought you were." Hearing this, Shu Ku smiled and said, "Uncle Liu, don't worry. I, Shu Ku, will never do anything to let Ruo Bing down in this life. I have and only have her as a woman. Please rest assured about this, Uncle Liu." Hearing this and looking at Shu Ku's expression that didn't seem to be joking, Liu Baichuan's expression also became slightly serious. "I believe in your character. But..." Liu Baichuan raised his head and thought for a while. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. As long as you treat Ruo Bing well, I, as her father-in-law, will naturally not say anything. Shu Ku, I will teach you the wife-taming method when I have time. It's because I haven't practiced the wife-taming method enough that I was controlled by your aunt. Otherwise, look at the wealthy families in the imperial capital. Which family head has only 1 wife like me? Liu Baichuan curled his lips. What's wrong, Kor? Did you get choked by the rouge powder in Zuian Tower? But you don't have to worry. Ruo Bing is still relatively innocent now. As long as you train her well, she will definitely not follow my old path. Kor, why are you coughing all the time? Liu Baichuan was about to reach out to try whether Shu Ku had a cold when suddenly a hand grabbed his ear. Liu Baichuan, you are such a pervert. How dare you go to a place like Zuianlu? If someone else hadn't come to my house to complain to me, I wouldn't have believed you had the guts to do that. Liu Baichuan was so frightened that his face turned pale. Madam, it hurts. My ears hurt. Still training your wife? Come. I'm standing right here, let me see how you train your wife. Qin Lian said, grabbing Liu Baichuan's other ear with her other hand. Liu Baichuan was picked up at the beginning, like catching a rabbit. The trainer, it's the trainer. Madam, you heard it wrong. Seeing Liu Baichuan being dragged back to the room by Qin Lian by the ears, followed by the sound of pots and pans, Shu Ku could only shrug his shoulders, looking helpless. At this time, Shu Ku saw Liu Ruobing standing not far away. His expression froze, and he hurriedly walked forward, wanting to reach out and hold Liu Ruobing's hands, but he withdrew his hands awkwardly. Shu Ku rubbed his palms awkwardly and said with a wry smile, "Well, Uncle Liu and I are going to Zuianlu." Nothing happened, right? Without waiting for Shu Ku to explain, Liu Ruobing just quietly brushed the dust off Shu Ku's shoulders. Nothing happened. Hearing this, Liu Ruobing nodded, then picked up the feather duster beside her. Don't listen to my excuses. No. Listen to my explanation. Shu Ku couldn't help but take a step back. Unexpectedly, Liu Ruobing just dusted the window with a duster. Only then did Shu Ku relax. Looking at Liu Ruobing's gentle back, Shu Ku walked forward, took the duster from her hand and dusted the window. Don't you even ask me what I'm doing at Zuianlu. As long as I believe you, that's enough. Liu Ruobing stood aside and spoke softly as if all was well. Hearing this, Shu Ku's hand holding the duster paused slightly, then he smiled and worked even harder. After a long time, the windowsill was clean. Liu Ruobing handed over a handkerchief, and Shuku took it and wiped his forehead. At this moment, a fragrant breeze suddenly lingered around my nose. Liu Ruobing leaned forward slightly and sniffed Shuku's chest. The two were only half a finger apart at this time. Shuku could even see the fine hairs on Liu Ruobing's face. An ambiguous atmosphere suddenly arose. Liu Ruobing's pretty face was already slightly red, and just when Shuku couldn't help but want to hold her in his arms, she took half a step back. Then she sniffed and said gently, "The rouge powder in Zuianlu is a bit pungent. It's better to go to places like that less often in the future." Receive. After chatting with Liu Ruobing for a while, Shuku returned to their house. Sitting on the bed, he took out the jade pendant. With a slight flick of his finger, the jade pendant shattered. In an instant, a drop of 5-colored blood floated in front of him, and the whole room was illuminated by the rosy glow. Shuku looked it up and down, and couldn't help but marvel at the tremendous power contained in the Zhulong blood. In the Fairyland, whether it is the immortal Taoist tradition that has been passed down for millions of years, the golden clan that has dominated the world, or the hidden ancient clan that overlooks the world, the elders of these giant clans will hunt monsters and refine the blood of all kinds of beasts when the children of these giant clans are honing their foundation for cultivation. There is only one goal: to open up the 9 hidden veins in the body. Everyone knows that there are 10 main meridians in a cultivator's body. After all 10 main meridians are opened up, one can then enter the chi-nourishing realm. In the cultivation system of the Fairyland, there are 9 hidden veins in the cultivator's body, and only the purest demonic energy can force the hidden veins to appear. The higher the level of the blood of all beasts, the more hidden veins will be opened up. Legend has it that after all 19 meridians in the body are opened, one can enter the legendary inner realm, which is another world of cultivation. Only a very small number of peerless geniuses have the opportunity to enter the inner realm. The blood of the candle dragon is the most superior blood among all beasts, even in the Fairyland. After all, among the dragon clan, Zhulong is an ancient mythical beast that lived in the same era as the ancestral dragon. With the majestic dragon energy contained in the candle dragon's blood, in this life, I can not only open up the inner world, but perhaps, I can also open up the sect system in advance. Become the founder of the sect. Shuku couldn't help but feel a little excited. Without any hesitation, he swallowed the Zhulong blood directly into his stomach. The previous 72 shackles of the heavenly Tao broke 6 of them, allowing the devouring holy vein in the devouring holy body to be unlocked. The moment the Zhulong blood entered the holy vein, the terrifying devouring power mercilessly wrapped the Zhulong blood tightly, and the dragon energy like a torrent instantly filled Shuku's limbs and bones. A faint golden light gathered around Shuku's body. If one listened carefully, one could even hear a faint dragon roar coming from his body. The dragon energy contained in Zhulong's blood is extremely vast. With Shuku's current level of cultivation, even if he wanted to devour the holy vein, it would probably take him 2 or 3 days. The Prince Shu's mansion on the other side. When Shu Chenyi carried Shu Chenyao back to the mansion, everyone was instantly alarmed. What's wrong with 6th sister? Shu Wudao sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Shu Chenya's charming face, and couldn't help licking his lips. 7th sister, what happened? Why did Chenyao become like this? Shu Chenjun asked with a gloomy look. Since taking over the Western Route Army, she has used thundering means to reorganize the army, eliminate dissidents, and completely control the Western Route Army. His powerful style of action was also recognized by several veterans of the Western Route Army, and was able to temporarily stabilize the crumbling Prince Shu's mansion. All the forces in the Sui dynasty knew that Shu Chenjun had emerged from Prince Shu's mansion and should not be provoked at will. Therefore, no one dared to covet Prince Shu's mansion for a long time. Seeing Shu Chenyao like this, Shu Chenjun couldn't help but wonder if there were hostile forces taking action. Shu Chenyi shook his head. I don't know either. I met 6th sister on the way and she kept crying. I asked her but she couldn't explain it. But, she seemed to have mentioned Shuku. Shuku. Shu Chenjun couldn't help but frown when he heard the name. Could it be that Shuku made our 6th sister like this? 2nd sister Shu Qinchuan asked with a cold look on her face. I don't know, but the fact that 6th sister has become like this is probably related to Shuku, said Shu Chenyi. After these words were spoken, the women couldn't help but look unhappy. Shu Wudao took the opportunity to say, Brother Shuku is too much. How could he treat 6th sister like this? Even if he has resentment in his heart, he can't attack 6th sister. Wudao is right. I didn't expect Shuku to be this kind of person. His true nature was revealed in such a short time. The third sister Shu Qinshua also had a cold expression. Let's go. Let's go and capture Shu Ku. He's really rebelling against us. The women were outraged. Looking at this scene, a faint smile appeared on Shu Wudao's lips, because his previous plan to refine the Yin Huan Dan was ruined, and he was worried that he would have no chance to deal with Shu Ku. I didn't expect that Shu Ku would really cause trouble for himself. He was about to agree, but Shu Qianjun shook his head and said, even though the sixth sister's cultivation is not high, she is also at the Qi cultivation realm. Shu Ku has never practiced cultivation, so he can't be a match for the sixth sister. Shu Qianjun did not go with the flow because of everyone's criticism. In order to become the backbone of the women in Prince Shu's mansion, she had to remain calm at all times. When Shu Wudao saw this, a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. However, he immediately said, Big sister is right. Even if brother Shu Ku wants to attack sixth sister, it won't be that easy. There must be something we don't know. Sister, in my opinion, the most urgent thing is to wake up sixth sister. Then we will naturally understand what happened. Hearing this, Shu Qianjun looked at Shu Wudao with a hint of admiration. Wudao is right. You are all too impatient. If you were all as steady and mature as Wudao, I wouldn't have to worry about everything in the mansion. As Shu Qianjun spoke, he reached out and grasped Shu Qianyao's wrist. The next moment, strands of spiritual power began to flow into the latter's body. Shu Qianjun has a high talent for cultivation, and is now a strong man at the peak of the Taichu realm. He is only one step away from condensing his spiritual palace and entering the spiritual palace realm. The Lingfu realm is able to condense the Dharma image, and once the Dharma image appears, all kings will submit. This level of cultivation and talent is also outstanding among the younger generation of the Sui dynasty. Shu Qianjuan's powerful talent for cultivation is also one of the important reasons why the Shu palace can temporarily gain a foothold. Not long after, under the input of Shu Qianjuan's spiritual power, Shu Qianyao finally opened her eyes. All the women gathered around him. But facing the questions of the girls, Shu Qianyao just had empty eyes and a lifeless face. She looked at Shu Qianjun and said in great pain, Sister, my heart hurts so much. Chapter 12. It's not fair to treat Shu Ku like this. Looking at Shu Qianya's pale face and bloodshot eyes, Shu Qianjun couldn't help but step forward, hold her in his arms and comfort her softly. Sixth sister, tell me what happened and I will seek justice for you. Shu Qianjun felt that things were not that simple, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Over the years, she has worked hard for the Shu Wang mansion and fought against many clans of the Sui dynasty. In addition to wanting to preserve the foundation left by her parents, she also wanted to protect her sisters. As the eldest sister, she has this responsibility, and she doesn't want her younger sisters to be bullied from all sides like they did when they were children. Now, she has grown stronger. She will fight to the death with anyone who dares to attack Prince Shu's mansion or touch the hairs of her sisters. All the women including Shu Wudao looked at Shu Qianyao. But looking at everyone's concerned eyes, Shu Qianyao just shook her head, her nose felt sore, and she started crying again, covering herself with the quilt. No matter who asked, Shu Qianyao didn't say a word. Shu Qianjun felt distressed when he saw this, and finally dismissed everyone, leaving her alone in the room. Sixth sister, everyone else has left. Now it's just you and me. Tell me if you have anything to say. Is there anything else you can't tell me, big sister? Shu Qianjun patiently guided the situation. It was unknown how long it took before Shu Qianyao's mood improved. She looked at Shu Qianjun with tears in her eyes and said sadly, Sister, can I really tell you? Shu Qianjun smiled, touched Shu Qianyao's head, and said, with big sister here, even if the sky falls, big sister will support you. Shu Qianyao sobbed for a while, and finally told the whole story. But she omitted the opportunity to hear Shu Ku's thoughts and see his past. This kind of thing was too unbelievable, and she told herself that this matter must be kept secret from everyone. So, you feel guilty about kicking Shu Ku out of the palace after doing so many things for him? Shu Qianjun was also shocked. That year, Shu Ku disappeared for a while for no reason during that extremely cold winter. When Shu Ku came back, she asked him about it for a long time, but in the end, nothing came of it. Unexpectedly, Shu Ku actually went to the medicine cabinet and suffered so much. If Shu Qianyao hadn't mentioned it at this moment, she would have forgotten about it long ago. Sister, tell me, did we do something wrong? We watched Shu Ku grow up. In the past, we really treated him as our younger brother. Think carefully, Shuku has never done anything to let us down during these years in the palace. On the contrary, he has always been the one carefully protecting us. Shu Qinyao's body trembled slightly. We shouldn't be so heartless and ungrateful. Hearing this, Shu Qianjun fell silent. Yes, once upon a time, the 7 sisters did treat Shuku as their own brother, but as they grew older, they gradually had their own things to do. In order to revive Prince Shu's mansion, she traveled among the major clans and was exhausted when she returned home every day. As a result, she suffered from headaches. Every time she had an attack, her head felt like it was about to explode and she was in excruciating pain. It was Shuku who would patiently make her a cup of ginger tea every night, and then gently regulate her meridians and press her acupoints. This went on all night. It happens every night. The amazing thing is that as long as under Shuku's treatment, his headache would really get better immediately. Thinking of this, Shu Qinjuan's head seemed to swell again. She rubbed her temples, but to no avail. Only 2 or 3 days after Shuku left, her headache came back. She consulted many doctors but none of them could achieve the same effect as Shuku. She couldn't help but miss the days when Shuku was around. But she told herself not to think like that. Shuku has indeed been meticulous over the years. He has never caused any trouble for the palace, and has always taken care of the daily lives of all of us. He arranged everything in an orderly manner. He does seem to be perfect, there is nothing to blame. Shu Qianjun said quietly. Hearing this, Shu Qinyao's eyes sparkled with hope, and she quickly asked, then can we? But Shu Qinjuan's words instantly dissipated the hope in her eyes. But because he is too perfect, he cannot stay in the palace. Shu Qianjun said, looking into Shu Qinyao's eyes, and said word by word, no matter how perfect he is, the blood flowing in his body has never been our Shu family's. Wu Dao is our biological brother. Shu Qinjuan's eyes flashed with darkness, and he finally said, he is just an outsider after all. Hearing this, Shu Qinyao's body softened and she collapsed on the bed, her eyes becoming empty again. Shu Qianjun watched this scene and she knew the pain Shu Qianyao was feeling. Even she couldn't find any fault with Shuku. Shuku secretly did so many things for Shu Qianyao and suffered so much, even if he was just an ordinary friend, it would be touching enough. What's more, they had been together day and night for 17 years. It doesn't matter if you can't get over it for a while. Shu Qianjun patted Shu Qianyao on the back, but time can melt everything. You are still young. One day you will know that if you want to gain something, you will inevitably lose something. No matter how much guilt you feel, it will slowly dissipate over time. Shu Qianjun stood up and slowly left the room. When Shu Qianyao was the only one left in the room, she couldn't help sobbing softly, but this is not fair to Shuku. 3 days later. Liu Baichuan and Qin Lian were puzzled as to why Shuku had locked himself in the room for 3 days without eating or drinking, and they thought something had happened to Shuku. That day, the old couple stood in front of Shuku's door, whispering. You old pervert, could it be that the guest got sick when he went to Zuianlu that day? Qin Lian asked with some suspicion. Don't talk nonsense. From that afternoon until now, I have explained it to you 36 times, I knelt on the washboard 16 times, and wrote 6 letters of guarantee. Why don't you believe it? Liu Baichuan replied angrily. Why did the guest stay at home for 3 consecutive days? I heard that the syphilis would break out that night, and his body would be covered with pustules. Qin Lian whispered, the guest has a strong sense of self-esteem. He might be too embarrassed to see us after contracting such a dirty disease. Why are you still talking? Don't I understand you men? Are you sure Kur was with you the whole day and didn't eat alone behind your back? Qin Lian said. Originally Liu Baichuan was still defending Shuku, but after hearing this last sentence he couldn't help but mutter, when you put it that way, it seems really possible. Liu Baichuan looked suspicious, and was obviously a little unconfident. After a moment, he pounded his knees heavily with both hands and said with an annoyed look, okay, you're eating alone before you even enter the house. What will happen after you enter the house? Boom! A finger bone hit Qin Lian's head violently, and her face turned black and the corners of her mouth twitched. Bang! At this moment, the door suddenly opened and the couple was leaning against the door. The door opened so suddenly that they lost their balance and fell into their house together. Uncle Liu, Aunt Qin, what are you doing? Shuku looked at the two of them with a simple face. No, nothing. The two of them stood up quickly, and Qin Lian looked Shuku up and down. There were no signs of illness, so the two looked at each other and felt relieved. Kua, your wedding to Ruobing is less than a month away. According to the rules, you have to come with me from today and deliver the invitations to her house one after another. Liu Baichuan said. Hearing this, Shuku blinked his eyes. He naturally knew about this. However, in the previous life, when people sent invitations to someone's home at this time, they were often turned away. The reason is nothing more than Shu Wudao. Logically speaking, even though he was no longer the Prince of Shu, the Liu family was still considered a large and powerful family in the imperial capital. In the Sui dynasty, besides being related to the emperor, there was another way to confer titles, which was through military merit. The Sui dynasty's military merit system has a total of 20 titles, and the highest title is Marquis for military merit. For example, the Jing'an Marquis mansion where Zhao Qianzi lived was where his ancestors were conferred the title of Marquis for their outstanding military achievements, and the legacy was passed down to their descendants. The Liu family had followed the Shu Wang mansion to fight on the battlefield for several generations and had made countless military achievements. Liu Baichuan had also inherited the title of Da Shucharn, which was the third highest title among the 20 titles. His rank was already quite high, so when the Liu family married off their daughter, the powerful clans in the imperial capital would at least give them some face and come to congratulate them. However, in his previous life, due to Shu Wudao's secret instigation, Liu Baichuan encountered many difficulties when he came to visit, and on the day of the wedding, there were very few people who came. It is so deserted that it has become a joke. In this life, looking at Liu Baichuan's happy face, Shuku really couldn't bear to tell him the truth. However, since he was reborn and this time it was only because of him, he naturally couldn't let Shu Wudao be so proud behind his back. The Li family in the imperial capital, the Zhu family in Jiangnan, the Wu family in Beeling. Seeing that none of the invitations he had prepared had been distributed, Liu Baichuan looked a little bitter. He didn't expect that when he went to their house in person, no one accepted the invitation. Some families didn't even open their doors when they heard that it was Liu who came to visit. This hit Liu Baichuan hard and he even began to doubt his life. Kua, we have been in this imperial capital for decades, and I don't even know when we got into such a bad situation. Hearing this, Shuku quickly comforted him, that's because they are blind. In fact, I accept that I am doing poorly. After all, I don't have any lofty ambitions. I am guarding the legacy left by my ancestors and living a comfortable life. It's just that this is a big deal for Ruobing. If your aunt knew that I didn't send out a single invitation this morning, my fate would probably be even more miserable than when I went to Zuianlu. Liu Baichuan had a sad face, and Shuku couldn't help but smile. As a father-in-law, I am afraid of my daughter-in-law to the core. Of course, love is love to the bone. Come on, Uncle Liu, I'll take you somewhere. Where are you going? You'll find out when you get there. Isn't it Zuianlu again? Chapter 13, Sky Dome Pavilion, Internal Jewel Arena. Jinqiang Pavilion is one of the industries controlled by the Wei family in the imperial capital. In addition to selling some martial arts techniques, spiritual herbs and elixirs, the most famous thing about it is its internal jewelling arena. Among the 4 major levels of heaven, earth, black and yellow, those who can stand in the heavenly level jewel arena must have a cultivation level of at least the Taichu level. The Sui dynasty valued martial arts and spiritual practice, and the monks had a natural admiration for the strong. Therefore, every cultivator in this heavenly jewel arena is like a star in the imperial capital. It is said that the strongest cultivator in the history of the Sky Pavilion could earn an astonishing 12,000 taels of gold for one appearance. You know, even a first-rank official in the court only received a monthly salary of 100 taels of gold. But in everyone's opinion, this is normal. How can a true strong person be measured by mere dirt like gold? Viewer, what are you doing here? Of course, let's duel. After paying the entrance fee, Shuku found a seat and sat down. The jewel arena of the Sky Dome Pavilion is arc-shaped, with 4 platforms in the center, where battles between the 4 major levels of heaven, earth, darkness and yellow take place. This platform is made of deep-sea black iron and is extremely strong. Even a strong person in the spiritual mansion realm would find it difficult to destroy it. It is said that a thumb-sized piece of deep-sea black iron is worth 1,000 taels of gold. The value of these 4 platforms can be imagined. However, the Wei family also has such strength. In addition to the daily admission fees, the bulk of its income still comes from the tasks issued to it by the major forces of the empire. As long as you have money, you can let Jinqiang Pavilion do anything for you, except assassinating the royal family. Even if you are unhappy with the Prime Minister of the Sui dynasty, as long as you can afford enough compensation, Qinqiang Pavilion can do it for you. Therefore, the Sky Dome Pavilion is a very unique existence in the empire. Many people hate it, but many people also need it. Uncle Liu, you sit here, I'll go sign up. Shuku said. Kuer, why do you have to get involved in this kind of fighting and killing? Liu Baichuan shouted. But Shuku had already joined the crowd of people signing up. The Great Sui dynasty was founded on martial arts, and everyone wants to become a strong person through practice. Although Kuo's practice is not high, he still has some aspirations for martial arts, which is understandable. Liu Baichuan nodded secretly. It's good to let him have some fun. Most of the people in the yellow rank jewel arena are cultivators at the Kaimai realm, so there shouldn't be any major danger. Thinking of this, Liu Baichuan was not so worried. He just didn't know why Shuku suddenly came to this jewel arena. Was there something he didn't know? Room number 3 of the jewel arena. Qinqiang Pavilion knows how to do business after all. In addition to the ordinary seats in the jewel arena, there are also 10 VIP rooms. This is a symbol of strength and status. Even the lowest room, number 10, requires a starting price of 1,000 gold coins to enter. As for the top-notch compartment number 1, everyone knew that it was prepared for the royal family and no one, no matter how powerful, was qualified to enter. In room number 3, beautiful maids came and went carefully serving tea and water, because the one who entered the room today was the eldest son of Prince Shu's mansion, Shu Wudao, who had recently become famous in the upper circles of the imperial capital. Tomorrow is Brother Shu's coronation banquet. When the time comes, I, your brother, will have to call you your highness. I'm afraid we can no longer address each other as brothers. A young man with a noble temperament teased. Hearing this, Shu Wudao smiled and waved his hands, saying, Brother Ju, that's not right. You are the young master of the Jiangnan Ju family. In the future, the 19 towns in Jiangnan will follow your lead. Although I have the title of a king, how can I compare to your carefree life, Brother Ju? Har ha har har, Ju Yu laughed heartily when he heard that. Besides, although I have inherited the title of King Shu, I still have little experience in the imperial capital. I hope Brother Ju can give me more support in the future. With Brother Ju's support, I will have more confidence in the imperial capital. Shu Wudao clasped his fists. Hit. Okay. Brother Shu, your business is my business. If I, Ju Yu, can be of any use to you, my Jiangnan Ju family should do its duty. The two of them flatter each other and seem to have similar tastes. But in the eyes of Shu Qinjiao, who was standing by, her younger brother had already learned how to make friends. Although the Shu Palace is one of the 8 kings of the empire, its influence in the court has been greatly reduced over the years. Being able to establish a relationship with the Ju family in Jiangnan will undoubtedly make it an extremely powerful ally for the Shu Palace. I've heard that Princess Qinjiao became a disciple of the head of the Qiu Academy of the Martial Arts Palace 6 years ago. I guess she has made great achievements in martial arts. At this time, Ju Yu turned to look at Shu Qinjiao and led the topic to Shu Qinjiao. Without waiting for Shu Qinjiao to speak, Shu Wudao smiled and said, That's right. Fifth sister is only 20 years old now, but she is already a cultivator in the late Heavenly Gate realm, and ranks 47th on the top 100 list of the Martial Arts Palace. Ju Yu was shocked when he heard this, and said quickly, The Martial Arts Palace is the holy place of martial arts in our great Sui dynasty. More than 10 great generals of the empire have emerged in the past 100 years, and 70% of the generals of the 4 major military departments are from the Martial Arts Palace. Princess Qinjiao is so young and yet she ranks so high on the top 100 list. Plus, the Western Route Army is under the jurisdiction of your Prince Shu's mansion. It seems that our great Sui will soon have a peerless general star. There are only 2 words that can maintain the relationship between clans, and that is interests. The Shu Palace was attracted by the Ju family's resources in the 19 towns of Jiangnan, and the Ju family was also attracted by the Shu Palace's influence in the imperial military. First, we had Princess Tianjun, a powerful person in the Taichu realm, in charge of the Western army. Now, Princess Qinjiao has risen to the top. The 7 sisters in your palace are all outstanding in their respective fields. We have to admit that Prince Shu's palace is full of talents. It won't be long before the glory of Prince Shu's palace is restored. This is what Ju Yu really thinks. In fact, many forces envied the long-missing Prince Shu for having 7 extremely outstanding daughters, each of whom could stand on their own when they grew up. Whenever there were incompetent children in the clan, the elders in the clan would cite Prince Shu's 7 daughters as examples. Look at the 7 daughters of Prince Shu, and then look at you. You are all born of mothers. Why is the gap between you so big? Shu Qinjiao listened to Zhu Yu's praise and smiled slightly without refutation. What the latter said was indeed what she was thinking. She couldn't let her elder sister support the palace alone. In the future, she would become her elder sister's right-hand man and wait until her parents came back. When the day comes when their parents come back, the 7 girls can proudly tell their parents that they have protected the palace's foundation. Mr. Zhu, you are too polite. We 7 women are only here to protect the foundation of the palace. If we really want to restore the former glory of the palace, we have to rely on Wu Dao. As she spoke, Shu Qinjiao looked at Shu Wudao and said seriously, Wudao, don't be anxious. After the coronation banquet is over tomorrow, I will pass on the heavenly sword cannon to you. This is the unique martial art of my Shu palace, and it is ranked as one of the 10 most powerful martial arts in the empire. Moreover, the heavenly absolute sword cannon is only passed down to men, not women. Once you practice it, you can realize the supreme sword heart, control the heavenly absolute sword way, and become unrivaled in power. We have tested your aptitude. You have perfectly inherited your father's heavenly sword body. As long as you practice well, within 10 years, you will surpass your elder sister and become the strongest fighter in our palace. Hearing what Shu Qinjiao said, Shu Wudao's eyes were also burning with enthusiasm. He had been coveting their Qian Ju sword classic for many days. As long as I have absolute strength, all 7 of you will have to obediently serve me. Besides, I, Shu Wudao, don't want to be trapped in this small Shu palace, or even this so-called empire. Shu Wudao's eyes were filled with ambition. When Zhu Yu heard this, his eyes changed. He naturally knew the power of Qian Ju sword classic. It seems that we really need to build a good relationship with Prince Shu's mansion. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. If Prince Shu's mansion rises again one day, our Jiangnan Ju family may also be able to enter the imperial capital and become a true imperial family. Zhu Yu also has a vision in his heart. Just as the 3 were chatting happily, someone suddenly came in to report. Prince. What's wrong? Prince, I was outside just now and saw Shu Ku. Kushu. After these words came out, Shu Wudao and Shu Qinjiao frowned slightly, and Zhu Yu's ears perked up and he instantly became interested. He knew very well that the previous Prince Shu was none other than Shu Ku. When the former prince and the current prince, the real prince and the fake prince, meet, it will be a good show to watch. What is he doing here with his meager skills? Shu Qinjiao stood up and looked at the jewel arena through the band window in front of her. Sure enough, she saw the familiar figure. Maybe brother Shu Ku also wants to join in the fun. Shu Wudao also looked at Shu Ku's figure with a hint of disdain in the corner of his eyes. Although he currently has no cultivation. But in Shu Wudao's opinion, he is destined to become a martial arts expert in the future, which is completely different from Shu Ku, an abandoned waste. Don't worry about him, he's just an outsider. Today I'm mainly bringing you to choose guards. As long as it's someone you like, even if he's a warrior in the heavenly ranked jewel arena, the palace has the financial resources to buy him for you. Shu Qinjiao said. Thank you, 5th sister. Shu Wudao smiled obediently. When Shu Ku returned to Liu Baichuan, the first duel began in time. Although the yellow rank jewel arena is full of people at the Kaimai stage, you still have to be careful with your cultivation level to avoid getting hurt. Liu Baichuan said, taking the jewel token from Shu Ku's hand. As expected of the Sky Pavilion, even the yellow level token is made of silver. Etc. Liu Baichuan played with the token and turned it to the back. The bright word Xian instantly made his heart tremble. He couldn't help but turn his head and said with a tangled look, Kuer, don't joke with me, did you take the wrong token? Listen to uncle, be good, and go back. Shu Ku smiled upon hearing this and said, Uncle Liu, I signed up for a Xian level jewel. Liu Baichuan. The veins on his forehead were exposed, and he wanted to go up and strangle Shu Ku's neck. Kuer, what I'm saying is, if you don't like our daughter, just say it directly. Don't punish me in this way. I don't want my daughter to be a widow at such a young age. Chapter 14. Is he really a genius? Uncle Liu, don't worry. I just want to see how far my cultivation has progressed. Shu Ku explained. As he spoke, he passed a ray of spiritual power to Liu Baichuan. The latter took it with some suspicion, and the next moment, his face suddenly shocked. Opening the meridians. 9th level. He couldn't quite believe it and directly pressed Shuku's wrist. He felt the spiritual energy in Shuku's body surging like a mighty river and as powerful as thunder. He also came from the Kaimai realm, but he asked himself, when he was at the 9th level of the Kaimai realm, his spiritual power was far from being as majestic and vast as Shuku's. 3 days ago, you were still at the 3rd level of opening meridians. Could it be that these 3 days, you have been in seclusion? Liu Baichuan stared at Shuku as if he was a monster. Shuku nodded slightly. Seeing this, Liu Baichuan couldn't help but take a breath. If Shuku had not lied to him, it would have taken Shuku only 3 days to break through from the 3rd level of Kai Meridian to the 9th level. 3 days and 6 levels. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed is unheard of. Even the current emperor, the most brilliant and talented person in the Sui dynasty, had never heard of such a rapid increase in cultivation. Are you really a genius? Liu Baichuan frowned and looked at Shuku. In response, Shuku smiled and said, only by mastering absolute strength can I protect the people I want to protect. Uncle Liu, Auntie, and Ruobing, I, Shuku, don't want to be an oriole in a greenhouse. If possible, I hope to be a warrior who protects you for your whole life. Looking at Shuku's burning gaze, Liu Baichuan was actually a little afraid to look directly into the light in his eyes. You little bastard, why are you acting so sentimental in front of me? Liu Baichuan scolded with a smile, but his face was filled with laughter. But even so, most of the warriors in the Shen level duel are at the Qi nourishing stage. Liu Baichuan's expression became solemn again. If anything goes wrong later, admit defeat immediately. It's okay to be embarrassed, but our lives are the most precious. Liu Baichuan instructed. Feeling Liu Baichuan's heartfelt care, Shuku nodded. Before he gains the strength to absolutely protect them, his life is indeed extremely precious. The 4 major duel arenas of Qindi Shen Wang have already begun, and the atmosphere in these duel arenas has instantly become high. However, most people's attention is focused on the heaven rank and earth rank. After all, the warriors there have the cultivation level of Heavenly Gate or even Primordial Stage, and the battle scenes are more impactful. After a while, the battle in the earth level duel arena came to an end, and a monk with a nether tiger combat body was bought by VIP compartment number 6 for 100,000 taels of gold. The monk also looked very happy. Many monks came to the duel arena, either for the huge bonus after winning the battle, some to hone themselves through real combat, and some hoped to use such a platform to be discovered and recruited by some powerful families in the imperial capital. Once you enter these powerful families, your cultivation resources will naturally undergo earth-shaking changes. If you want to go further on the path of martial arts, resources are always the most important thing. Shuku also stared at the heaven level and earth level dueling arenas, but in his opinion, these battles were too childish. In his previous life, he was able to step into the Fairyland, and even fought his way out of a bloody battle among a group of ancient clans and Taoist saints to become the immortal king. He truly licked his blood as he moved forward through mountains of swords and seas of fire. His combat experience is definitely top-notch in the vast Fairyland. After all, if you want to stand out among the holy bodies and divine veins, you must have something to show for it. Time passes by every second. More and more monks were spotted by the people in the VIP compartment and recruited. Many people were envious. Being able to enter the wealthy family of the imperial capital was like a leap over the Dragon Gate, and they would be on their way to success from then on. After a long time, it was finally Shuku's turn. Be careful. Liu Baichuan reminded again. Shuku turned around and gave him a reassuring smile, then came to the Shen level duel arena. Jingle. The bell is ringing. The first person who fought with Shuku was a sword cultivator. He was carrying a blood-red long sword and had a faint bloody aura around him. There is no doubt that this is a ruthless person who is probably responsible for many deaths. I am. Call out. Before the swordsman could introduce himself, Shuku disappeared in an instant and the former only saw a residual shadow passing in front of him. The next moment, his body fell heavily to the ground uncontrollably. Shuku didn't say anything, but just walked aside calmly, waiting for the next game to begin. From the time the bell rang to the time the swordsman fell down, it took only a breath, and the battle was over. Even the deacon of the Sky Dome Pavilion who was standing by to maintain order did not react. It was only after Shuku looked at him that the latter reacted and rang the bell again. Shukashin. The sword cultivator was quickly dragged away. In the seats, Liu Baichuan was already stunned. He remembered that after the game started, his crotch suddenly felt a little itchy. I just lowered my head and scratched it for a moment, and when I looked up again, the battle was over. Is he really a genius? However, the battle here did not attract much attention, and only a few people noticed this scene. In VIP room number 1, the young master of Qinqiang Pavilion, Wei Wuya, the master of the Wei family in the imperial capital, is playing chess with Xie Zhizhan, the second son of the Duke of Jinan, and they are having a lot of fun on the game. Old Xie, you, a bad chess player, have been practicing a lot recently, and your chess skills have improved a lot. Wei Wuya looked at the chessboard with a frown, holding the white piece. Bullshit, it's obviously you who have been going to Zuianlu too often recently. What's the matter? Chun Shisan Niang has been taken away, and you have found a new target. Xie Zhizhan said sarcastically. Get lost. I never go to places of prostitution. Don't try to smear myself on you. What's the matter? Did your father really make you change your gender after whipping you last time? Fuck. I don't want to play with you anymore. You are deliberately messing with my mentality. I will strangle you to death. The two of them were in a mess, and the chess pieces were scattered all over the floor. One of the white pieces rolled and rolled until it reached the window. It happened to fall next to a pair of spotless grey cloth shoes. Wei Wuya was still thinking about pressing on Xie Zhizhan, but Xie Zhizhan quickly said, "Stop playing. Look at what Big Brother is looking at. Are you so engrossed in it?" Wei Wuya turned around and looked when he heard that. I saw a young man in simple clothes standing by the window. The young man had a handsome face, a high nose bridge, and a natural good appearance. His long hair was tied with a black ribbon behind his back, giving him the temperament of a scholar. Of course, the most important thing is that his temperament is as calm as the green pines, and as broad-minded as the rivers. Brother, what's so interesting? Did you see some good talents in the heavenly level duel arena? Wei Wuya and Xie Zhizhan walked forward and stood side by side with the young man. The young man had deep eyes, and it was hard to tell whether he was sad or happy. The two followed his gaze, but found that his eyes were actually fixed on the Shen level duel arena. Brother, is it possible that there is anyone in the Shen level duel arena who can catch your eye? Wei Wuya said with an exaggerated smile. Xie Zhizhan pursed his lips and said calmly, Brother, as a member of the royal family, don't you know his vision? In recent years, there have been few heaven-level duel arenas that he has taken a fancy to, and a mysterious level duel arena. I'm afraid it's impossible. But at this time, the young man shook his head. Look at that man. The young man pointed and said nothing else. Upon hearing this, the two of them also looked over. Who else could be in the Shen level duel arena besides Shu Ku? This is the third opponent he has faced. Jingle. The bell is ringing. With the lessons learned from the first two people, the third one was ready for battle as soon as he came on the court. After all, the previous two were killed instantly after one encounter. He didn't want to end up like that. Shu Ku looked at his opponent in front of him and waited silently. What he is good at is always countering the opponent's moves and striking back after being attacked. Seeing that Shu Ku did not take the initiative to attack, the man also imitated Shu Ku and stood in place and prepared for a fighting stance, but still did not dare to take action. The two of them were in a weird stalemate. Hit him? What are you standing there for? People below had gradually noticed the abnormality here and couldn't help but shout. Shu Ku, however, looked calm and indifferent. What we are comparing is our character. If Shu Ku was asked to wait, he could wait for 3 days and 3 nights, but the opponent in front of him obviously did not have such a good temper. Soon, an incense stick of time passed, and the man finally couldn't bear it anymore. The violent spiritual power exploded instantly, and then he kicked up and leaped up like a tiger, carrying a faint tiger shadow and pressing towards Shu Ku. At this time, Shu Ku finally moved. Call out. A shadow flashed by and the battle ended. Good. Below, Liu Baichuan couldn't help but shout out loud, looking excited. He seemed even more excited than when he himself went on stage. Shukashin. Followed by the 4th, 5th and 6th. But no one even gave Shu Ku the chance to make a second move. Qinqiang Pavilion also discovered the abnormality here, and the cultivation level of the opponents assigned to Shu Ku also increased. From the first level of Qi Nourishing, to the third level of Qi Nourishing, and then to the 5th level, by the time of the 10th opponent, Shuku's opponent's cultivation had reached the 8th level of Qi nourishing. It was also at this time that most people in the duel arena began to focus their attention on Shuku. What happened? That person seemed to have been on the stage the whole time and never came down. 10 consecutive wins. Someone said solemnly. Exclamations suddenly rang out one after another. 10 consecutive victories are very rare in Qinqiang Pavilion. Even a Shen-level duel arena is very rare. In order to avoid being one-sided, the Qinqiang Pavilion will focus on the choice of opponents according to the battle situation. After all, it's a business. If one person wins continuously, a lot of bonuses will have to be given out. Can Qinqiang Pavilion still make money? Therefore, 10 consecutive victories are quite rare in Qinqiang Pavilion. That person's cultivation is a bit strange. No. He is still at the Kaimai stage. Why is he in the Shen-level duel arena? Shouldn't he be at the Huang level? As soon as these words fell, exclamations rang out again in the venue. This is the key point. A person at Kaimai realm won 10 games in a row in the Shen-level duel arena. Before that, the most powerful opponent he had encountered was at the 7th level of Yangqi. This person has been fighting above his level. This change of Shuku also attracted the attention of the VIP compartment. In room number 3, Shu Qinjiao, Shu Wudao and Zhu Yu looked at Shuku, who was the center of everyone's attention, with different expressions. Shuku, he. Shu Wudao looked a little dazed and shocked, but more of it was ferocious. He never considered Shuku as an opponent. Deep down in his heart, Shuku is just an ant who can't even control his own destiny. As long as he wants, he could crush it to death with just a flick of his hand. He even disdained to take action against Shuku, because he was destined to become King Shu, a royal duke of the empire, and move towards an even broader world in the future. The two of them have always been from two different worlds. But suddenly, Shu Wudao discovered. How come the ant that I once despised seems to have become a little different? The most important thing is, he himself is only at the Kaimai realm, but why do you, Shuku, act so awesome now? You dare to show off in front of me, Shu Wudao, Shuku, you are simply courting death. Chapter 15, Straight to the Peak of Qi Cultivation. This kid is weird. It seems that this Shuku is not as useless as the rumors say. In room number 3, Zhu Yu couldn't help but speak. Looking at Shuku standing calmly on the duel arena, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle with a strange look. He was no stranger to Shuku. After all, before this, Shuku, as the prince of Prince Shu's mansion, had an extraordinary status. Unfortunately, Shuku is a very low-key person and rarely appears in public. Among the 8 royal palaces of the empire, Shuku seems to have the weakest reputation. He never formed cliques, never showed up in public, and never socialized with others. He seemed to be the invisible prince of Prince Shu's mansion. Not long ago, the real Prince Shu returned, and Shu Qianjun took Shu Wudao to visit many clans in succession. In addition, His Majesty issued an imperial decree the day before yesterday, allowing Shu Wudao to inherit the title of Prince Shu. Shu Wudao's popularity was unparalleled in the imperial capital at that time. No one paid any attention to Shuku, an invisible person. But now, the charm exuding from Shuku made Zhu Yu doubt, could it be that Shuku has been hiding his incompetence all these years? What does he want? Shu Wudao listened to Zhu Yu's undisguised surprise and admiration, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. The hands hidden in his sleeves were clenched into fists, full of jealousy. But he did not express his dissatisfaction because he knew that kind of behavior was something only cannon fodder would do. He has to rely on his brain, his IQ, and stand on the moral high ground. Brother Shuku is indeed excellent. Over the years, he has not only managed the palace in an orderly manner, but he has also not neglected his cultivation. Shu Wudao spoke softly, his tone seeming to carry a hint of loss and grievance. Unlike me, I am only at the first level of Kaimai realm now. How can I support the huge foundation of the palace in the future? Compared to Brother Shuku, I am really so far behind. After these words were spoken, Zhu Yu on the side could not help but raise his eyebrows. Huh. It tastes very strong like tea. But Shu Wudao's words had a different meaning when heard by Shu Qinjiao. Hearing her own brother so disappointed, her heart ached. Wudao has been wandering in foreign places for many years and suffered a lot. Now he is at the age when self-esteem is the most important. Faced with Shuku's sudden excellence, he naturally feels a little self-deprecating. These days she has come to understand her younger brother's personality to some extent. He is very well behaved, obedient and sensible. It is precisely because I am sensible that I consider others in everything, and I dare not tell my sisters many of my inner thoughts. But the more this happened, the more guilty Shu Qinjiao and the others felt. Their brother should have brought glory to the imperial capital like the princes of other royal palaces, and should not be like this now. When she thought of this, she became even more dissatisfied with Shu Ku. Wu Dao, don't think like that. You still have a long future ahead of you. Shu Ku simply entered the palace by mistake. Everything he has was stolen from you. When you inherit the throne and practice the heavenly sword cannon, Shu Ku will not be able to catch up with you even if he tries hard. Shu Qinjiao looked at Shu Wudao tenderly and consoled him carefully. Wudao, remember, some people start early, but may not be able to reach the end. Some people start late, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can't catch up with others. You are the prince of Shu Wangfu, the backbone of Shu Wangfu's future. All the resources of Shu Wangfu will be tilted towards you. In the future, you will definitely be the brightest star in the empire. Hearing Shu Qinjiao say this, Shu Wudao sniffed with a touched look on his face. Then, he nodded resolutely and said affirmatively, "Sister is right, it's my inferiority complex that's at work. Brother Shu's excellence is his own, and my future is mine too. As long as I work harder now, I will definitely be able to surpass Brother Shu. I will definitely be able to live up to the expectations my sisters have of me." That's good. Seeing that Shu Wudao took it to heart, Shu Qinjiao smiled with relief. The next moment, she turned to look at Shu Ku on the jewel field, and her eyes changed instantly, full of sharpness and gloom. At this moment, in the room, only Ju Yu had a changing expression, as if he had eaten a fly, and could only use an expressionless face to cover up the mixed feelings in his heart. The Sky Pavilion hasn't been this lively for many years. Yes. There is a Pei Qin Her in the heavenly stage jewel arena. He is only 26 years old but has already reached the primordial stage. He has mastered the jewel attributes of water and fire, and has a rare fire bone spirit body. He is the strongest warrior in the heavenly stage jewel arena in the past 100 years. The earth level jewel arena also has a Jianglan, who is already at the heaven level at a young age. Although he doesn't have any special physique, his fighting power is so strong that few of his peers can rival him. He is simply a warrior born for battle. Now, there is a monster in the Shen level jewel arena who is at the Kaimai level and can fight against a monster at the Yangqi level 7. This kind of combat power is first class among people of the same level in the empire. The Sky Dome Pavilion is indeed a place where geniuses emerge. The Qinqiang Pavilion was extremely popular at this time, with more and more people pouring in. The person in charge of the Qinqiang Pavilion did not expect that the jewel field would be so lively today, so he hurriedly reported to his superiors and directly brought in hundreds of thugs to maintain order around the scene, for fear of any accidents. The battle continues. Pei Qian in the Heaven Grade Jewel Arena and Jiang Lan in the Earth Grade Jewel Arena were naturally the focus of attention, but the two of them were already well-known strong men. Although Shu Ku was in the mysterious Grade Jewel Arena, the battle was not that intense. Kusheng was a stranger in front of Shu Ku, and his performance was quite amazing. For a moment, the whole audience was paying attention to him. The two people in front of him became just supporting roles, and only a small number of people paid attention to him. VIP Room Number 1. Young Master, should we send more warriors into battle? The person in charge of the jewel arena asked Wei Wuya cautiously. Wei Wuya glanced at the young man in front of the light curtain, then nodded and said, "One warrior at the 8th level of Qi cultivation, one warrior at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, and one warrior at the peak of Qi cultivation, please come. Remember, the combat power must match the cultivation level. Don't use some silver spears and candlesticks that look good but are useless. The outside world will think that we in the Sky Pavilion are all good for nothings." "Yes, young master. I'll do it right away." The person in charge responded quickly and gave the order. "There are not many people who can interest you, so this time I will test the waters for you to see if that guy really has something." Wei Wuya said with a smile. "Don't kill that guy all at once, otherwise my brother will blame you." Xie Zhizhan said lightly. "R." After hearing this, Wei Wuya quickly stood up and wanted to call the person in charge back. But at this time, the young man raised his hand slightly. "Just do as you're told. The person I, Yang Fuyan, like should not be an ordinary person. I hope I am not wrong." Looking at Shuku standing in the Shen-level jewel arena, shining brightly, it would be a lie for Liu Baichuan to say he was not excited. He didn't expect that Shuku, the son-in-law he had actively sought out, would give him such a big surprise today. No, it should be said that ever since Shuku stepped into the gate of Liu Mansion, he has been refreshing his cognition. Shuku did save the Liu family. The Liu family is a vassal family of Prince Shu's mansion, and he has dealt with them many times over the years. The impression Shuku has left on him is that he is as gentle as jade and remains unmoved by fame or disgrace. Although he is not as good as other princes of royal palaces, he is either outstanding in literary talent, amazing in martial arts, or good at getting along with everyone in the court. Shuku was aloof and independent from the oppression of his clan, and devoted himself to the palace. It was precisely because of these two reasons that when he learned that Shuku was going to be expelled from the palace, he took the initiative to go to Shu Qianjun and ask him to accept Shuku as his wife, offering a lot of money. First of all, I am grateful. Secondly, given Shuku's personality, he doesn't have the cunning mind of those princes of royal palaces, and he will most likely get along very harmoniously with his daughter Liu Ruobing in the future. Therefore, he only sought harmony in his family and never expected Shuku to do anything great. But which father in the world doesn't want his daughter to marry a capable man? This is a thought buried deep in Liu Baichuan's heart. But now, Shuku brought him surprises one after another. At this moment, Shuku was like a young god of war, at the top and undefeated in the Shen-level jewel arena. Good son-in-law. Keep going. Fuck him to death. Liu Baichuan shouted loudly with his face flushed. Shuku stood in the jewel arena, surrounded by extremely noisy noise. He only saw Liu Baichuan shouting at him with a red face, but he didn't know what he was shouting. Jingle. The bell rang. A dull atmosphere suddenly rose, and then a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the jewel arena. Dongkuan. 8th level of Qi cultivation. Call out. Before he could finish speaking, Shuku's attack came in an instant. Bang. But the battle did not end in one move like before. Dongkuan calmly formed a spiritual net in front of him, completely offsetting Shuku's attack. Even so, Dongkuan couldn't help but reveal horror in his eyes. It was only because his spiritual net was an earth-level martial art, and could easily dissolve even an attack from a strong man in the Heavenly Gate realm. However, although his spiritual net dissolved a part of Shuku's instantaneous attack, a part of the force still hit him, directly knocking him back several steps. What a terrifying Ling Wei! What kind of freak is this kid? Dongkuan didn't dare to be careless. When everyone in the jewel arena saw this scene, they started talking about it. This man has finally met his match. Yeah, I was a little numb from watching it just now. I really thought he would solve the problem with one move just like before. It's awesome, but there's nothing to watch. Dongkuan has been in the jewel arena for several years and is very stable. I'm afraid this kid is going to suffer. But just as everyone was discussing, a dull sound was heard in the field, and everyone saw Dongkuan's figure being slapped away by Shuku and fell directly out of the jewel arena. Although it wasn't as bad as the previous defeat, it was still a defeat after all. The discussion stopped abruptly. This. On the jewel field, Shuku closed his palms. Sure enough, I finally feel the pressure. It takes 2 moves to resolve the battle. Shuku whispered to himself. If Dongkuan heard this, the mental attack he would suffer would be far more unbearable than the current failure. Hurry up. Go straight to the peak of Qi cultivation. He solved the battle with just 2 moves. This kid is really evil. Below, the person in charge of the jewel arena directly skipped the 9th level of Qi cultivation and allowed the cultivator at the peak of Qi cultivation to enter the arena. Chapter 16 Shu Qianjiao, take action personally. But as expected, this cultivator at the peak of Qi cultivation was defeated after just 3 moves. Please imagine the battle process yourself. Anyway, it's just ho ho ho. Tilde 3. The jewel arena was silent at this time. No matter how fierce the battle between the heaven-level jewel arena and the earth-level jewel arena was, no one cheered for it. So much so that in the end, Pei Qianhe in the heavenly grade jewel arena and Jiang Lan in the earthly grade jewel arena both gave up the fight and stood on the field looking towards the mysterious grade jewel arena. What a ridiculous scene this is. VIP room number 1. Yang Fuyan's eyes trembled, and Wei Wuya and Xie Zhizhang behind him both had solemn expressions. Brother, this Shuku seems to be really extraordinary. Wei Wuya said. Given their status, it would only take a little time to find out Shu Ku's identity. I have been in Prince Shu's mansion for 17 years, but my reputation is not well known. Even we have only heard of this name. After the real Prince Shu returned, he was kicked out of the palace, but now he has become a sensation. Brother, this Shu Ku is really unexpected. Xie Zhizhan said seriously. Yang Fuya nodded, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Shu Ku became a little more passionate. Over the years, he has recruited many talented people and met countless martial arts geniuses, but this is the first time that one has made him lose his composure like today. Brother, do you want to recruit him? Xie Zhizhan glanced at Yang Fuyan, then pondered, this man's family background is clean. With his talent, he has great potential in martial arts. With a little training, he will surely become a sharp blade in your hands. But... Xie Zhizhan paused. Yang Fuyan turned and looked at Xie Zhizhan. But if we do this, we might end up standing on the opposite side of Prince Shu's palace. Prince Shu's seventh daughter is determined to expel Shu Ku from the palace in order to pave the way for Shu Wudao. I'm worried. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Yang Fuyan just smiled slightly. If it was the prosperous Shuwang mansion, I would have to give it some ground. Although Shuwang mansion has Shu Qianjun at its head, she is just a woman after all. As for Shu Wudao, he has not yet grown up and is not worth mentioning. Even if Prince Shu's mansion is dissatisfied, what can they do? Does His Highness want to protect someone, but he still has to consider Prince Shu's mansion's attitude? Yang Fuyan sneered. The Sui dynasty's world belongs to the Yang family. Even though he had no chance of becoming emperor in the eyes of the people of the world, he didn't even have the qualifications to compete for the throne. But given his status and position, even if the former Prince Shu returned, he would have to respectfully address him as His Highness. Come on. Since Big Brother has already developed the idea of loving talent, old Xie, you should stop whining and complaining. Wei Wuya smiled rather wantonly. He didn't care about the twists and turns here. He was the young master of the Wei family in the imperial capital, although he would not be able to inherit the power of the Wei family in the future. But what's the point of having that power? Live happily every day. Why worry about what happens after death when you are alive? Wuya, please invite guest Shu to come here and chat later. Yang Fuyan said lightly. VIP compartment number 3. The jealousy in Shu Wudao's heart was about to overflow, but he remained calm on the surface. Awesome, awesome. Even the cultivators at the peak of the nourishing Qi realm are unable to defeat him. Will the Qinqiang Pavilion send out a strong man from the Qinguan realm to fight him? Zhu Yu couldn't help but speak as he looked at Shu Ku's figure. The current situation in the jewel arena is indeed as Zhu Yu said. The person in charge of the jewel arena was also in a dilemma. Such a strange thing has never happened since the establishment of the Qinqiang Pavilion jewel arena. Shu Ku was the first person in history who had no one left to send to the jewel arena. Could it be that a cultivator from the Qinguan realm was really sent to deal with this? That's too bullying. Although Shu Ku was extremely amazing and had no rivals in the Yangqi realm, the cultivator in the Qinguan realm had already broken through the shackles of the Qinguan realm, and his spiritual energy could leave his body. His spiritual power was several times stronger than that in the Yangqi realm. It could be said that a qualitative change had taken place. This level of realm gap can never be forcibly made up by so-called combat power. The person in charge had no choice but to ask Wei Wuya for instructions. A moment later, the person in charge returned to the scene with a happy face and shouted to everyone, the Sky Pavilion has issued a notice. If anyone can fight Shu Ku and defeat him, he will be rewarded with a copy of the Earth-level sword manual and 1,000 spirit stones. If no one can fight Shu Ku, the reward will go to Shu Ku alone. Only cultivators below the Heavenly Gate realm can participate. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue suddenly became restless. The Earth-level sword manual. If I sell it, it will be worth at least 10,000 taels of gold. Sell? You're so stupid. This is an Earth-level sword manual, it's priceless. Once you practice it to perfection, your combat power will increase exponentially. This value cannot be measured by gold. Also, this time, the Sky Pavilion actually took out 1,000 spirit stones. These are spirit stones. Not gold. 10 taels of gold can only be exchanged for 1 spirit stone. It seems that the Sky Pavilion really has no warriors worth showing off. I admire this boy. In VIP room number 3, even Xu Qianjie's eyes trembled in shock at the news. Although Prince Shu's mansion is large and powerful, it still costs money to maintain relationships with various clans, maintain subordinate industries, and maintain expenses in the mansion. The palace's apparent annual income was only about 200,000 taels. Spiritual stones grow in spiritual veins. There are no more than 40 spiritual veins of all sizes in the territory of the Sui dynasty. Each spirit stone is very precious. It is said that one spirit stone is worth 10 taels of gold, but no one would be stupid enough to exchange spirit stones for gold. After all, spirit stones are the most indispensable part for cultivators. The amount of spiritual stones stored in Prince Shu's mansion was no more than 20,000. 1,000 taels of spirit stones is indeed a lot. No wonder the Qinqiang Pavilion is so wealthy. I'm so envious of Brother Shu Ku. I wish I could have his talent. Shu Wudao said dejectedly. Zhu Yu scratched his head after hearing this. When Shu Qinjiao heard this, her eyes became even more fierce. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward. In just a moment, many people came up to challenge, but they were all defeated without exception. After a few rounds, everyone calmed down. The earth-level sword manual and the 1,000 taels of spirit stones were not so easy to obtain. Well. At this time, Shu Wudao sighed. Shu Qinjiao turned around and looked at Shu Wudao, only to see that Shu Wudao had a lonely look on his face, with a hint of longing in his eyes, a bit of unwillingness, and a hint of inferiority. Seeing this, Shu Qinjiao frowned. No, we can't let Shu Ku continue to win like this. This will bring psychological pressure to Wudao. What he needs now is confidence. Thinking of this, Shu Qinjiao suddenly sat up from her seat, then turned around and left the room. Fifth sister. What are you going to do? Are you going to take action yourself? No, fifth sister. You don't have to do this yourself. Shu Wudao was still shouting, but there was a sinister smile on his lips. What he wanted was for Shu Qinjiao to die personally. If it is impossible to stop Shu Ku's winning streak on the field, letting Shu Ku and Shu Qinjiao become further enemies is also a possible option. Inside the venue, the person in charge looked around and saw that no one dared to go on stage, so he was about to speak. In that case, then I declare. Call out. The sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Amidst countless astonished gazes, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared on the scene. Shu Ku had originally planned to call it a day, but the sudden appearance of a powerful aura made him look startled. Someone is coming on stage. It's a strong man from the Qingguan realm. Didn't it say that only those below the Heavenly Gate realm can participate? She violated the rules. Everyone was talking about it. The person in charge was about to open his mouth to explain, but Shu Qinjiao's voice rang out around the venue. I suppressed my cultivation to the qi nourishing stage, so it doesn't count as a violation of the rules. This. Everyone was hesitant to speak after hearing this. Upon seeing this, the person in charge hurried to room number 1 to ask for instructions. Allow. After a moment, the person in charge returned to the field and shouted, the rules allow it. Swish. Exclamations rang out one after another. If I'm not mistaken, that is Shu Qinjiao, the 5th princess of Prince Shu's mansion, right? I have a friend in the martial arts palace. He told me that this 5th princess has only been in the palace for 6 years, but she has already ranked among the top 100. Her strength is extremely powerful. Wouldn't it be beneath the dignity of Prince Shu to personally participate? Moreover, he is at the Heavenly Gate realm. Even if he suppresses his cultivation, he is still suspected of cheating. Do you think Prince Shu's mansion still cares about this little reward? Don't you know that Shu Ku was originally the prince of Prince Shu's mansion? He was just a fake prince. As soon as these words were spoken, the rumors that had been circulating in the community these days were instantly brought to the surface. Now, this is interesting. Everyone's original doubts immediately turned into expectations. This is what the so-called busybodies are like. They no longer care whether this battle can be fought or not. They just want to eat this melon from beginning to end. In compartment number 1. Brother, it seems that this Shu Ku is really not liked by Prince Shu's mansion. I didn't expect that Shu Qinjiao would end up like this. Xie Zhizhan said. I think Shu Ku will most likely lose this battle. Even if his cultivation is suppressed, the Qingguan realm has a qualitative improvement in both physical fitness and spiritual power, which is far beyond the Yangqi realm. What's more, he is only at the Kaimai realm. Wei Wuye also stopped playing around and said solemnly, but if Shu Ku can win this time, then this guy can really be won over. Let's wait and see. Yang Fuyan said calmly, his eyes revealing expectation. On the jewel field. Shu Ku looked at Shu Qinjiao, who appeared in front of him, and he was not surprised. How could I have deserved to have the fifth princess come out in person? If the princess is interested in the earth-level sword manual and the 1,000 spirit stones, I can admit defeat. Shu Ku said calmly. Shut up. Shu Qinjiao looked at Shu Ku with disgust. Shu Ku frowned. Since you have been expelled from the palace, you should just live your life honestly. Why are you trying to attract attention here? Hearing this, Shu Ku narrowed his eyes and asked, What do you mean by that, fifth commander lady? What do you mean? Shu Ku, have you been hiding your abilities these years? I don't know where you got the news that I brought Wu Dao here today. You are so arrogant, aren't you just trying to show me your talent? Aren't you just trying to make me regret expelling you from the mansion? Aren't you just trying to disgust me here? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Shu Ku was stunned at first, but soon smiled bitterly. I really didn't know that Shu Qinjiao and Shu Wudao were here in advance. Even though he had memories of his past life, he did not remember such an incident. It turned out that I was so unbearable in her eyes. I'm telling you, Shu Ku, put away those dirty thoughts of yours. I can tell you very clearly that we seven sisters have never regretted expelling you from the mansion. You do have some talent in martial arts, I admit that, but when Wu Dao learns the heavenly sword canon, your talent will be no match for him. As she spoke, she stared at Shu Ku fiercely and said word by word, compared with Wu Dao, you are not even as good as a hair on his body. Shu Ku never expected that Shu Qinjiao would use such words to confront him. But he was more curious about. Which hair on his body are you talking about? Chapter 17. It's easy to find excuses to accuse someone of a crime. After these words were spoken, Shu Qinjiao's originally aggressive face suddenly froze, and her mind was unable to react for a moment. Which hair? After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something, and her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then she looked at Shu Ku as if she wanted to kill him on the spot with a knife. Shu Ku! How dare you? Before he finished speaking, Shu Qinjiao's face was filled with anger, and the spiritual power around him suddenly shook. The violent spiritual power spread wildly around her body, so that the entire jewel arena could feel a sharp aura. The next moment, he stomped his foot, jumped up, and with his right hand wrapped in green spiritual energy, he slapped Shu Ku. Boom! Everyone felt the power of this palm. Although the fifth commandery princess is only at the Heavenly Gate realm, there are also strong and weak people at the Heavenly Gate realm, not to mention that she is at the late Heavenly Gate realm. Coupled with the advantage of the martial arts palace, under normal circumstances, she may be able to compete with the Taichu realm strongmen. Even if she actively suppressed her cultivation to the Qi nourishing stage, her terrifying spiritual might still has the power of the Heavenly Gate. There were many sharp-eyed people in the field, who could see the power of Shu Qinjiao's palm at a glance, and she did not hold back at all in this palm. When everyone heard this, they looked at Shu Ku with a hint of sympathy. He was originally from the same prefecture. Although there is no blood relationship. But there should be many years of getting along with each other. But this scene made everyone wonder, what on earth did Shu Ku do to anger God and man that made the fifth princess of the Shu family be so cruel and merciless? Looking at the powerful aura coming from Shu Qinjiao, Shu Ku also felt a hint of pressure. In order to get the dean of the Chu Yuan of the martial arts palace to accept Shu Qinjiao, he served tea and water and met many of the dean's requirements, which successfully allowed Shu Qinjiao to enter the martial arts palace. When Shu Ku thought of the time when he was mercilessly whipped by Dean Qiu, he couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body, but when he thought about it, he missed it very much. If I have time, I should go to Chu Yuan and meet this old friend. As his thoughts turned back, Shu Ku's eyes fixed. Just as Shu Qinjiao's palm was about to attack, he suddenly pushed it away lightly. Shu Qinjiao's palm was fierce. However, Shu Ku's palm strike seemed weak and powerless, like a gentle breeze blowing on the face. Seeing this, Shu Qinjiao sneered. Shu Ku, it seems that you really have some talent. I just demonstrated this palm at home and you learned it secretly. But this is not the way you use the spiritual transformation palm. As soon as the sound falls, the applause arrives. Moment. Shu Ku and Shu Qinjiao slammed their palms together. Bang! Only a dull sound was heard, and the next moment, everyone heard Shu Qinjiao's scream. How is that possible? The two men's palms clashed with each other, but in just a moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy separated them. Shu Qinjiao, take a step back. Shu Ku was forced to retreat 3 steps. Shu Qinjiao took the advantage. But this shouldn't be the result. Shu Qinjiao stared at Shu Ku intently. She had already mastered the soul transformation palm to perfection. Combined with her own spiritual power at the Heavenly Gate realm, she should be able to blast Shu Ku out with overwhelming force. But now, Shu Ku only took 3 steps back. Although he seemed to have the advantage. But she knew in her heart that if Shu Ku was not only at the Kaimai stage, with the same level of cultivation, her palm meridians would have been broken long ago. There's something wrong with your spirit transformation palm. Shu Qinjiao keenly found the reason. She could feel that Shu Ku's spirit transformation palm was soft and endless. Her own palm was quite powerful, but facing Shu Ku, it was like punching cotton. She had no power at all. Instead, some of the power was rebounded by the soft power in Shu Ku's palm. Facing Shu Qinjiao's questioning, Shu Ku looked indifferent. The spiritual transformation palm is not the way you use it. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Ku took the initiative and directly rushed forward with spiritual power. One palm after another. Looks soft. In fact, it is very strong. Around the jewel arena, everyone felt that Shu Ku's footsteps were as fast as a dragon or a tiger, his attacks were like a torrential rain, and he kept talking. Brother! You have such a sharp eye. This Shu Ku is simply a monster. Wei Wuya was shocked by the scene on the field and couldn't help but speak. He actually managed to not only not lose to Shu Qinjiao in the battle, but also took the initiative to attack and control the rhythm of the battle. Yang Fuyan nodded in agreement and said, Shu Ku's strength lies not in his attack but in his momentum. How old is he? 17. Xie Zhizhang replied. But his extremely sophisticated fighting skills and control over the rhythm of the battle should not be possessed by someone of his age. Yang Fuyan looked surprised. At this moment in the duel, Shu Qinjiao felt extremely aggrieved. Facing Shu Ku's violent attack, she could defend herself. But it is entirely dependent on the advantage of realm and the quality of the spiritual power in the Qinguan realm. She came here to get rid of Shu Ku as quickly as possible, destroy Shu Ku, and build up Shu Wudao's self-confidence. But the situation was completely opposite to what she expected. We can't continue to be in a stalemate. Thinking of this, Shu Qinjiao suddenly exerted force, the spiritual energy in the meridians in her body gathered at her fingertips, and then pointed at Shu Ku. Blue star finger. Boom! The powerful force attacked Shu Ku directly in the face. Shu Ku dodged, which gave Shu Qinjiao a chance to escape. The two stood facing each other again. Shu Qinjiao's eyes revealed shock. She stared at Shu Ku and said word by word, gritting her teeth, how far have you cultivated your spiritual transformation palm? She hadn't noticed it before, but facing Shu Ku's continuous attacks, she finally discovered something strange. Shu Ku did not answer Shu Qinjiao's question. The spirit transformation palm, after embarking on the path of cultivation in the previous life, he had already practiced it to perfection. Although he has only reached the 9th level of Kaimai realm now, with his understanding of this profound martial art from his previous life, it only takes a moment for him to master it thoroughly, and then easily master the soul transformation palm of the perfect realm. It can be said that he was able to suppress Shu Qinjiao because of his absolute advantage in understanding martial arts. Seeing that Shu Ku did not respond, Shu Qinjiao looked unhappy. Shu Ku, you are trying so hard to hide your incompetence, what exactly do you want to do? In her eyes, Shu Ku was just a housekeeper who used to take care of the palace's internal affairs, but now he has such achievements. She couldn't help but wonder what Shu Ku's purpose was in hiding his incompetence all these years. I should be thankful that I kicked you out of the palace in time. Otherwise, if I had allowed you to stay in the palace, who knows what you would have done in the future. Speaking of this, Shu Qinjiao felt a little scared. Shu Ku must have evil ambitions that the 7 sisters are unaware of. Listening to what Shu Qinjiao said, Shu Ku's expression gradually became indifferent. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. There's no need to explain. After living a new life, he still felt tired. Feeling chilled. The former turned a blind eye to his efforts for the palace over the years. Once you show abilities beyond their understanding, you will be suspected of having ulterior motives. After 17 years of living together day and night, how come he didn't realize that the 7 sisters he once carefully cared for were so cold and indifferent? Chapter 18, Looking at each other, only disappointment remains. No words. No explanation. That's the default. Shuku, today I, Shu Qinjiao, will clean up the mess. Seeing Shuku's silence, Shu Qinjiao was even more certain that the former had ulterior motives. In a fit of rage, the spiritual power in her body surged. Then he clenched his right hand, and a snow-white long sword appeared in his hand. In an instant, a sharp sword energy burst out from the long sword, attracting the attention of everyone in the duel arena. That's a spiritual sword. Being able to emit this kind of sword energy unintentionally, the quality of this spiritual sword is probably at least a Shen-grade spiritual weapon. Shu Qinjiao is really going to get serious now. Everyone looked at the magic sword in Shu Qinjiao's hand and exclaimed in surprise. In room number 1, Xie Zhizhang frowned suddenly when he saw this. She is a foul. She is originally a cultivator at the Heavenly Gate realm. Although she has actively suppressed her cultivation, it is really a bit too much for her to take out a Shen-grade spiritual sword. Yang Fuyan also looked at the situation on the field indifferently. Although it's a bit excessive, it's not a foul after all. After all, being able to possess a spirit sword is also part of one's strength. I just don't know how Shuku will deal with it next. Although Yang Fuyan's expression was calm, there was a hint of worry in his peaceful eyes. It is unexpected that Shuku could force the 5th princess to use the Shen-grade spiritual sword. In room number 3, Juyu spoke with a look of shock. Shu Wudao looked at the light screen and did not respond. But the fierceness in his eyes already explained something. Green sword shadow. There was only a low shout from the center, and Shu Qinjiao leaped into the air, then slashed with a sword, and several sword shadows whizzed out with powerful sword energy. Shuku's eyes narrowed, but there was no trace of nervousness in them. On the contrary, it is full of complexity. He paused, and his figure turned into a shadow in an instant, easily dodging Shu Qinjiao's sword energy. His speed made it impossible to capture his position. It's the martial arts of body movement. He actually possesses the martial arts of body movement. Someone in the field exclaimed. The martial arts of the Qiannan region are divided into 4 major grades, Qiandi Shenwang, which are further divided into attack, defense, auxiliary, and body movement types. Among them, body movement martial arts are the rarest type. Every body movement martial art that appears in the Qiannan region has been hyped to a price that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve. It can even be said that only the first-rate forces in the Qiannan region have the ability and qualifications to possess the martial arts of body movement, and in the Great Sui Empire, it seems that there are only a few major clans that possess the martial arts of body movement. Just because of his martial arts skills, he possesses a fascinating ability escape. It is equivalent to the monk's second life. In the field, Shu Qinjiao's eyes also trembled. Where did he get this martial art? Even my Shuwang mansion doesn't have one. She couldn't figure out how Shuku had learned such a rare martial art, and the situation on the field didn't allow her to be distracted at all. Just because Shuku took advantage of his physical skills, the overwhelming attack came again. She had no choice but to keep swinging her sword to defend herself. Too slow. Shuku's figure flashed, and he flicked out a finger, deflecting the sword that Shu Qinjiao was stabbing at him. Shu Qinjiao looked grim, and shouted in a low voice, snatching light sword technique. The sword is drawn very quickly. But in Shuku's eyes, it is far from enough. Too slow. Shuku spoke expressionlessly, then flicked it away casually with one finger. Shu Qinjiao blushed, but how could she, who was so proud, admit her failure? Kaidori sword technique. Slow. Shadow kill. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Shuku attacked casually and spoke ruthlessly at the same time, so in the end, he finally couldn't stand this boring fight anymore, and he confronted Shu Qinjiao directly and suddenly clamped the blade of the magic sword in his hand with 2 fingers. Then shook it hard. Buzz. Shu Qinjiao's sword flew out of her hand. It was also at this moment that Shu Qinjiao's heart trembled violently, as if an inexplicable electric current was flowing through her body, and her heart seemed empty, as if she had lost something important. Is this the result of your training in the martial arts palace over the years? Shuku looked at Shu Qinjiao and said coldly. What's the tone? Shu Qinjiao was stunned. Shuku actually used an educational tone. At the same time, for some reason, there was an additional emotion in her heart. That emotion is called disappointment. Why do I suddenly feel disappointed? That's very strange. Shu Qinjiao was completely confused. But she was more angry, ashamed and unwilling. She was about to speak when a voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Back then, I sent you to the martial arts palace at the cost of entering the heart-searching pavilion. I didn't expect that after 6 years, you would achieve such a mediocre result. You said you wanted a spirit sword. I broke into the refining heart palace again and refined for 7 days and 7 nights before I finally obtained this Xian grade spiritual sword. This mysterious spiritual sword in your hands is like Lu Bu riding a dog. Zhou Qingmai said that you were not cut out for cultivation, and I argued with her even though my face turned red. Now it seems that she was right. You are indeed not suitable for cultivation. A series of complaints came into my ears. Shu Qingjiao's expression suddenly became dull. He looked at Shu Ku's closed mouth, but he was sure that the voice he heard was Shu Ku's. And these words made her even more confused. I entered the martial arts palace thanks to you, Shu Ku? What a joke! It was clearly me who passed all the entrance examinations. What does it have to do with you, Shu Ku? The heart-searching pavilion. You are talking nonsense. Do you think you are worthy enough to break into the heart-searching pavilion of my martial arts palace? In the past 100 years, only one person has successfully walked out of the heart-searching pavilion, and that person is the most mysterious disciple of my martial arts palace. You gave me the spirit sword that you obtained by breaking into the refining heart palace. Even I can only stay in the refining heart palace for 2 hours, but you stayed there for 7 days and 7 nights. Who are you trying to fool? Zhou Qingmai, are you qualified to call me, the Dean of Chu Academy, by my given name? How dare you call me by my given name? What? Dean Qiu said that I'm not cut out for cultivation. That's so funny, I'm not, are you? Shu Qingjiao's eyes looked a little crazy. She can hear Shu Ku's thoughts. That feeling of disappointment just now. I can even resonate with Shu Ku's emotions and empathize with him. So we can deduce that what Shu Ku said might be true. I was wondering why it was so smooth when I first got started. No. Impossible. I, Shu Qingjiao, entered the martial arts palace based on my real abilities. It is absolutely impossible that it is your work, Shu Ku. Shu Qingjiao couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it either. It's even more unbelievable. She stared at Shu Ku's eyes, but all she saw in his eyes was disappointment in herself. At this moment, Shu Qingjiao's mood unconsciously reached the brink of collapse. Why did my heart wrench when I saw the disappointment in Shu Ku's eyes? Chaos. It's too messy. Shu Qingjiao walked aside silently, picked up the spiritual sword stuck in the ground, slowly turned around and left. Her mind is a mess now. The sudden information made her unable to digest it for a while. She would stroke it slowly and carefully. As for whether what Shu Ku said is true or not, it doesn't matter. What's wrong? What happened? Why did you leave without saying a word? In the jewel arena, everyone looked at Shu Qingjiao, who left silently, and they looked at each other in confusion. Chapter 19, I am willing to pay 100,000 gold coins to invite Shu Ku to the side room for a chat. In compartment number 3, Shu Wudao and Zhu Yu had no idea what was going on. After Shu Qingjiao walked in, he sat in his seat with an expressionless face and said nothing. Outside the room, the jewel arena had erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. Shu Ku! Shu Ku! Shu Ku! Even though this room was soundproof, the crazy shouting still came through. Shu Wudao looked at Shu Ku, who was standing in the jewel arena and was the center of everyone's attention, with crazy hatred quickly gathering in his eyes. After a moment, he couldn't help but look at Shu Qingjiao and asked, "Fifth sister, what happened? Did Shu Ku do anything to you? With your strength, there's no way you can't be Shu Ku's opponent." This was something he couldn't understand. His fifth sister was one of the people on the top 100 list of the martial arts palace, and she was also a cultivator at the Qinguan realm. How could she not be able to defeat that loser Shu Ku? He simply couldn't accept the scene where Shu Ku was enjoying all the flowers and applause. That scene should be prepared for myself. He, Shu Wudao, should stand in front of the world and enjoy all the admiration. But facing Shu Wudao's questioning, Shu Qingjiao remained expressionless. Even now that she had calmed down, she could not sort out all the confusion and thoughts in her heart. Suddenly, she stood up. I want to go back to the martial arts palace. Her eyes were burning with anger. As long as she could find the Dean Qiu, whom she respected the most, all the truth would be revealed. Fifth sister, you. Shu Wudao became anxious. Wudao, you can choose the guards you need here. You can buy whoever you like. The palace will pay for everything. After saying that, Shu Qinjiao left the room regardless of Shu Wudao's attempt to stop her. Watching Shu Qinjiao hurriedly leaving, Shu Wudao's face was gloomy, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart, "Waste woman." "Brother Shu." Zhu Yu frowned and called softly, "No problem." When Shu Wudao turned around, he had already put on a smiling face, and said in a gentlemanly and elegant manner, "Fifth sister may have something urgent to do, but it's okay. You and I are here, and without fifth sister here, we can chat more freely." Har 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 har. Zhu Yu looked like he understood. "After the duel is over, let's carefully select the warriors and monks here and buy them back to train them well. They all have great potential in the future." "Good. Wing number 1. Yang Fuyun, Wei Wuya, and Xie Zhizhang all looked at Shu Ku on the field with trembling eyes. Wei Wuya was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He murmured, "Brother, you have such a sharp eye that you discovered such a rough gem." "Yes, big brother, this boy really has a bright future. Given time, I'm afraid he will become a prominent figure in the empire." Xie Zhizhang had a cold personality, but at this moment he was generous with his praise. Yang Fuyun nodded happily, "I must use this boy." His eyes were full of passion, but then he frowned and said, "But according to the rules of the Sky Pavilion, if Shu Ku doesn't accept their golden crossing next time, what should we do?" Jinju is a better sounding name. In the Sky Dome Pavilion, if the warriors participating in the duel want to be taken away by the dignitaries in the VIP room, they will take the initiative to participate in their golden crossing. Sometimes, the more popular ones will cause competition among the dignitaries. At that time, spending thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars was just a matter of a snap of a finger. "I'm attending Jinju." At this moment, Shu Ku's voice was heard on the light curtain. Hearing this, Yang Fuyun could no longer suppress the smile on his face, which rose sharply. "Brother, it seems you don't have to worry about it. Congratulations in advance on gaining another powerful general." Just as Wei Wuya was flattering him, Shu Ku's voice sounded again on the screen. "I took the initiative to ask to enter compartment number 1. Wow." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of Yang Fuyun and others in the side room suddenly changed. "This kid doesn't play by the rules. Brother, according to the rules of our Sky Pavilion, if a warrior participating in the duel field takes the initiative to choose a VIP room, if the chosen VIP room agrees to accept him, he must directly pay 100,000 taels of gold. If he disagrees, then the warrior will be automatically screened out from their golden crossing. That is to say, according to the normal process, you may only need to spend at most 20,000 to 30,000 taels of gold to recruit Shu Ku. After all, no one has the guts to compete with VIP room number 1 for someone. But now Shu Ku doesn't follow the rules and suddenly does this. Now, if you insist on taking Shu Ku under your command, you must pay 100,000 gold at once. This is the rule of the Sky Dome Pavilion. Even if I am the young master of the Wei family, I cannot change it." Wei Wuya explained patiently, and finally scratched his head helplessly. No one expected that Shu Ku would suddenly do this. 100,000 taels of gold. Although Yang Fuyun is the 8th prince of the Sui dynasty, he has never established his own family. 100,000 taels is too much for Yang Fuyun to afford at the moment. As mentioned before, the annual revenue of Prince Shu's mansion is only about 200,000 taels. How easy is it to ask Yang Fuyun to take out an amount equivalent to half of Prince Shu's mansion's annual revenue in one go? At this moment, looking at Shu Ku on the light curtain, Yang Fuyun's eyes were deep, and it was unknown what he was thinking. "He's crazy. According to the rules, the person in room 1 has to pay 100,000 taels, which is a sky-high price. I remember that so far, only 3 people in Qinqiang Pavilion have taken the initiative to choose a wing room and finally succeeded. Those 3 people are all top figures in the history of our great Sui dynasty. That's right. These 3 people are all members of the Lingyan Pavilion of our great Sui dynasty. They have made great military contributions to expanding the territory of our great Sui dynasty. In that era, they were the most powerful officials in the country and had absolute power. Does he think that he can stand shoulder to shoulder with those 3? No matter how amazing and brilliant Shu Ku's previous performance was, everyone couldn't help but be full of doubts at this moment. Sitting at the table, Liu Baichuan was also shocked by Shu Ku's sudden shout. He was once again shocked by his son-in-law. 100,000 taels. Even if their whole family of Liu Mansion lived frugally in a year, they couldn't come up with that much. He couldn't help but worry about Shu Ku. The nobleman in VIP room number 1 was probably at least a prince, or even worse, a member of the royal family. He was afraid that Shu Ku's self-importance would cause dissatisfaction among the important people in that wing, and with the family background of the Liu family, he would not be able to protect him. In room number 3, Zhu Yu took a deep breath when he heard Shu Ku's arrogant words. 100,000 taels. Even though my Jiangnan Zhu family is known to be as wealthy as a country, we still have to consider this. Is Mr. Shu really so confident that the people in room 1 will be willing to spend 100,000 taels of gold to buy him? Shu Wudao listened with a look of sarcasm on his face. 100,000 taels. Shu Ku, do you really think you are worth this price? A stray dog, is he worthy of this? He has fallen to the point where he can be picked up by anyone. What else can he not do? Shu Wudao sneered, and then added, that's right. After all, he was once the prince of my Shu palace. Now he is probably still living in his past identity and can't extricate himself. He wants to rely on his previous identity to raise his own value. Hearing this, Zhu Yu nodded as if he suddenly understood. Brother Shu's analysis is very correct. 100,000 taels. Isn't Pei Qianhe from the heaven-level jewel arena better? Even Jiang Lan from the earth-level jewel arena will do. How dare Shu Ku say that? But what if you are really willing to pay this price for room number 1? Zhu Yu guessed in a low voice. Unexpectedly, these words caused Shu Wudao to sneer. Brother Zhu, if you were the patriarch of your Zhu family, would you be willing to spend 100,000 taels to buy Shu Ku? Zhu Yu heard this, raised his head and thought for a while, then shook his head and said lightly, although he has some talent, this price is not worth it. That's it. Unless the person in room 1 is an idiot, who would be stupid enough to spend 100,000 taels to buy Shu Ku? Shu Wudao looked disdainful. In his opinion, Shu Ku's behavior was shameful. But just when everyone was pessimistic about Shu Ku's behavior, the person in charge of the jewel arena hurriedly walked out of room number 1. Then he came to the center of the jewel field and announced loudly, room number 1, I am willing to pay 100,000 gold to invite Mr. Shu to come into the room for a chat. What? Wow. As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, the entire jewel arena instantly boiled over. What the hell? 100,000? Really 100,000? Who on earth is willing to spend 100,000 gold? Since the establishment of the Sky Dome Pavilion, this is the 4th person in history. The 4th person to successfully achieve this achievement. It's so damn luxurious. Screams were heard everywhere. Even Liu Baichuan was stunned at his seat. Who is this fool who really likes my guest? In compartment number 3, the sarcastic and disdainful look on Shu Wudao's lips suddenly froze. Zhu Yu was also stunned. This. At this moment, Shu Wudao's face was somewhat ferocious, but he felt so uncomfortable that he didn't know how to vent. On the field, Shu Ku looked calm, and then, under the guidance of the person in charge, he came to room number 1. Entering the room, 3 young men were sitting. Shu Ku, greetings to the 8th prince, greetings to young Master Wei, and greetings to young Master Xie. Before the 3 of them could speak, Shu Ku revealed their identities in just one sentence. This made Yang Fuyan's plan to hide his identity fail before it even began. Yang Fuyan looked at the person in charge with a look of doubt. He wondered if the person in charge had told Shu Ku the identities of the other 3. The person in charge looked innocent. Yang Fuyan was even more surprised when he saw this. But he smiled slightly and said, Master Shu really made me wait for an unexpected event. He did not ask how Shu Ku knew his identity, but continued, since Master Shu already knows my identity, then we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Of course. Shu Ku smiled slightly, but the next moment, he changed the subject, then in what capacity will I cooperate with your highness in the future? Of course as a subordinate. Wei Wuya said immediately. Upon hearing this, Shu Ku smiled and shook his head. Since His Royal Highness the 8th Prince said it was a cooperation, then it must be an equal cooperation. If I call myself a subordinate, why would I need to add the word cooperation? The reason why Shu Ku chose to appear in this jewel arena today was not to show off. It is not to become a subordinate of the so-called 8th Prince. On the contrary, he wanted the 8th Prince to become his, Shu Ku's, person. What do you mean? Wei Wuya, who always liked to joke, gradually turned gloomy when he heard this. His Highness bought you for 100,000 gold coins. What else do you want? Shuku, don't push your luck. Shuku looked at Yang Fuyan. Yang Fuyan also looked at him calmly. After a while, Shuku smiled and said, "What if I say that I can help His Royal Highness the 8th Prince win first prize in the autumn hunt in half a month?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Fuyan's expression could no longer maintain its calmness. Although his eyes were incredulous, they were more alert. This autumn hunt is a secret hunt of our royal family. Even the Prime Minister of the current dynasty has no way of knowing about it. Where did you get the information from? Chapter 20, On Chinyar Mountain, you will achieve your wish. The autumn hunting of the Sui dynasty royal family is of great significance. The current Emperor Wu of Sui has 9 sons. The youngest, the 9th prince, was born just 2 years ago and is still at an age where he needs to be fed. Therefore, Yang Fuyan, the 8th prince, is considered the youngest prince in the Sui royal family. Emperor Wu of Sui had ruled the empire for more than 100 years. Especially in recent years, there have been frequent reports that Emperor Wu intended to choose a crown prince, which caused constant shock in the court and many forces were quietly taking sides. A few days ago, Emperor Wu suddenly had the urge to hold an autumn hunting event in Shaline Garden, and informed the 8 princes that each of them must participate. Moreover, you can only bring 3 followers, and this autumn hunt will be conducted in the form of a secret hunt. No news can be leaked except to the followers. Emperor Wu of Sui had a life full of military events and was extremely powerful. He was a master of the art of ruling. Once his order was conveyed, the princes would not dare to leak the news even if they had other ideas in mind. As a result, only a very few people knew about this secret hunt. Even the Prime Minister of the time, a senior official in charge of the country, was unaware of the news. So at this moment, Yang Fuyan looked at Shuku with eyes full of vigilance. Only Wei Wuyar and Xie Zhizhang knew the news that he was participating in the secret hunt. How did Shuku know about it? There is only one possibility. Yang Fuyan turned to look at Wei Wuyar and Xie Zhizhang, his eyes solemn. Seeing Yang Fuyan's gaze, Wei Wuyar and Xie Zhizhang surprisingly reacted in unison this time, and quickly waved their hands and said in unison, "Brother, this is none of my business." Seeing this, Yang Fuyan's solemn gaze finally relaxed. The 3 of them had known each other for a long time, and he believed in the character of the 2. Seeing Yang Fuyan's face full of doubt and uncertainty, Shuku curled the corners of his mouth slightly. In the previous life, the secret hunting of the Sui dynasty royal family was considered a major event of the time. Perhaps no one could have imagined that a mere autumn hunt would coincide with the emergence of the secret treasures of the Sui dynasty. However, Yang Fuyan, the least powerful of the 8 princes, unexpectedly inherited the golden dragon spirit of the Sui dynasty. With this dragon spirit, he stood out among many princes. He then became extremely popular and became one of the most powerful candidates for the throne. But unfortunately, Yang Fuyan was too popular, and even though he wanted to lie low, he was still ambushed and killed by the other 7 princes when he was on his southern tour a year later. He was the first to be eliminated from the quagmire of the competition for the crown prince. It is really sad to rise from obscurity and fall at the peak. So in this life, Shuku is willing to take the initiative to help him change his fate and escape the tragic ending. Of course, this reward. Shuku's heart trembled, and he decided to take down the golden dragon energy of the Sui dynasty. Shuku is willing to help Yang Fuyan bear this kind of disaster. Your Highness, why do you need to know how I know this? Shuku smiled slightly, then said calmly, Your Highness, as long as you know what you want, I can help you get it. As soon as these words came out, Yang Fuyan's eyes turned cold. Wei Wuya and Xie Zhizhang were also stunned. Then tell me, Your Highness, what do you want? Yang Fuyan snorted coldly. Indeed, he recognized Shuku's talent. But Shuku's attitude towards him made him very dissatisfied. What he needed was a sharp blade that could pierce through the thick twilight for him. And he is by no means a self-righteous person. Seeing this, Shuku said calmly, What Your Highness wants is only the throne in the clouds, the emperor on earth. How dare you? As soon as Shuku finished speaking, Xie Zhizhang stepped forward, and the pressure of a Qinguan realm cultivator instantly pressed down on Shuku. Shuku. His Highness thinks you have good talent and intends to cultivate you. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Wei Wuyar also silently took a step forward, stood beside Yang Fuyan, and looked at Shuku with indifference. In response, Shuku just stood there, looking at Yang Fuyan quietly. Some words cannot be spoken openly. Naturally, I can't say it clearly. The current Emperor Wu is at the peak of his power. If these words were to get out, he would definitely be used against others. Once the news that he intends to compete for the position of Crown Prince spreads, the other princes will definitely react. The current Yang Fuyan, the 8th prince, is completely powerless against those princes. Your Highness, the eldest prince now has the Beeling Jian clan with a fiefdom of 1,000 miles behind him, and the 4th prince has the Dongshan Sun clan with 300,000 soldiers in Beihai armor behind him. If you want to carve out a bloody path between the two of them, only I can help you. Shu Ku did not change his expression at all because of the actions of Xie Zhizhang and Wei Wuya, he just spoke lightly. Shut up! Xie Zhizhang shouted angrily, but at this moment, Yang Fuyan stopped Xie Zhizhang with one hand, then looked at Shu Ku solemnly and said, "If it is really as you said, how can you help me? There are 500,000 white-robed soldiers in the western region who can be commanded by your Highness." What a joke! As soon as Shu Ku finished speaking, Wei Wuya immediately scolded him. Everyone knows that you have been expelled from Prince Shu's mansion. What does 500,000 white robes have to do with you? Do you still think you are the prince of Prince Shu? Yang Fuyan also frowned and looked at Shu Ku. He didn't understand what Shu Ku meant. How could the Western Route army be controlled by him? Of course I can't do that, but what if it's Prince Shu and Princess Shu? Shu Ku said with a suddenly cold expression. Kushu! Stop making trouble. Prince Shu and Princess Shu have been missing for more than 10 years, and you. Wei Wuya wanted to say something. When Yang Fuyan heard this, he was suddenly shocked. Your Highness should understand what I mean, right? After Shu Ku finished speaking, he stood there quietly, neither sad nor happy. Xie Zhizhang and Wei Wuya looked at Yang Fuyan in surprise. In their eyes, their elder brother, who was always dull, now had a changing expression and a complicated face. The two didn't know what was going on and could only remain silent. After a long time, Yang Fuyan finally raised his head with a fierce look. This was a look that Xie Zhizhang and Yang Fuyan had never seen in their more than 10 years of interaction. What on earth do you know? Hearing this, Shu Ku just shook his head, and then said coldly, "If your Highness believes me, one day, on Qinya Mountain, you will achieve your wish." 1,000 Crows Mountain. When these 3 words appeared, Yang Fuyan's pupils shrank visibly. Then the fierceness in his eyes disappeared completely, and he finally regained his calm. What do you want to gain by helping me? After all, Yang Fuyan looked at Shu Ku. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Your Highness can't give me what I want, Shu Ku said with a smile. Yang Fuyan took a deep look at Shu Ku, and finally nodded, saying, "Okay, I believe you. You will go with me on the autumn hunt in a week." Shu Ku finally convinced Yang Fuyan. Although the latter was still shrouded in doubt, this did not affect Shu Ku's plan to obtain the golden dragon Qi. Although Xie Zhizhang and Wei Wuya didn't know what the secret was, since Yang Fuyan agreed to take Shu Ku with him, they would not say anything. Let's go back to the palace. Yang Fuyan didn't want to stay here any longer. There were some things he needed to think about quietly. But Shu Ku said, "Your Highness, please stay. Since I have reached a cooperation agreement with your Highness, I will give your Highness a great gift." Oh. Yang Fuyan didn't know what Shu Ku was up to. Shu Ku turned his head and looked at the light curtain, where the battle between the heaven-level jewel arena and the earth-level jewel arena had ended. Your Highness, if you capture Jianglan, he can help you expand your territory and suppress the 4 directions in the future. Chapter 21 Pei Qianhe, am I really so popular? Shu Ku didn't want to explain anything to Yang Fuyan and the others. After all, he couldn't tell outsiders about his foresight. As for Jianglan, he would rise to the top in the imperial battle that spread across the southern region of Tiannan. At his peak, he was the commander-in-chief of 4 countries and held the seals of the 4 countries. He could be said to be at the pinnacle of military generals. Shu Ku, whatever you say is what it is. I don't know where you get your confidence from. But we are here today for Pei Qianhe of the Heavenly Stage Jewel Arena, not Jianglan. Although Jianglan has a good talent, he is far inferior to Pei Qianhe. After all, the latter has a firebone spirit body, a rare genius in a century. Wei Wuya didn't know why, but he always felt that Shu Ku had the temperament of a charlatan, but his elder brother had already accepted it, so he couldn't say anything, he just felt unhappy. His words made Xie Zhizhang nod slightly. Wu Ye is right. The purpose of our coming here is to have Pei Qian accompany us during the autumn hunt. His Majesty stipulates that the prince's followers must be below the Lingfu realm. His fighting power is top-notch in the Taichu realm. We are determined to capture him, although halfway. Xie Zhizhan glanced at Shu Ku and said, although we found you halfway, Pei Qinher must also be captured. But when he heard this, Shu Ku shook his head. If your highness believes in me, Pei Qinher must not be accepted. Upon hearing this, Yang Fuyan looked at Shu Ku, only to see Shu Ku's determined gaze. He didn't know why Shu Ku was so sure, and he frowned slightly, saying, this matter has already been decided, Pei Qian and his highness are determined to win. Seeing this, Shu Ku finally stopped talking. He knew in his heart that Yang Fuyan did not trust him 100%, which was human nature. If Yang Fuyan obeyed him in everything when they first met, then something was really wrong. Therefore, Shu Ku could also understand Yang Fuyan's thoughts. Since the latter insisted on taking down Pei Qinher, it would be better to ease the pressure than to block it. After all, in another week, he would seize the opportunity that originally belonged to Yang Fuyan. This is what is called cause and effect. Shu Ku's seizure of the opportunity was the cause, and changing Yang Fuyan's fate was the result. The higher the level of spiritual practice, the more importance one attaches to the so-called cause and effect. Shu Ku also knows the pros and cons of cause and effect. But your highness, let me say one more thing. If you want to capture Pei Qinher today, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Shu Ku added. Yang Fuyan remained silent on this. Xie Zhizhan said nothing. Wei Wuya smiled. We'll know the result soon. He sneered. At this time, the battles in the heaven-level jewel arena and the earth-level jewel arena were all over. Because of their special circumstances, the Qinqiang Pavilion set up a threshold specifically for them. If you want to recruit Pei Qinher, you need to take out at least 300,000 taels of gold. If you want to recruit Jianglan, you need to pay at least 200,000 taels of gold. These are truly astronomical prices, equivalent to the annual income of the wealthy families in the capital. So even though everyone knew that Pei Qian and the other two had great potential, there were only a few people who could really spend such a huge amount of money. Yang Fuyan was obviously well prepared today. Soon, Pei Qian and Jianglan stood side by side in the center of the jewel arena, and the person in charge of the jewel arena also looked around with a smile. According to the usual practice, Pei Qian starts at 300,000 taels, and Jianglan starts at 200,000 taels. Bidding begins now. The person in charge did not drag his feet and started the bidding directly like an auction. The entire jewel arena was instantly ignited. I've heard that Pei Qian and this strong man are worth a lot. After seeing them today, I realize that they are indeed extraordinary. 300,000. I am considered a well-known figure in the imperial capital. But I have to save up for 2 years without eating or drinking to earn this amount. Fuck. Brother Fu. Lend me 3 taels of silver to see how strong I am. Everyone was talking in a frenzy, all of them were shocked. Even those who frequented the Sky Pavilion couldn't help but twitch their eyes every time they heard this price. Pei Qinher and Jianglan are both proud people. They stood there with pride. I guess if there is no special reason, with their talents, they would not want to stand here and become commodities to be picked by others. Jianglan, do you think anyone will ferry us away from Qinqiang Pavilion this time? Pei Qinher grinned. Jianglan has a dull temperament, and his brows never seem to be relaxed, always filled with worry. Hearing this, he did not respond. His relationship with Pei Qinher was not good. Pei Qinher sneered upon seeing this, but I have received the news. You may not see me in Qinqiang Pavilion anymore. When these words were spoken, Jianglan's pupils shrank slightly, but he regained his composure after a moment. Pei Qinher glanced at Jianglan beside him, with undisguised contempt in his eyes. Bite. A bell rang. The originally hot atmosphere in the jewel arena was instantly ignited to the extreme. Shit. It rang. The bell of the VIP room rang. I've been in the Sky Pavilion for 10 years. This is the first time I've heard the bell ring when they are present. I wonder which one of Pei Qinher and Jianglan the person in room 1 will choose. It must be Pei Qinher. There is only a difference of 100,000 between 200,000 and 300,000. If someone can spend 200,000, why would he care about the 100,000? Grit your teeth. If it were me, I would definitely go for it. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Pei Qinher, who instantly became the focus of the whole audience. It's not that Jianglan is not good, it's just that Pei Qinher is more cost-effective. VIP room number 1, choose to ferry Pei Qinher away for 300,000. When the person in charge received the news, he immediately announced it with a smile on his face. He was excited too. After so many years, it was finally time to send Pei Qian and this great god away. As the person in charge, I would also take 10% as a commission. That's 300,000 taels of gold. Wow! It's Pei Qian indeed. 300,000. He's really rich. Everyone present was envious, and in their opinion, Pei Qian was worth the price. On the duel field, Pei Qian smiled after hearing the announcement from the person in charge. I'm sorry, Brother Jiang. Now that I'm gone, I don't know when you can get out of this sky pavilion. Pei Qian felt somewhat gloating. Indeed, after today, the chances of encountering someone so powerful that he could take them away would be very small. The person in charge also hurriedly wanted to announce Pei Qian's final destination. In room number 1, Yang Fuyan was also looking at Pei Qian on the screen, and then said calmly, "Wuya, you don't have to go to the autumn hunt in a week." Wei Wuya curled his lips. According to the original plan, after taking Pei Qian away, plus himself and Xie Zhizhan, there would be exactly 4 people. But the appearance of Shu Ku undoubtedly squeezed him out. He really couldn't understand what his elder brother had believed in and why he had to bring along Shu Ku, who was only at the Kaimai realm. Isn't this just asking for trouble? When the autumn hunt comes, all the princes will bring followers at the Taichu realm. What help can Shu Ku, who is at the Kaimai realm, provide? But he could only accept Yang Fuyan's arrangement. Okay, big brother. Just when the person in charge was about to make the announcement and Yang Fuyan was also preparing to wait to meet Pei Qian, something unexpected happened. Bite. The bell in compartment number 3 rang. In an instant, the entire duel arena was silent. Time seems to stand still at this moment. But soon, boiling exclamations exploded in the venue. Shit! It rang again. Why is it so weird today? It hasn't rang once in so many years. I guess they just happened at the same time, right? The imperial capital is indeed full of hidden talents. There are people who treat 300,000 gold as cabbage. At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but be curious. Which big shot in the imperial capital is in room number 1? Who is the person in room number 3? The person in charge was also stunned, and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. A moment later, he reappeared on the field, and immediately announced with a trembling voice, "Room number 3, choose to increase the price, and send Pei Qian for 400,000 gold." Wow! There was an uproar again. Pei Qian in the center of the duel field was also distracted for a moment. Why am I so popular? Come to think of it, with my talent, I am considered one of the best among the Taichu realm cultivators in the empire. I am worth fighting for. Brother Jiang, although there is only a 100,000 gold difference between you and me, in this world, only people will remember the first one, but no one will remember the second one. Pei Qian smiled brightly. In response, Jiang Lan just remained silent. His already frowned brows tightened even further, and there was a deep sense of loss in his eyes. Yang Fuyan's originally relaxed body instantly tensed up after this sudden change. Wei Wuya and Xie Zhizhan also stood up from their seats and looked in the direction of room number 3 in disbelief. Even though Wei Wuya is the young master of the Wei family, rules are rules, and even he cannot casually inquire into the identity of the owner of the VIP room. This is the family rule and also an iron rule. What's more, he is just the young master, not the eldest master. Brother. Seeing Yang Fuyan's somewhat ugly expression, Wei Wuya's face also became gloomy. I didn't expect that Pei Qian and no one had taken action for so many years, but today it was surprising. Yang Fuyan spoke, apparently not expecting such a sudden change. Shu Ku seemed to have expected this and remained calm. Yang Fuyan noticed Shu Ku and asked with surprise, "Brother Shu, did you expect this?" Wei Wuya also turned his head suddenly and looked at Shu Ku. "We'll know the result in a moment." These words seemed to still ring in my ears. But he never expected this would be the result. At this time, he also looked at Shu Ku in shock. Could it be that this kid really has some ability to predict the future? In response, Shu Ku smiled slightly and did not give a direct answer. In his previous life, he knew that Pei Qian was eventually taken away by Shu Wudao, but he didn't know when it happened. But the appearance of Shu Qinjiao today made him certain that Shu Wudao would definitely take down Pei Qian today. As for what happened next, Shu Ku knew it well. Your Highness, why don't you try it with the people in room 3 to see who can finally capture Pei Qinher? Hearing this, Yang Fuyan's eyes flickered. After thinking carefully for a long time, he finally looked at Wei Wuya and Xie Zhizhan. When Wei Wuya and Xie Zhizhan saw Yang Fuyan looking at them, they looked at each other and felt a little embarrassed. Your Highness, you know that I am the young master of the Wei family, and I have my elder brother to support me. The 100,000 taels of gold I gave you were scraped together by me. Wei Wuya said. Xie Zhizhan also said with difficulty, although I am from the Zhenan mansion, I have 2 older brothers. The 100,000 gold I gave you was also accumulated over the years, and it is really gone. Having said that, Xie Zhizhan suddenly looked at Shu Ku. Brother Shu, you know this. After all, I heard that you and my second brother have a past. When Xie Zhizhan mentioned this, Shu Ku raised his eyebrows. When he was young, he rode on the second son of the Duke of Zhenan's mansion and beat him up. After so many years, he had forgotten about it. I didn't expect Xie Zhizhan still remembered this. This is off topic. When Yang Fuyan heard this, he couldn't help but look a little helpless. How about you guys gather some more? Another 200,000. 500,000 taels of gold should be enough to capture Pei Qinher. Yang Fuyan said helplessly. Although he is a prince of the royal family. But after all, he does not have the support of his maternal family like other princes. If the eldest prince and the 4th prince were here, I'm afraid they could easily come up with not only 500,000, but even 5 million. After all, standing behind these 2 princes is a true 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. Chapter 22 Jiang Lan can help you expand your territory. Seeing Yang Fuyan like this, Wei Wuya and Xie Zhizhan looked at each other. Finally, I gritted my teeth. 100,000, the last of my family's assets. Because of you, I won't even be able to go to Zuianlu in the future. Wei Wuya curled his lips. Xie Zhizhan also took out a storage ring seriously. Although he was reluctant, he still handed it over. Brother, we are all brothers, take it and use it. If it's not enough, I'll go sell my ass. My looks should be worth 2 cents. Seeing this, Yang Fuyan's eyes trembled slightly, and a warm current surged in his heart. Indeed, none of the 3 of them were outstanding in their respective tribes. But perhaps it is for this reason that the 3 of them have been able to stay together for so many years and have such a close relationship. Room number 1, investment of 500,000. In the jewel arena, the person in charge spoke with a trembling voice. In all his years in the Sky Pavilion, this was the first time he had seen such a big scene. After investing 500,000 yuan, Yang Fuyan breathed a sigh of relief. This was not a small amount of money. He looked towards compartment number 3. The other party shouldn't continue to raise the bet, right? But before he could put this thought into practice, he heard the bronze bell in room number 3 ringing again. Room number 3, investment of 700,000. Wow. The atmosphere in the entire jewel arena suddenly became crazy. Fuck. 700,000. Who is the boss in room number 3? An increase of 200,000 all at once. This is no ordinary wealthy family. Could it be royal? I'm afraid only the royal family can have such courage. Everyone became more curious than ever about the identity of the owner of room number 3. When Yang Fuyan heard this, his whole body froze and his eyes were full of disbelief. Wei Wuya and Xie Zhizhan also looked towards room number 3 at the same time. This. Xie Zhizhan found it a little hard to imagine who the person in room number 3 was. Brother, could it be? Wei Wuya's expression gradually became solemn. Could someone with such strength really be a prince of the royal family? The eldest prince? Or the 4th prince? It's Shu Wudao. At this time, Shu Ku spoke slowly. What? Shu Wudao. Yang Fuyan and the other 3 suddenly looked at Shu Ku. Shu Ku nodded. 500,000 taels of gold, I'm afraid it's impossible for Prince Shu's mansion to take out so easily today, right? Wei Wuya was a little skeptical. After all, the Shu Palace was the only one among the 8 princes to be granted the title of king with a different surname. Although it has declined over the years, the family foundation is still there, not to mention the Western Route Army as its foundation. Shu Ku said calmly. Of course, the most important thing is that if Shu Wudao wants it, Prince Shu's mansion will help him get it at all costs. A hint of sarcasm appeared on Shu Ku's lips. In her previous life, the seventh daughter of King Shu was like this, completely obedient to Shu Wudao. It was within Shuku's expectations that she would spend 500,000 today. After hearing what Shuku said, Yang Fuyan and the other two fell silent. They believed what Shuku said. After all, Shuku was once the prince of Shuwang Mansion, and he knew more about Shuwang Mansion than they did. What should we do? Are we really going to watch Shu Wudao take down Pei Qianhe? Wei Wuya was a little unconvinced. But here are the results. 500,000 is their limit. The atmosphere in the room was stagnant for a moment. They never expected this outcome. I don't know how long it took, but when the person in charge began to remind him whether to continue bidding, Yang Fuyan finally gave a bitter smile. Forget it seems that we have no chance with Pei Qianhe. Yang Fuyan gave up. As a prince, he was helpless when the cooked duck was taken away by a prince of a royal palace, even on a plate. Wei Wuya clenched his fists tightly. It would be great if I could take charge of the Wei family. Otherwise, let alone 500,000, even if it's 5 million, I can force my way into it. At this moment, Wei Wuya only hated that he had no say in the Wei family. A sense of loss permeated the room. A moment later, thunderous applause broke out in the jewel arena. Surrounded by a crowd of people, Pei Qianhe walked into room number 3 with a smile. Let's go. Looking at this scene, Yang Fuyan spoke slowly, his mood not very good. The three of them were a little distraught and prepared to leave. But at this time, Shuku said quietly, I have said before that Jiang Lan can help your highness expand the territory and guard the 4 directions. Now, I still suggest that your highness take Jiang Lan down. When the voice sounded, Yang Fuyan and the other two stopped. Yang Fuyan frowned and looked at Shuku. Shuku continued, if your highness believes me, Jiang Lan's future achievements will never be comparable to Pei Qianhe and his ilk. Even if Pei Qian and the firebone spirit body, even if he comprehends the dual attributes of water and fire. But Jiang Lan's potential is far superior. As Shuku spoke, his temperament was calm and confident. Although he was much younger than Yang Fuyan and the other two, his transcendent temperament made people unable to resist the urge to believe him. Just as Yang Fuyan was about to say something, Shuku smiled and said, how about your highness make a bet with me? Pei Qianhe has already been taken down by Shu Wudao. Spending 200,000 taels of gold to buy Jiang Lan might bring unexpected surprises to your highness in the future. Having said this, Shuku fell silent. Yang Fuyan's eyes trembled as he looked at Shuku. Finally, he rang the copper bell in the room. On the jewel field. Seeing Pei Qianhe being so popular and even being taken away at a sky-high price of 700,000 taels, it was impossible for Jiang Lan to remain indifferent. He even glanced around the VIP compartment expectantly, but there was no movement. He put away his extravagant hopes and was about to turn around and leave when a bronze bell suddenly rang. Room number 1 crossed the river with 200,000 gold. The whole audience was in an uproar. Jiang Lan raised his head suddenly, his eyes filled with shock. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? The person in charge shouted. Unmanned. This kind of phenomenon today is extremely rare. Jiang Lan did not expect that at this time, someone would actually pay to save him. That mood suddenly rose from the bottom, and the look he gave towards compartment number 1 was complex yet gentle. Finally, Jiang Lan, led by the person in charge, walked towards room number 1. In the side room, Shuku and the others had different thoughts as they looked at Jiang Lan, who looked a little shy. To be honest, Jiang Lan is definitely one of the best in the Earth-level jewel arena, and he is also outstanding in the Imperial Sky Gate realm. But compared with Pei Qianhe, the latter seems to shine even brighter. If it weren't for what Shuku said, Yang Fuyan would most likely not have accepted Jiang Lan. Shuku looked at Jiang Lan and felt a little sad for a moment. The top general of the Qiannan region in future generations is seen for the first time today. Who would have thought that this young man who seems a little shy now would be able to achieve great success in the future by sacrificing countless lives, and build a top empire with the blood of countless monks? Hello, I'm Yang Fuyan. But no matter how disappointed he was with Jiang Lan, Yang Fuyan still bowed politely. Wei Wuya. Thank you for the chapter. I am Shuku. Several people clasped their fists together. Nanling County, Jiang Lan. Jiang Lan also returned the gift. We are all family from now on. Everyone exchanged greetings for a while. Your Highness, I will withdraw first. We will see each other in 7 days. After saying that, Shu Ku left the room. Before leaving, he took 1,000 spirit stones and a set of earth-level martial arts. Although Shu Ku looked down on that martial arts, 1,000 spirit stones was indeed a lot. When he and Liu Baichuan left Qinqiang Pavilion, he looked back. He knew that Yang Fuyan didn't have much interest in Jianglan at this moment. But the future will tell him that choosing Jianglan today will be one of the most important decisions in his life. In room number 3, Shu Wudao leaned against the window, watching Shu Ku and Liu Baichuan leave. Was it Shu Ku who recruited Jianglan? Zhu Yu said thoughtfully. Shu Wudao's eyes flickered, and then he slowly looked at Pei Qianhe and said with a smile, perhaps he chose to buy Jianglan just to save face. Although he has good talent, the difference between him and Qianhe is not even a little bit. Hearing this, Pei Qianhe's face revealed his arrogance, and he snorted coldly, I can defeat Jianglan with one hand. Don't worry, my lord, I won't let you waste the 700,000 taels of gold. I feel relieved when you say this. Shu Wudao smiled slightly. I can't wait to charge into battle for the prince. Pei Qianhe clenched his fists and tilted his head, looking confident of victory. There are plenty of opportunities. In 7 days, it will be your turn to show your abilities. As he spoke, Shu Wudao took out a martial arts book from his arms. This is a mid-level earth-level martial art, very suitable for your fire-bone spirit body. Shu Wudao threw the martial arts to Pei Qianhe. The latter's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly took it. He looked at the mid-grade earth-level martial arts in his hand. This was truly a priceless item. He was worthy of being the Prince of Shu, and he was truly generous. Thank you, Your Highness. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. Seeing this, Shu Wudao smiled with satisfaction. Finally, he looked at Shu Ku, who was gradually disappearing from his sight, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. You are like a stray dog, and you dare to snatch people from me. When Shu Ku and Liu Baichuan returned to the Liu mansion, Qin Lian and Liu Ruobing, mother and daughter, were waiting anxiously at the gate. Where have you two been for most of the day? Is he going to Zuianlu again? Qin Lian looked at Liu Baichuan with anger on her face. Liu Baichuan put his arm around Qin Lian's shoulders and laughed, Madam. Madam. Let me tell you. Kuer is really amazing. Do you know? When the 4 of them returned to the main hall, Qin Lian and Liu Ruobing were like spectators, alternately shocked and laughing. Wait, I'll get some melon seeds. Qin Lian brought a plate of melon seeds, crossed his legs and listened with great interest. Then Kuer slid and flew like a crow, and he took it down easily. At that moment, Kuer was like a flying dragon, just like the Tai Sui god on earth. When Liu Baichuan reached the climax, he couldn't help but slam the table, knocking a plate of melon seeds to the ground. Bang! Qin Lian stood up suddenly upon seeing this. Liu Baichuan's expression froze, and he quickly bent over and smiled apologetically, Don't be offended, madam. I was just excited, he. Watching Liu Baichuan and Qin Lian playing and fighting, Shu Ku felt inexplicably warm. At this moment, he noticed the gaze given by Liu Ruobing. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Chapter 23 So many heavenly level skills. After being praised by Liu Ruobing, Shu Ku's old face actually warmed up slightly, which was rare. He touched his nose and smiled, It's not as exaggerated as Uncle Liu said. Who is in room number 1? Liu Ruobing asked, with a worried look in her eyes. Shu Ku knew where Liu Ruobing's worries came from. The latter was a calm person. The person who could spend 100,000 gold in room number 1 must be a powerful person in the empire in Liu Ruobing's opinion. She didn't want Shu Ku to be caught up in some uncontrollable vortex. Precisely because he knew what Liu Ruobing was thinking, Shu Ku could not tell her about his encounter with Yang Fuyan. At least not now, for he was afraid that Liu Ruobing would worry. In my previous life, I only wanted to live an ordinary life, but I caused the Liu family to end up in a miserable situation. In this life, I still want to live that kind of life, but the prerequisite for that kind of life is to have the ability to protect the ordinary life. Shu Ku made up an excuse to get away with it. At this moment, looking at Liu Ruobing, Shu Ku has had an idea these days, but he doesn't know whether he should put it into practice. Seeing such a warm scene of the Liu family of 3 at this moment, that thought became stronger. After considering it again and again, he finally made a decision. Uncle Liu, Aunt Qin, Ruobing. Seeing Shu Ku's serious expression, Liu Baichuan and Qin Lian who were playing around nearby immediately quieted down. What's wrong, Kuo? Why are you so serious all of a sudden? Shuku cleared his throat, and then said quite seriously, Uncle Liu, there are some things that are difficult for me to explain to you. Perhaps you don't believe it. In the future, the empire and even the entire Qiannan region will fall into turmoil. Turbulence. Liu Baichuan's eyes flashed. Since Emperor Wu ascended the throne, he has worked hard to govern the country. After 30 years of foreign wars, the borders of the country have not been violated, and the empire is also at peace. Kuo, you can only say this in private. If someone with ulterior motives knows about it, I'm afraid you will be accused of misleading the public. Liu Baichuan hurriedly said in a low voice. Everyone in the court praises the great achievements of His Majesty, and everyone affirms that His Majesty is the ruler who will restore the Sui dynasty. The word turbulence cannot be spoken casually. Shuku nodded, but still said, Uncle Liu is right, but what I mean is that if something happens in the future, we must always plan ahead and make some preparations in advance. Kuo is right. It is never a bad thing to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Qin Lian nodded. So what preparations do you want to make? Liu Ruobing asked the point. Hearing this, Shuku said no more. He touched his eyebrows with 2 fingers, extracted 3 thoughts from his mind, and then bounced them into the eyebrows of Liu Baichuan and the other 2 respectively. Boom! Liu Baichuan and the other 2 only felt a huge force of thoughts suddenly pouring into their minds. After a moment, Liu Baichuan looked horrified and dumbfounded. He closed his eyes, opened them again, digested the thought, and then looked suddenly at Shuku. Gua. This. The heaven-level martial arts great wilderness scripture. Liu Baichuan was so frightened that he almost lost his voice. Mine too, the holy scripture of heaven and moon, a top-grade heavenly martial art. Qin Lian also has some cultivation, although not to a high level, but he also knows the terrifying value of heavenly martial arts. Mine is the Tai Ching Sen Sutra, which is also a top-grade heavenly martial art. Liu Ruobing's breathing was a little heavy. Kuo, how did you get these martial arts? When this heavenly martial arts comes out, I'm afraid the entire Qiannan region will go crazy for it. In the entire Sui Empire, only the royal family is worthy of possessing it. Liu Baichuan looked solemn. Suddenly, a set of heaven-level martial arts no. Suddenly, 3 sets of heaven-level martial arts fell into their hands. His first reaction was not joy, but shock, fear, and horror. He knew very well that it was a crime to possess a treasure. If outsiders knew that the Liu mansion actually possessed heavenly martial arts, they would probably be removed from the empire without anyone knowing tonight. What he wanted to know more at this moment was, how could Shuku have so many? Looking at the reactions of the 3 people, it was within Shuku's expectations. Some things are hard for me to explain clearly, but please believe me, Uncle Liu. No matter what, I will always stand with you, Uncle Liu. I am just afraid that one day I will not be able to protect you, and you will not be able to protect yourselves. Shuku is not afraid of conspiracy. Not afraid of threats. Not afraid of any storm. But the 3 people from the Liu mansion are his weak points. He is very rational. He will definitely encounter various enemies and troubles in the future. He is not afraid of anything, but what about Ruobing and the others? He didn't need Ruobing and the others to charge into battle with him, but at least he could have a certain amount of strength to hold on until he could get there when danger came. That's all. Liu Ruobing looked at Shuku. She could feel a hint of sadness in the latter, but she didn't know where this sadness came from. Shuku, are there many things you can't tell us, and even if you tell us, it will not be good for us? Liu Ruobing asked. Hearing this, Shuku's eyes lit up. He looked at Liu Ruobing with tenderness, and then nodded heavily. She has always been like this, smart and clever. She has always been like this, she understands me very well, even if I don't say it, she understands me. Okay, then we won't ask. We are family, and I trust you. Liu Ruobing smiled. Since Shuku couldn't say, she didn't ask. When Shuku can speak, she will naturally know. Although she had not spent a short time with Shuku, she didn't know why, but she always felt that they had known each other for a long time, and she had a natural trust and dependence on him. Ruobing is right, we are family. I believe that everything Kuo does has his reasons. Liu Baichuan said solemnly. In response to this, Shuku felt a warm feeling flowing through his heart. In the previous life, they had unconditional trust in themselves. In this life, they remain unchanged. Uncle Liu, Aunt Qin, Ruobing. These 3 techniques are all selected by me to suit you. If nothing goes wrong, they will be enough for you to practice to the 6th fire realm. Shuku said. Hiss, upon hearing this, Liu Baichuan took a breath of cold air. Qin Lian and Liu Ruobing seldom practice cultivation and do not care much about it. But as the patriarch of the Liu family, Liu Baichuan must have some cultivation to rely on. He is now in the late Qinguan realm, so he understands realms better than them. 6 Fire Realm. It is indeed a heavenly martial art. It is said that the ancestor of the royal family is at the 6 Fire Realm and has been in seclusion for decades. He is the pillar of our great Sui dynasty. Liu Baichuan never thought that he would be able to cultivate to the 6th Fire Realm. According to his own estimation, he could at most cultivate to the Spirit Mansion realm, which was already considered a strong person in the empire. Don't worry, my dear. With the great wilderness scripture in hand, the passion of your Uncle Liu, which has been dormant for many years, has begun to boil. Well, Uncle Liu, I'll go back to my room first. Remember, no one except the 4 of us can know about this heavenly rank martial arts. This is our biggest secret. Upon hearing this, Liu Baichuan and the other 2 nodded solemnly. They naturally knew the importance of the matter. But just as Shuku got up and prepared to go back to his room, there was a sudden noise outside. Get out of the way. The county lord wants to see Mr. Shu. You dare to stop me. Chapter 24, No woman in my heart, slap the god of nature. Everyone turned to look, only to see Shu Qianni rushing towards them with a menacing look on his face. Without waiting for Liu Baichuan and others to salute, Shu Qianni raised his hand and looked at Shuku with anger in his eyes. Shuku! What on earth did you do to my 6th and 5th sisters? Base! The sound of a sword. Shu Qianni drew his sword and stood with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Shuku. Shuku stood where he was, looking at Shu Qianni who was drawing his sword towards him, his eyes slightly cold. Shu Qianni, this is the Liu mansion, not your Prince Shu's mansion. You just barged in like this, is this your upbringing? Bullshit. Shu Qianni shouted, 6th sister has lost her appetite because of you, and 5th sister's temperament has changed drastically since she saw you today. Tell me. What did you do to them? If you don't give me an explanation today, I will kill you today. Boom. The surging spiritual power suddenly burst out as Shu Qianni finished speaking, and his cultivation in the qi-nourishing realm suddenly erupted. The rising anger seemed to be real, and it turned into murderous intent that spread throughout the mansion. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat tense, Liu Baichuan hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fists and said, 7th Princess, is there any misunderstanding here? I have been following Shuku and have not. Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Who do you think you are to plead for him? Unexpectedly, before Liu Baichuan could finish his words, Shu Qianni started cursing at him, which made Liu Baichuan stunned for a moment, and his face looked a little embarrassed and angry. No matter what, Liu Baichuan is older after all, and he must feel embarrassed to be scolded like this by a junior. And at the moment Shu Qianni cursed, Shuku's eyes suddenly changed. A surge of violence emerged. The next moment, Shuku's figure flashed, and in a flash he suddenly appeared in front of Shu Qianni. Shu Qianni subconsciously took half a step back. She didn't expect Shuku to be so fast, but there were still people who were even faster behind. Bang! There was only a very crisp sound of applause, and Shu Qianni was slapped by Shuku and flew out. Boom! Shu Qianni was slapped heavily to the ground. The left side of his face became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. This slap stunned Shu Qianni. She covered her face in disbelief, her eyes instantly reddened with tears because of the pain. She pointed at Shuku and said in a trembling voice, Shuku! You! How dare you! He has no respect for his elders and no manners. Shu Qianni, after all these years of being taught in the palace, you have learned everything from a dog. Shuku shouted at Shu Qianni who was lying on the ground without any politeness. Shu Qianni never expected that Shuku would attack him over a disagreement, and use the most humiliating way possible, such as slapping him in the face. She's going crazy. She was actually slapped by Shuku? Why? How dare he? Unprecedented shame and anger made her almost lose her mind. At this moment, she no longer had the demeanor of a princess from a royal palace. She drew her sword and rushed towards Shuku. Bang! But before she could get close, Shuku slapped her again, without any hesitation or personal grudges, only disgust and disappointment. Thinking back to the past 17 years, I have devoted myself to the palace and almost given everything I have. No, more than 17 years. It's 2 lives. But what did we get in the end? Nothing but alienation and indifference. After being slapped again, Shu Chenyi continued to attack like a madman. But she was no match for Shu Ku under normal circumstances, and even less so in this irrational state. She was knocked unconscious after a few blows. Shu Ku clapped his hands, then said to the servants calmly, "Carry her back to Prince Shu's mansion. Take another message. Don't bother hanging around me anymore, it's annoying." Shu Chenyi came quickly and left quickly. It's just that she came vertically and walked sideways. After Shu Chenyi left, Liu Baichuan couldn't help but frown and said, "Here, she. Even if the Liu mansion is a vassal of Prince Shu's mansion, she has no right to insult you, Uncle Liu. At least not in my place." Liu Baichuan's expression was slightly complicated when he heard this, "But you beat up the 7th princess today. Based on my understanding of the 1st princess, she will definitely not let it go." Shu Ku also knew Liu Baichuan's concerns. It's not like he didn't consider the consequences before taking action. But he had to fight. He could bear the consequences, and he also wanted to use this opportunity to express his attitude to Prince Shu's mansion. "I, Shu Ku, am not a soft persimmon who can be bullied. The palace is ruthless, but don't imagine that he has any sense of justice in his heart." Seeing this, Liu Baichuan and Qin Lian looked at each other and shook their heads. "So Uncle Liu, we all need to practice hard. If we have absolute strength, you won't be bothered by such trivial matters." Liu Baichuan and Qin Lian nodded and gave a few more instructions before leaving. In the main hall, Liu Ruobing didn't say a word from beginning to end, and Shu Ku thought she was frightened by the scene just now. "Ruobing, are you okay?" When Shu Ku's voice sounded, Liu Ruobing raised her head with a smile in her eyes. "Well played." "Oh." Shu Ku was slightly surprised. This was somewhat unlike her character. "You're right. If we have absolute power, our parents won't have to worry about the consequences. If I have absolute power, we can bear any consequences. I have never been interested in spiritual practice, but from today on, I will try to spend more time on it." Hearing this, Shu Ku nodded gently and said, "Actually, I'm here to protect you, but I'm afraid." "Are you afraid you won't always be by my side?" "I will always be here," Shu Ku said firmly. Liu Ruobing looked into Shu Ku's eyes, and seeing the inexplicable determination in the latter's eyes, she couldn't help but smile. "Okay, I believe you." As Liu Ruobing was talking, she suddenly remembered something and her smile faded. She then whispered, "By the way, Shu Ku, our wedding date is coming soon." As she spoke, Liu Ruobing blushed. "Well, I'm ready." Shu Ku's old face also blushed. Even though he had held a wedding banquet with Liu Ruobing in his previous life, he was still excited and a little nervous in this life. "No, I mean, 1 week before the wedding, according to custom, we both have to go to Longchuan in person to pick up the elders of the tribe. Longchuan City is located in the southern part of the empire. It is one of the 16 large cities in the south. It is the ancestral home of the Liu family. In Longchuan, the Liu family is also a wealthy and powerful family." Only after Liu Ruobing reminded him of this did he remember this matter. "But you may need to be mentally prepared that it may not be so smooth," Liu Ruobing said with a little concern. Liu Ruobing did not say it clearly. But Shu Ku had the memories of his previous life, so he naturally knew what she meant by not so smooth. However, in Shu Ku's opinion, this is not a big deal at all. In addition, he just wanted to take the opportunity of going to Longchuan to help Liu Ruobing awaken the Guishu holy vein hidden in her body. In this life, he not only has to walk the path of the immortal king again. He also wanted Liu Ruobing to take a path that was completely different from her previous life. Chapter 25, Prince Shu's mansion questions the punishment. The questioning from Prince Shu's mansion came later than Liu Baichuan expected. A peaceful night. But early the next morning, Prince Shu's private army surrounded Liu's mansion, making it impossible for anyone to get in or out. Such a large-scale mobilization almost shook the entire imperial capital. The 8 royal palaces, the 10 duke palaces, the 29 marquisate palaces, and even dozens of powerful families, large and small, all sent out spies to gather information. After all, in the imperial capital, it is extremely rare to surround the residence of a man with military merits in broad daylight. The conflicts in the court and the rivalries among clans were mostly carried out in secret. At least on the surface, they were relatively restrained. Everyone was curious about what the Liu mansion had done to cause such a big fuss from the Shuwan mansion. Grand Princess Liu Baichuan, Qin Lian, Liu Ruobing and dozens of people from the Liu residence all knelt on the ground. In front of them, Shu Qianjun was wearing red armor, with murderous aura surging around him. Although he was only of the younger generation, he already had an intimidating aura without even getting angry. Having been in charge of the palace, running around the clan, and going in and out of the battlefield over the years, Shu Qianjuan's power has long been established. Her eyes were indifferent and she looked down at everyone. Behind him, the second princess Shu Qianxuan, the third princess Shu Qianxue, and the fourth princess Shu Qianran all stood behind with frosty faces. Of course, Shu Wudao is also present. However, the moment Shu Wudao entered the Liu mansion, his gaze lingered on Liu Ruobing. Shu Ku? Shu Qianjun asked indifferently. Can. But as soon as she opened her mouth, Liu Baichuan raised his head and said, "My lord, Shu Ku went to the martial arts palace early this morning." Shu Qianjun. She couldn't help but twitch her eyes. She had never expected Liu Baichuan's cooperation. She had originally prepared to use harsh words to force Shu Ku to show up. After all, she had already done some research before this and found out that the Liu family and Shu Ku had a very good relationship. But unexpectedly, before she could finish her words, Liu Baichuan revealed all of Shu Ku's whereabouts, which made her a little confused for a moment. Behind him, several other princesses also looked surprised. They did not expect it to be so smooth. It seems that the relationship between Master Liu and Shu Ku is not as harmonious as the outside world says. The second princess Shu Qianxuan snorted coldly. In response, Liu Baichuan just smiled. But Shu Qianjun figured it out quickly, and she said in a cold voice, "Martial Arts Palace, it seems that Shu Ku is not stupid, and knows to go to the Martial Arts Palace for refuge." But Shu Qianjun narrowed his eyes, but does he really naively think that the Martial Arts Palace can protect him? When Liu Baichuan heard this, his eyelids trembled and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. But thinking of what Shu Ku said before he left, he regained his composure and said, "Kuer told you to go to the Martial Arts Palace to look for him." As soon as these words came out, a hint of coldness flashed in Shu Qianjuan's eyes. Is this a provocation? Her face was gloomy, and she waved her hand and said, "Let's go to the Martial Arts Palace." After saying that, she turned around and left Liu Mansion. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed. After leaving Liu's house, Shu Wudao asked, "Sister, Shu Ku actually dared to hide in the Martial Arts Palace. He must have a reason. Given the status of the Martial Arts Palace, if they really want to protect Shu Ku, it will be difficult for our palace to ask for him, right?" Hearing this, Shu Qianjun frowned. What is there about Mr. Shu that is worthy of the Wudao Palace protecting him? But he was in the Sky Pavilion yesterday. So what? He is a person at the Kaimai realm. Could it be that the Martial Arts Palace would become enemies with my palace just for a person at the Kaimai realm? That's true. Shu Wudao nodded. Wudao, remember, no matter how much Shu Ku jumps, he is just a discarded pawn of my Shu Wangfu, and you are the Shu Wang, the prince of the empire, and the future commander-in-chief of the Western Route Army. Shu Qianjun said seriously, so I want you to remember that in this empire, you don't have to be afraid of any forces except the royal family. Do whatever you want boldly. No matter what happens, the palace will back you up. Big sister will take care of you. Shu Wudao was very moved and nodded heavily. Shu Qianjun touched Shu Wudao's head lovingly. Our Wudao is destined to be the one standing at the top of the empire. Martial Arts Palace. Their cradle of generals, of the Sui Empire. This place has trained countless outstanding generals for the empire. Being able to graduate from here means that one has stepped half a step into the ranks of generals. In the future, one can set up his own government and use his military achievements to benefit his descendants. This is also the only holy place of martial arts in the hearts of the monks of the great Sui dynasty. It's not that the resources of the martial arts palace are so numerous that they cannot compare to those of the royal family. It's not that the strong people here are very strong. The strongest person in the Sui dynasty is the royal ancestor of the Sui dynasty. The reason why he was highly respected was that, like the military merit system of the Sui dynasty, he provided a channel for the poor to move up. As long as you are talented enough, the door of the martial arts palace will be open to you. The purpose of the palace when it was first established was to recruit talents regardless of their background. Martial Arts Palace, Zuian, an attic. Shu Ku was sitting in the attic with a beautiful woman, with a chessboard between them. I haven't seen you for so many years. Your chess skills have improved a lot. Even I can't get the upper hand. The beautiful woman's voice was quite pleasant, with a hint of tenderness. At this moment, she was looking at the situation on the chessboard with a frown on her face. President Chiu, you are too kind. Shu Ku slowly placed a piece. Were they really kicked out of Prince Shu's mansion? Chiu Qingmai asked with a smile. Yeah. Shu Ku nodded. After all, you were also responsible for being kicked out of the palace, said Chiu Qingmai. Shu Kailuo's hand froze. Chiu Qingmai smiled and said, you have such a great talent, but you chose to stay with those 7 girls. If you had shown your talent earlier, how could Prince Shu's mansion let you leave? Hearing this, Shu Ku was stunned and then shook his head bitterly. At first I thought the palace was everything to me, and my 7 sisters were everything to me, but in the end, it was just my wishful thinking. Hearing this, Chiu Qingmai shook her head with emotion. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but be filled with memories. I still remember when you first came here. You were so small, just a little bit old, but you dared to challenge me for Shu Qinjiao. At that time, you were really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. No, you should be considered ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Over the years, you are the only one who dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. As Chiu Qingmai spoke, she gestured to Shu Ku's height with her hands, and a big smile appeared on her face. Seeing that Shu Ku didn't say anything, she immediately asked, have you decided now? If you are willing to come to the martial arts palace, I can immediately ask the palace master to make an exception and let you enter the palace. Although you have missed the golden period of cultivation for so many years, with your talent and character, you should be able to catch up a lot. Let's talk about this later. I came here today because I encountered some trouble. Shu Ku then told the whole story. You actually broke through the Sky Dome Pavilion's Xian-level jewel arena. Unexpectedly, Chiu Qingmei's attention was not on the feud between Shu Ku and the Shu Palace, but on his series of actions in Qinqiong Pavilion. Come here, let me take a look. Without waiting for Shu Ku to refuse, Chiu Qingmai grabbed Shu Ku's wrist. Chapter 26 Interior. Wind Spirit Pearl. 9th level of opening meridians. Chiu Qingmai was surprised. But what surprised her was not Shu Ku's cultivation level. After all, in her eyes, such cultivation level was only considered low. The Chu Yuan that she was in charge of had the lowest level of cultivation at the Qi nourishing stage. But she also knew the value of the Qinqiong Pavilion Jewel Arena. How could Shu Ku rely on his 9th level of Kaimai cultivation to break through the entire Xian level Jewel Arena? According to her understanding of Qinqiong Pavilion, doesn't that mean he defeated a group of people in Yangqi realm with the Kaimai realm, and even had no rivals in Yangqi realm? This is a little unbelievable. Seeing this, Shu Ku smiled slightly and said, I was lucky too. Luck? Chiu Qingmai shook her head. This reason could not convince her. She suppressed her shock, slowly calmed down, and then said seriously, after all, Prince Shu's mansion is the prince of the empire, even the martial arts palace has to give him some face. You don't come to see me on weekdays, so you only remember me when something happened. I really have no other choice. Shu Ku scratched his head awkwardly. This was indeed something he had not done well enough. But I, Chiu Qingmai, want to protect someone. Even if the former Prince Shu and Princess Shu are here, they have to give me some face. But Chiu Qingmai changed the subject and said, Shu Ku, you can't do me a favor for nothing. How are you going to repay me for this great kindness? Shu Ku is not a person who likes to owe favors to others. Since he has the confidence to come here, he must have had a plan long ago. I remember Dean Chiu practiced the way of wind, right? Hearing this, Chiu Qingmai nodded and said, there are 3,000 great ways. I realized the attribute of wind when I was in the spiritual palace realm, and since then I have entered the practice of the way of wind. Why are you asking this? What level has Din Chiu reached in his cultivation now? The first flower realm of the 3 flower realms condenses the 3rd cave heaven. The first cave heaven is the cave heaven of earth, the second cave heaven is the cave heaven of wood, but the cave heaven of wind has not been condensed yet. Chiu Qingmai obviously trusts Shu Ku very much. Under normal circumstances, her cultivation is top secret and it is impossible for outsiders to know. Hearing this, Shu Ku's heart moved slightly. Qiu Qingmai was indeed gifted. Although she was nearly 40 years old, she was the youngest among the 4 deans of the martial arts palace. Now it seemed that once she completed the condensation of the Wind Cave Heaven, she would be able to enter the second flower realm of the 3 flower realms. At this rate, it is not impossible to reach the threshold of the 6th fire realm in the future. Thinking of this, he spread out one hand, and suddenly a breeze blew between heaven and earth. Immediately afterwards, a vortex of wind quickly condensed in Shu Ku's palm. This whirlwind seemed to have a spirit. The moment it appeared, Qiu Qingmei's eyes lit up and she could not look away. This is. After a moment, the whirlwind suddenly burst into a light green light, and the whistling winds between heaven and earth all gathered towards the whirlwind. The whirlwind grew stronger and stronger, almost covering the 2 of them, and at a certain moment, the whirlwind suddenly shook. Suddenly, the whirlwind shrank rapidly and eventually became a green spirit bead. This item is called the Wind Spirit Pearl, and it contains the mysteries of the Way of Wind. Dean Qiu should know that only the peak cultivators of the 6th fire realm can master the mysteries. What? This thing contains the secret of the Way of Wind. Qiu Qingmei's expression changed immediately, and then she suddenly remembered something and said in horror, "Impossible. I remember it. The Wind Spirit Pearl is an innate spiritual treasure, created by nature. This world has long been unable to produce such spiritual objects. Where did your Wind Spirit Pearl come from?" This time it was Shu Ku's turn to be surprised. Qiu Qingmei was right. The spiritual beads had long been extinct in this land. And Shu Ku's Wind Spirit Pearl was naturally not obtained from this world. That was the treasure he got from the inner scene. However, he could not tell Qiu Qingmei about the inner scene. Even if he told her, the latter would not understand what the inner scene was. Not long ago, Shu Ku, with the help of the purest and most young demonic energy of Zhulong's blood, successfully opened up 9 hidden veins in his body, and transformed them all into devouring holy veins. The 18 devouring holy veins circulate in the body like an abyss. Just in terms of the number of these cultivation veins, he is twice as many as an ordinary cultivator, not to mention the terrifying devouring power of the devouring holy veins. Because of this, he was able to fight against the cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm in the Qinqiang Pavilion without being defeated. This is the horror of the hidden veins. Of course, the most important thing about that devouring was that it opened up the passage to the inner scene. It was a completely independent small world, different from this continent and the fairyland of the previous life. It could even be said that it was a spiritual world. It's just that all the spiritual objects and treasures in this spiritual world can be obtained and appear in the real world. Dean Qiu, why do you need to delve into where the Wind Spirit Pearl came from? The important thing is that this thing should be useful to you. Shu Ku said with a smile. Qiu Qingmei had no way to refute this. In the end, I could only smile helplessly. The price you offer is indeed hard to refuse. She looked at Shu Ku deeply. Was she being controlled by the latter? But it doesn't matter if she is used as a gun by the latter. It's just defending Prince Shu's mansion. With her cultivation and status, she is not afraid of offending, but she needs the Wind Spirit Pearl. Give it here. Qiu Qingmei stretched out her hand was as soft as white jade. Shu Ku smiled and presented the Wind Spirit Pearl. At this moment, a disciple came to report. Dean Qiu, people from Prince Shu's mansion are here. Hearing this, Shu Ku raised his eyebrows. Qiu Qingmei smiled and said, "Let's go and meet your good sisters." A group of disciples from the martial arts palace had already gathered in front of Chu Yuan, most of them coming to watch the fun. The latest battle report. Shu Ku, the former prince of Shu Wangfu, beat Shu Qianni, the 7th princess of Shu Wangfu, for no reason. Shu Wangfu is here to settle accounts with Shu Ku. Then why is Shu Ku in our Chu Yuan? He is not a disciple of our Chu Yuan. I don't know why, but Shu Ku seems to have some relationship with our Dean Qiu. It seems that he has come to our hospital for refuge. That won't do. How can we, Chu Yuan, offend Prince Shu's mansion because of a cultivator at the Kaimai realm? It's not worth it. Everyone was talking about it. At this time, Shu Ku and Qiu Qingmei slowly appeared. As soon as he saw Shu Ku, Shu Qinjuan's eyes darkened and a hint of coldness quietly emanated from him. Dean Qiu. Seeing Qiu Qingmei, Shu Qianjun put away his coldness and bowed slightly respectfully. The others also hurriedly saluted. After all, Qiu Qingmei's status and position were so great that Prince Shu's mansion did not want to offend such a strong person. Qiu Qingmei glanced at Shu Qianjun calmly, then said indifferently, I already know about your relationship with Shu Ku. Please give me a favor and let this matter go. How about that? Qiu Qingmei showed her dominance in her first sentence. This is not unexpected. After all, a strong person should behave like a strong person. However, Shu Qianjun did not expect that Qiu Qingmei would be so overbearing from the start, as if she did not take the Prince Shu's mansion seriously. Qiu Qingmei is overbearing. She can bear it. But he despised Prince Shu's mansion. No. Senior Qiu, Shu Ku injured my seventh sister. There must be an explanation for this matter. Could it be that Senior Qiu is so unreasonable? Shu Qianjun spoke in a decisive tone, without any sign of concession. Upon seeing this, Qiu Qingmei frowned, and terrifying spiritual power instantly burst out. At that moment, everyone at the gate of Chu Yuan felt a terrifying chill, as if a sword was hanging over their heads, making everyone change color. Since you are Shu Qingshan's daughter, I will not argue with you, but I have promised to protect Shu Ku. Even if Shu Qingshan went there personally, I would still have the same attitude. After Qiu Qingmei finished speaking, she turned around and left. Shu Ku, what are you still standing there for? Our chess game is not over yet. Shu Ku nodded. Shu Qianjun did not dare to move in this regard, and the princes behind him did not dare to move at all. Sister, the martial arts palace is very powerful, so let's just forget it. Senior Qiu doesn't give our palace any face. If we confront him head on, we will be the only ones who suffer. Xu Wudao whispered beside Shu Qianjun. As soon as these words came out, a hint of gloom flashed across Shu Qianjuan's eyes. Not giving face to the palace. She has worked so hard for so long, what is she fighting for? What they are fighting for is not only face, but also the ability of Prince Shu's mansion to stand at the top of the empire, and to protect the family business left by their parents. If I retreat today, how will Prince Shu's mansion survive in the imperial capital? Shu Qianjun said gloomily. Thinking of this, she made a decision and silently crushed a crystal hidden in her palm. The next moment, a powerful aura approached rapidly from a distance. In a moment, it descended over Chu Yuan. Qiu Warzi, the matter between Shu Ku and Prince Shu's mansion is their family affair after all. Why should our martial arts palace interfere and annoy them? An old man in a grey robe was floating in the air, then slowly landed on the ground, looking at Qiu Qingmei with a smile. The old man had a domineering aura and his eyes were as sinister as a poisonous snake. The word Xia embroidered on his robe undoubtedly announced his identity. Qiu Qingmei narrowed her eyes, then turned around. Seeing the person coming, she couldn't help but curl her lips and sneer, What wind blew you, the Dean of Xia Academy, here? It seems that the Shu Palace is so powerful that even you can be invited. Xia Binghong was not angry and still had a warm smile on his face, but his sinister eyes told everyone that he was not a good person. Thinking back then, Shu Qingshan also came from my martial arts palace. His descendants asked me to mediate this matter, so how could I refuse? Then what do you mean? Qiu Qingmei asked coldly. She also didn't expect that the Shu Wang mansion had a trick up its sleeve and actually let the dean of the sheer courtyard come forward. She didn't have a good face at all towards Xia Binghong. Let the younger generation solve their own problems. We can also have some free time. Don't you agree? What if I say no? Then I will have no choice but to report this to the palace and ask the dean to come out and make the final decision. Have you forgotten the iron rule of the martial arts palace that you are not allowed to interfere in disputes outside the palace? Hearing this, Qiu Qingmei's face froze. This is indeed the iron rule of the martial arts palace. It is also the foundation of the martial arts palace's foothold in the empire. Seeing Qiu Qingmei being humiliated, Shu Qianjun silently breathed a sigh of relief. In order to ask Xia Binghong to come forward, she also paid a certain price. Although it is not necessary to mobilize such a large force to deal with just Shu Ku. But she didn't know why, but when she heard Shu Ku attacking her seventh sister, she couldn't help but feel furious. She must make Shu Ku understand one thing, Prince Shu's mansion must not be insulted. Seeing this, Xu Wudao looked toward Shu Ku, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. I really thought you could escape this time, but now it seems that I overestimated you. He couldn't wait to see Shu Ku being punished by the sisters. Chapter 27, 5-Year Agreement, Do You Dare to Bet With Me? Dean Shear has come forward. It seems that it is unlikely that Din Qiu will be able to protect Shu Ku. Yes, Prince Shu's mansion, plus Xie Yuan. If I were Din Qiu, I would never offend these two major forces for an outsider. That kid is only at the Kaimai stage, and can't even meet the threshold to enter our Chu Yuan, TSK. Many disciples of the martial arts palace were looking at the situation in front of them, discussing in low voices, and many of them looked at Shu Ku with disdain. President Qiu, we didn't mean to threaten you. It's just that Mr. Shu insulted our Shu palace. As one of the 8 great palaces of the empire, if we stop here, how will our Shu palace deal with itself in the future? When Shu Qianjun saw the hesitation in Qiu Qingmei's eyes, he breathed a sigh of relief and then advised her calmly. Yes, Senior Qiu, this matter is ultimately an internal affair of my Prince Shu's mansion. Why should you protect this villain Shu Ku? Shu Qinshuang also said earnestly. Brother Shu Ku, if I were you, I would never put Senior Qiu in an awkward position. Shu Wudao stepped forward and consoled him with good intentions. As if all of a sudden, Shu Ku became the target of public criticism. It seemed that in an instant, Qiu Qingmai was in a situation where she was unable to back down. Xia Binghong looked at Qiu Qingmai, his eyes flashing with a hint of disrespect for the elderly. He coughed lightly and said with a smile, Qiu, have you thought about it? You and I are both from the martial arts palace. Do we really want to make things so awkward just for an outsider? Silence. Qiu Qingmai stood there, seeming to be in a real dilemma. But suddenly, she looked at Xia Binghong fiercely. I, Qiu Qingmai, want to protect someone, even if the palace master is here, what can I do? There was a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth. Swish. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone including Shu Qianjun and others suddenly changed. The smile on Shu Wudao's mouth froze instantly. Xia Binghong's face also turned gloomy in an instant. Qiu Qingmai, have you thought it through? If the palace master and others really intervene, it may not be so easy to end it. There was a hint of threat in Xia Binghong's tone. Then please trouble Dean Shear to ask the palace master to come and make the final decision. Qiu Qingmai said calmly. At this moment, Qiu Qingmai seemed to be afraid of no one, and had a domineering attitude of allowing anyone who wanted to come to her to come. This made everyone extremely confused. Dean Qiu is actually willing to offend Dean Shear for that Shu Ku, and it seems that he is not afraid of the palace master's accountability. Could it be possible that Dean Qiu has some hidden card that we don't know about? Shu Qianjun listened to the discussions around him and his face looked extremely ugly. She immediately looked at Shu Ku and angrily shouted, Shu Ku! What's the point of hiding behind like a coward? Do you really want Senior Qiu to be punished by the martial arts palace for you? As soon as Shu Qianjun said this, Shu Qinshuang and other girls immediately followed. Shu Ku! We thought of you as our brother, but we never thought you would be such a coward. For your own selfish reasons, you want Senior Qiu to be punished because of you. You really have no sense of shame. Shu Wudao also said angrily, Brother Shu Ku, I don't think you are such a person in my heart. Everyone has their own responsibility. I will plead with the sisters for you. Why do you have to drag Senior Qiu into this? Shu Wudao could hardly suppress the jealousy in his heart. Why does Shu Ku deserve such protection from a strong person like Qiu Qingmai? Why does he do that? He is a lost dog. A discarded waste. He should be despised by everyone. He should be condemned by everyone. Why should even the head of a courtyard of the martial arts palace be willing to bear the punishment to protect him? This shouldn't be. Shu Ku's fate shouldn't be like this. Shu Ku listened to the criticism from everyone. Especially when he saw the sisters whom he once respected so much, now standing against him mercilessly and attacking him with all the vicious words they could. If it were myself in my previous life, I would probably be in great pain, right? But in this life, faced with these curses, Shu Ku just felt they were annoying. But he was very annoyed. He was very annoyed that this idiot Shu Wudao was trying to act kind in front of him. It was so damn disgusting. Shu Wudao, put away your disgusting face. I know exactly who you are. Your acting is very poor. Shu Ku immediately mocked Shu Wudao. Shu Wudao's face was stunned, with a crazy and sinister look gathering in his eyes, and he even felt like he was being exposed and humiliated. But he raised his head, his eyes slightly red, and he looked as if he was trying hard to hold back the grievance in his heart. He said to Shu Qianjun, Sister, I. When Shu Qianjun saw Shu Wudao's aggrieved expression, he felt as if his heart was broken. How could his own brother suffer such insults and grievances? Boom! The powerful spiritual power of the Qingguan realm instantly erupted from Shu Qinjuan's body, and everyone present felt an extreme rage burning. There was even a hint of murderous intent in this anger. Shu Ku, you are courting death. Who gave you the courage to speak to Wu Dao like this? Bang! Without saying a word, Shu Qianjun condensed a spiritual sword in his hand, then flashed and slashed towards Shu Ku with the sword. Boom! But soon, Qiu Qingmai flicked her sleeves and repelled Shu Qianjun head-on. Din Qiu, you! Shu Qianjun shouted angrily. Qiu Qingmai looked back at Shu Ku, and then said calmly, Princess Shu is really righteous. Although Shu Ku is not of your Shu family bloodline, she has called you elder sister for 17 years. Now she is really merciless when she starts fighting. Heh! Shu Qianjun sneered, if he is not of my blood, his heart must be different. I have raised him for 17 years, but not only did he not show any gratitude, he even got angry and attacked my seventh sister after being kicked out of the mansion. Now he is speaking ill of me, the Prince of Shu. Din Qiu, is such a person worthy of being my Shu Qinjuan's younger brother? He has called me big sister for 17 years, and now I just feel disgusted. After these words were spoken, even Shu Qinshuan, Shu Qinshue, and Shu Qianran looked at Shu Qianjun in shock and surprise, because they had never expected that Shu Qianjun would speak so harshly. Although what Shu Ku did was a bit excessive. But, it shouldn't be described like this. This thought only flashed through the minds of the three people and then disappeared. They were determined to stand with Shu Qianjun. Big sister is right. Shu Ku, you have been parading around outside these days, aren't you just trying to attract our attention and make us regret it? If you have the guts, don't stand behind Senior Qiu. I'll meet you. Several women shouted. Listening to this, especially Shu Qinjuan's angry curse just now, Shu Ku couldn't help laughing. Shu Qianjun, it turns out that in your eyes, I, Shu Ku, am so unbearable. Har 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 har. Seeing this, Shu Qianjun frowned and was about to speak, but Shu Ku immediately said, Shu Qianjun, since you think so highly of your brother, how about you make a bet with me? 10 years, no. 5 years. In 5 years, if Shu Wudao doesn't destroy your Shu palace, I, Shu Ku, will kneel before you, Shu Qianjun, with my head raised. Do you dare to follow this bet? Chapter 28 Shu Ku, Qiu Qingmei's last disciple. Shu Ku's eyes were as bright as a candle flame. For a moment, his power was so great that Shu Qinjie was a little dazed. Shu Wudao's expression changed even more. Brother Shu Ku, what do you mean? I am my sister's biological brother, how can you slander me like this? Shu Wudao said angrily. Judging from his appearance, it seemed that he was really angry about Shu Ku's words. Shu Qinjuan's eyes were also shocked, but soon his expression became visibly ugly. Bet? Shu Ku, are you out of tricks and have to resort to this method to protect your pitiful self-esteem? Shu Qianjun looked at Shu Ku with eyes full of disappointment. She didn't expect that Shu Ku, who used to be well-behaved and obedient, would become so extreme now. It seemed that expelling him from the palace was a big blow to him. But so what? After all, he is not of the Shu family's bloodline, and now his true nature has been exposed. Hearing this, Shu Ku slowly calmed down. I did lose control of myself just now. Even if he were to live his life over again, he would still feel a bit of resentment towards Shu Qianjun and the others. Shu Qianjun, I, Shu Ku, am worthy of the Shu palace, and worthy of my adoptive father and mother. Since you have chosen Shu Wudao, you must bear all the consequences he brings. That being said, I have nothing more to say to you. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Shu Ku turned around. When Shu Qianjun heard these words, she was so angry that her body trembled. Shu Ku! You are so stubborn. Where are you going? Shu Qianjun attacked in anger, but was stopped by Qiu Qingmai again. President Xia, please help me. I must clean up the mess today. Hearing this, Xia Binghong shook his head helplessly, and then his spiritual power surged. Xiu Wa, I'm sorry, it's neither reasonable nor moral for you to interfere in this matter. But just as Xia Binghong was about to take action, the void above Chu Yuan suddenly trembled. Everyone looked up and saw a crack in the void, followed by a figure slowly emerging. But the figure was enveloped in nothingness, and it was impossible to tell whether it was real or not. But the moment it appeared, everyone felt a terrifying pressure. The silent aura suppressed everyone and made them unable to move. After a moment, as the figure flicked his sleeves slightly, the powerful spiritual power faded away like the tide. Meet the palace master. A group of disciples from the martial arts palace immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Shu Qianjun and the others also changed their expressions, and immediately bowed respectfully. Shu Qianjun of Prince Shu's mansion greets the palace master. Shu Qinshuan, Shu Qinshue, Shu Wudao and others also hurriedly lowered their heads. The palace master of the martial arts palace is one of the most powerful men in the Sui Empire. Although he has no merits, everyone knows that this martial arts giant is definitely the best under the Sui imperial family. Such people are always elusive, and even disciples of the martial arts palace rarely see them. Xia Binghong did not expect that the palace master would actually show up. What he said before was largely to scare Qiu Qingmai. Even though he was the dean of Sheer Academy, he could not invite the palace master here just by inviting him. Qiu Qingmai had not expected the palace master to appear, so she bowed and said, "Greetings to the palace master." Shu Ku naturally bowed his head and said nothing. The figure just hung in the air like this. After a long time, the indifferent voice came from all directions. The presidents of the two houses were willing to fight over an outsider. If this matter were to get out, wouldn't it be a joke? As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Binghong, who had originally looked a little nervous, suddenly became happy. Shu Qianjun and the others also looked a little relieved. At least for now, it seems that this top expert from the martial arts palace is still on their side. The palace master is absolutely right. I have advised him repeatedly before, but unfortunately Dean Qiu still insisted on his own way. I didn't expect to alarm you, Xia Binghong said calmly. In the midst of spiritual energy, the palace master of the martial arts palace seemed to turn his head, and a vague gaze fell on Qiu Qingmai. Then, it seemed to fall on Shu Ku again. Shu Ku could naturally feel the gaze of the palace master of the martial arts palace, but he lowered his head slightly and did not let the former see the disdain hidden in his eyes. Speaking of the palace master of the martial arts palace, Shu Ku had only heard a few words about him after he returned to this continent from the Fairyland in his previous life. This person is not a good person. Dean Qiu, are the palace rules of my martial arts palace just for show in front of you? The palace master spoke, apparently somewhat displeased. Without waiting for Qiu Qingmai to speak, the palace master continued, Shu Ku, since you have a grudge against the Shu Palace, you should resolve it yourself. The martial arts palace is not a place where everyone can take refuge. As he spoke, he waved his hand and said calmly, Go ahead, for Dean Qiu's sake. Palace master is wise. Xia Binghong quickly responded. Shu Qianjun and the others also smiled and clasped their fists towards the air. Thank you, palace master. Shu Ku. The palace master has already spoken, what are you still standing there for? Come over here. Shu Qinshuang shouted coldly. When Shu Wudao saw this, a hint of satisfaction flashed across his eyes. Even the palace master of the martial arts palace has spoken personally. Even if Qiu Qingmai is present, how can she protect you? But even at this point, Shu Ku remained indifferent. Qiu Qingmai glanced at Shu Ku, who nodded slightly. Seeing this, Qiu Qingmai's eyes lit up with a smile, and then she looked at the palace master of the martial arts palace in mid-air and said with a smile, Palace master, when did I ever say that Shu Ku was an outsider? The palace master let out a soft exclamation subconsciously in mid-air. Xia Binghong frowned and said, What is Dean Qiu still insisting on? Shu Ku is not a disciple of our martial arts palace, so how can he not be an outsider? Dean Xia, when have I ever said that Shu Ku is no longer a disciple of my martial arts palace? Qiu Qingmai smiled faintly. This left the many palace disciples who were watching the scene completely bewildered and puzzled. Senior Qiu, what on earth do you mean? Shu Qianjun looked unhappy and asked directly. Hearing this, Qiu Qingmai looked at Shu Qianjun and said with a smile, Originally, the matter between Shu Ku and your Shu Wangfu is your private matter. I, Qiu Qingmai, naturally remember the rules of the palace and cannot interfere in the affairs of the outside world. But Shu Ku, he was my last disciple in my early years. Tell me, how can my last disciple be considered an outsider? The last disciple found the master and wanted to seek his protection. How could I, as the master, stay out of it? As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Binghong shouted, Dean Qiu, why do you have to come up with such an excuse to protect Shu Ku? All the disciples of the martial arts palace are registered, so why have I never seen Shu Ku? Even the palace master of the martial arts palace in mid-air seemed somewhat dissatisfied, and said indifferently, President Qiu, is Shu Ku really your last disciple? Hearing this, Chiu Qingmai said with pride. Does Din Xie remember the heart-searching pavilion 6 years ago? Upon hearing this, Xie Binghong said immediately, of course I remember. A disciple of our martial arts palace suddenly appeared and passed the 8 levels of the heart examination in one day. His mental toughness is the best in the martial arts palace since its establishment 1,000 years ago. Does Din Xie remember the heart refining hole 6 years ago? Of course I remember. Following the previous disciple, our martial arts palace has another amazing genius who spent 7 days and 7 nights in the refining heart hole, setting a record in the past century. As he spoke, Xie Binghong immediately looked at the palace master of the martial arts palace in mid-air, clasped his fists and said, speaking of which, this is all due to the palace master's good leadership. Our martial arts palace has produced many geniuses, which is cause for celebration. President Xie, please don't be so quick to flatter me. Chiu Qingmai smiled and asked, then do you know who is the person who passed through the 8 gates of the heart-searching pavilion and stayed in the heart-refining hole for 7 days and 7 nights? Xie Binghong was a little annoyed, but he still said, that's because I don't know. I have nearly 10,000 disciples in the martial arts palace, and there are many low-key and humble ones among them who just don't want to be in the spotlight. As he said that, he looked at Chiu Qingmai and sneered, Din Chiu, you don't mean to say that the man is Shuku, do you? I believe Din Chiu would not make such a joke as a cultivator at the Kaimai stage. But the sneer on Xie Binghong's lips slowly solidified. Because at this moment, Chiu Qingmai was looking at him with a smile on her face. Chapter 29, Shuku is actually a hidden genius. Seeing Xie Binghong's expression change quietly, Chiu Qingmai felt happy for some reason. I have been feeling unhappy for so many years because of the seniority that this old guy has used to suppress me. Today I will take this opportunity to vent. Thinking of this, she clasped her fists towards the palace master of the martial arts palace in mid-air and said solemnly, Palace master Shuku. He is the hidden genius who passed the 8 levels of the heart-searching pavilion 6 years ago and practiced in the heart-refining hole for 7 days and 7 nights. Impossible. Xie Binghong shouted subconsciously, how could it be him who is at the Kaimai realm? Xu Qianjun and others also changed their expressions in shock after Chiu Qingmai said this. Even though they were not disciples of the martial arts palace, they had heard of this place more than once from their 5th sister Xu Qinjiao over the years. The Wudao Palace has 2 pavilions, 3 halls and 4 major courtyards. Among the 9 levels of the Wenshan Pavilion, no one has been able to pass the 9th level perfectly since its establishment, and even the 8th level is only passed by a handful of people. And those peerless geniuses who pass the 8th level are all top warriors who dominate the world. The heart refining hole is famous for its 36 heart fires. Even a strong person in the spirit mansion realm will be contaminated by the heart fire if he makes the slightest mistake and will be at risk of going astray. Shuku, a person at Kaimai realm, a man who lived a life of idleness and waiting to die in Prince Shu's mansion, actually had achieved such an impressive accomplishment. Xu Qianjun's first reaction was disbelief. Because she believed that even she would never be able to reach the 8th level in the heart-questioning pavilion, nor could she stay in the heart-refining hole for 7 days and nights. Shuku. Why? Xu Wudao's face was full of disbelief. Impossible. Impossible. How could such a loser like him achieve this? This must be nonsense. He roared madly in his heart. In mid-air, the calm aura of the palace master of the martial arts palace trembled slightly when Chiu Qingmai finished speaking. Obviously, even such a strong man was a little surprised to hear the news. Without waiting for the palace master to question, Chiu Qingmai said, if you don't believe me, you can ask the guardian of the heart-searching pavilion and the master of the heart-refining hole. They both witnessed it with their own eyes and can testify. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples in front of Chu Yuan were silent for a moment, and then burst into exclamations one after another. Chiu Qingmai, be confident. There is no need to consult the pavilion of inquiry and the palace of refining the heart. Chiu Qingmai would not be stupid enough to make fun of such things, and the pavilion of inquiry and the palace of refining the heart would never cover up for Chiu Qingmai. So, what Chiu Qingmai said is 90% true. What the hell? This is the 8th level of the heart-searching pavilion. Even my senior brother Luo, the chief disciple of Chiu Academy, who is known as the greatest genius Chiu Academy has seen in 100 years, only stopped at the 6th level. Brother Luo. Even Brother Yun, who is recognized as the strongest among the younger generation of our martial arts palace and possesses the divine manifestation spirit, has only reached the 7th level. This Shuku is actually the mysterious genius that has been making the rounds all these years. I didn't expect to meet him in this way. At this moment, all the contempt disappeared. At this moment, all doubts completely disappeared. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Shuku. Xia Binghong's eyes trembled with shock, and he looked up and down at Shuku in disbelief. There seemed to be some unwillingness and a hint of regret in his eyes. I am afraid that I have offended such a genius today. Even if he was not afraid of the latter's revenge, offending such a genius would definitely not be a good thing for him. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at Shu Qianjun and shouted angrily, "Shu Qianjun, is this what you said, your useless abandoned child?" Xia Binghong wanted to tear Shu Qianjun to pieces on the spot. Shu Qianjun looked at this scene and was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. She looked at Shuku. 17 years. Why had she never discovered Shuku's talent in martial arts in 17 years? In her impression, Shuku was proficient in everything except martial arts, such as helping out, doing odd jobs, and studying some unconventional methods. But she had never associated it with a martial arts genius. "Shuku, you lied to us." Soon, Shu Qinjuan's gaze towards Shuku changed and became angry. She was angry that Shuku had kept it a secret from them for so long. At this moment, Shu Wudao actually had an urge to stop acting. Damn, what kind of character is this? That damn Shuku has already shit on his head. Still standing. By the time you establish your own personality, you won't even be able to eat shit while it's still hot. But he still calmed down, and the look he gave Shuku was filled with murderous intent more than ever before. Shuku had unknowingly become a thorn in his heart, a thorn that had to be removed. Lie. Shuku laughed after hearing Shu Qianjuan's words. He no longer bothered to explain anything. I can only say that it's weird and speechless. 6 years ago, in order to allow Shu Qinjiao from your Shu Wangfu to enter the martial arts palace, Shuku agreed to the impossible task I gave him. Back then I told him that if he could pass the 5th level in the heart questioning pavilion and stay in the heart refining hall for 3 days, I would accept Shu Qinjiao as my wife. But I didn't expect Shuku to be able to do this. As she spoke, Qiu Qingmai looked at the palace master of the martial arts palace and said with a smile, "Palace master, is such a genius not worthy of becoming a disciple of my martial arts palace?" All eyes looked up into the air. The terrifying spiritual power trembled for a moment, and finally, a vicissitudes of life laughter was heard. "Din Qiu, are you willing to let such a good talent leave the palace for 6 years?" These words set the tone. The palace master of the martial arts palace has already acknowledged Shuku's identity. At this moment, the feud between Shuku and Shuwang Mansion was no longer a private matter, but a matter between the martial arts palace and Shuwang Mansion. "Yes, palace master, this matter is my fault. From today on, I will reveal Shuku's identity." Qiu Qingmai smiled. "Forget it. Since you are my disciple of the martial arts palace, Din Xia, please don't interfere." "Yes." Xia Binghong had a gloomy face, but he could only lower his head. As soon as he finished speaking, the palace master of the martial arts palace looked at Shuku. "Shuku, you are very good. Practice well in my martial arts palace. Don't weaken the reputation of my martial arts palace." After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves, the air trembled again, and his figure slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Shuku actually received such praise from the palace master. In the future, the name Shuku in our martial arts palace will probably be very popular. Many disciples looked at Shuku with a hint of solemnity in their eyes. Seeing the palace master of the martial arts palace leave, Xia Binghong glanced at Shu Qianjun coldly, then smiled at Shuku and said, "Shuku, today is all a misunderstanding. If you have a chance in the future, you are welcome to come to my Sheer Academy. I have some good exercises here that are very suitable for you." Hearing this, Shuku smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you, Din Xia, for your kindness. I will definitely come to visit you if I have the chance." Although Xia Binghong had stood on the wrong side in the early stage, he showed goodwill at this time, and he would not be stupid enough to make an enemy of such a cultivator at the moment. Seeing Shuku like this, Xia Binghong smiled and said, "Qiu Wa, congratulations on finding a good disciple." Heh. Qiu Qingmai didn't give him any face at all and just snorted coldly. Seeing this, Xia Binghong touched his nose and stopped making trouble for himself. But before leaving, he still glanced at Shu Qianjun coldly. At this time, only Shu Qianjun and others, Qiu Qingmai and Shuku were left in front of Qiu Courtyard. Seeing this, Shu Qianjun knew that he couldn't do anything to Shuku today. Even though he was very unwilling, he could only clasp his fists towards Qiu Qingmai and say, Dean Qiu, I'm sorry for disturbing you today. I will personally come to your house to apologize someday. Let's go. Xu Qianjun led everyone away. But at this moment, Qiu Qingmei's cold voice rang out, there's no need to apologize. Go back and tell Xu Qianjiao that I reluctantly accepted her as my apprentice for Xu Ku's sake. Now that things have turned out like this, the relationship between her and me as master and apprentice is over. After hearing these words, Xu Qianjun, who was leaving, paused and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. But she bit her lip, turned her back to Qiu Qingmai, and nodded, yes, senior. Her back view is her last stubbornness. Chapter 30, We are not siblings, but we hope to be friends. No one expected that the momentum of Prince Shu's mansion in questioning Xu Ku was already quite strong, but in the end not only did they fail to gain any advantage from Xu Ku, but they also made Xu Ku famous as the hidden genius of the martial arts palace. It is conceivable that after this incident, people's discussions about Prince Shu's mansion would be filled with more ridicule and sarcasm. As for Xu Ku, his reputation was gradually rising. After the incident, Qiu Qingmai tried her best to keep Xu Ku in the martial arts palace. Xu Ku, with your talent and character, if you stay with me, I will ensure that you can enter the spiritual realm in less than 10 years. Even Liu Ruobing, I can take her into Chuyuan. You two can practice in peace in the martial arts palace. Isn't that good? But Xu Ku refused Qiu Qingmei's kindness. Although the martial arts palace was stable, it was also a constraint that prevented him from fully displaying his skills. Besides, Qiu Qingmai promised that it would take 10 years to enter the Lingfu realm. In Xu Ku's opinion, 10 years is too long. If the deadline is really 10 years, he believes that with his own abilities, he will be able to enter the Three Flowers realm, or even higher. He himself is an endless treasure. So after repeated refusals, Qiu Qingmai had no choice but to let Xu Ku leave. However, after today, many people will know that you are my last disciple. Although I, Qiu Qingmai, am not a top expert, I still have some face over the years. Since you are using my name, you can do things with more freedom. Qiu Qingmai said with a smile. Her eyes were full of admiration for Xu Ku. Thank you, Dean Qiu. By the way, here is the wedding invitation, it's on the 8th day of next month, Dean Qiu must come. Xu Ku delivered the wedding invitation, which was also one of the reasons for his coming here. Qiu Qingmai smiled and took over, okay, I will definitely be there then. As soon as they returned to Liu Mansion, Liu Baichuan and the other two immediately surrounded them. Kuer, what's going on? Did Prince Xu do anything to you? The three of them all looked worried. Liu Ruobing looked Xu Ku up and down. Her expression eased slightly after she saw that there was nothing wrong with Xu Ku's body. Solved, said Xu Ku. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, Liu Baichuan frowned and said, Kia, this time things got so bad with Prince Xu's mansion, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the imperial capital in the future. It's okay. Xu Ku waved his hand. This was probably the only time he gave in to Prince Xu's mansion. After all, he was not strong enough, otherwise, facing Prince Xu's mansion, he would not have chosen to temporarily avoid the limelight and run to the martial arts palace to seek refuge. Uncle Liu, Aunt Jean, and Ruobing, don't worry, there won't be a next time for something like this. Xu Ku said seriously. Liu Baichuan knew what Xu Ku meant. He smiled and said, we are all family, aren't we? Looking at the three people smiling at him, Xu Ku felt a warm feeling in his heart and nodded heavily. Yes, we are family. Just as Xu Ku was narrating what happened at the martial arts palace and Prince Xu's mansion, the old steward of the Liu mansion came trotting over. Master, outside the mansion, the 6th princess of Prince Xu's mansion wants to see you. 6th princess. Liu Baichuan frowned, but he didn't know what Xu Qianyao was here for, so he couldn't help but look at Xu Ku. Let's meet her and see what she's going to do. A moment later, Xu Qianyao was welcomed into the main hall by the old butler. After not seeing each other for a few days, Xu Qianyao had lost his usual aloofness. Instead, he looked a little listless and his face was slightly pale. As soon as Xu Ku was seen, Xu Qianyao hurried forward and asked, Xu Ku, are you injured? She wanted to grab Xu Ku's hand, but Xu Ku took half a step back and quietly dodged. Xu Qianyao's hands froze in mid-air, but she still said, I just found out that my elder sister and the others came to see you. Did anything happen? I didn't know that my elder sister would come to you because of my matter. If I knew, I would definitely not let her come. Shu Qianyao looked eager to explain. Shu Qianyao, things have already passed. Are you here just to say this? Shu Ku frowned. This is not Shu Qianyao's style. He seemed to be in a state of confusion when we met at Zuianlu last time, and he is still like this now. Did something happen to her? Did she suffer any blow? Looking at Shu Ku's frown and hearing his inner voice again, Shu Qianyao's eyes reddened and a feeling of sadness rose involuntarily in her heart. Shu Ku, I came here to apologize to you. I forced you to leave the palace because I was wrong. Shu Qianyao lowered his head, his heart full of regret. This surprised Liu Baichuan and others. What happened that made Shu Qianyao come and apologize on his own initiative? Shu Ku hadn't expected this either. But when he saw Shu Qianyao bowing his head and admitting his mistake, he felt no fluctuation in his heart. Shu Qianyao, I don't know what happened to you. You expelled me from the palace, but that's a thing of the past. Now, I have my own life. I don't know why you came to me today to say these words, but what I want to say is, bridges are bridges and roads are roads. I just ask you not to bother me in the future, okay? In this life, Shu Ku really didn't want to have anything to do with Prince Shu's mansion anymore. If Shu Wudao didn't take action against him and the Liu mansion, no matter what happened in Prince Shu's mansion or what Shu Wudao did, he wouldn't care. All he wanted was peace and harmony in the Liu mansion. Hearing this, Shu Qianyao slowly raised her head, and her eyes were filled with tears without her knowing. Shu Ku, I just now remember how good you were to me. Can we really never go back to the way we were before? Shu Qianyao still asked with a glimmer of thought. But Shu Ku did not respond for a long time. His indifferent expression had already answered everything. Shu Qianyao immediately showed a trace of sadness. Shu Ku, we have lived together for 17 years. Can I come to see you often in the future? Hearing this, Shu Ku couldn't help but feel annoyed. No, we don't need to meet. Shu Ku was extremely puzzled. You were the ones who kicked me out of the palace. I didn't cry or make a fuss. I didn't take anything with me. I just did what you wanted. Now he comes to me crying and apologizing, and asks if we can meet more often. What on earth is Shu Qianyao thinking? Hearing these words, Shu Qianyao felt even more sad, but she was powerless to refute. At the beginning, it was indeed them who forced Shu Ku to leave. Seeing Shu Ku's resolute look, Shu Qianyao's eyes dimmed visibly, and then she bit her lip and nodded. But before leaving, she said, Shu Ku, it is us, the Shu Palace, who have let you down. I will persuade you when I return. Even though we are no longer siblings, I still hope we can be friends. When Shu Qianyao left, Shu Ku, Liu Baichuan and the other two all felt that it was a bit outrageous. Forget it, let's not think about these things. The most important thing for us right now is to improve our cultivation as quickly as possible. Shu Ku said. The three of them nodded. But just as they were preparing to go and practice, the old butler came jogging over again. Master, there is someone outside the mansion who calls herself Chun Shisan Niang asking to see you. Chapter 31 Inner World. Chun Shisan Niang. What is she doing here? Shu Ku spoke almost at the same time as Liu Baichuan. The next moment, Liu Baichuan swallowed his saliva and looked at Qin Lian beside him without leaving a trace. Qin Lian's face looked a little gloomy. After all, it had only been a few days since Shu Ku and Liu Baichuan had been hanging out in Zuianlu. Hey, Lao Liu, that's great. People have come to our door. As your legal wife, shouldn't I make room for her so that she doesn't get in the way of you two old people? Qin Lian was quite weird. Liu Baichuan's expression changed, and he immediately stepped forward with a flattering face, took Qin Lian's arm, and said with a smile, What are you talking about, madam? I am already so old, why are you looking for me? I think he is here to meet some customers. As soon as these words came out, Shu Ku's face turned dark. Okay. That's it, right. Let's see what she's here to do first. When he saw Chun Shisan Niang, Shu Ku discovered that she looked much more haggard today than the last time they met. Mr. Shu, although it is difficult to say this, I came to see you today because I actually want to. Chun Shisan Niang looked conflicted, as if she wanted to say something but didn't. Madam, look, I told you, you're here to look for guests. Liu Baichuan hurriedly smiled at Qin Lian. Qin Lian glanced at Liu Baichuan unhappily, and then said, Shisan Niang came to see Shu Ku, it must be a serious matter. Liu Baichuan. Oh? Just say what you want to say. Shuku said with a smile. He had some vague guesses in his mind. Master Shu, it is the jade pendant that I gave you last time. Can you return it to me? After Chun Shisan Niang finished speaking, she immediately avoided his gaze and her face turned red. After all, she was the one who gave it away, and Shuku had helped her a lot to some extent. But it had not been long since she came to ask for the jade pendant back. It was really difficult for her to say it. But when I think of Zhao Qianzi, a hint of fear flashed across Chun Shisan Niang's eyes. Jade pendant. Really? This was the same as Shuku had guessed. Looking at Chun Shisan Niang's haggard appearance, he was afraid that she had not been living a peaceful life with Zhao Qianzi these days. After all, what Zhao Qianzi wanted from the beginning was just the Zhulong blood in Chun Shisan Niang's jade pendant. However, now that Zhulong's blood has been refined into Shuku's blood, the jade pendant is of no use to him. Thinking of this, Shuku returned to the wing room, took out the jade pendant and handed it to Chun Shisan Niang, saying, "This jade pendant originally belonged to you, and now it has been returned to its original owner." Thank you. Chun Shisan Niang obviously didn't expect Shuku to be so easy to talk to, and a look of gratitude appeared on her face. After taking the jade pendant, she was about to leave. Before leaving, Shuku said, "Mrs. Chun Shisan, I still say what I said before. If you can't find a place to go in the future, you can come to Liu Mansion to find me." Hearing this, Chun Shisan Niang paused in her steps, then turned back and nodded with graceful eyes. After Chun Shisan Niang left, Liu Baichuan and the other two turned their attention to Shuku. Shuku looked embarrassed and said, serious business, Uncle Liu, Aunt Qin, Ruobing, I'm going back to my room first." When leaving, Qin Lian pulled Liu Ruobing to her side and said, "Daughter, you have to keep an eye on him from now on. I think Kuer has been too close to your father recently. I'm afraid he might have bad intentions." "Liu Baichuan, what are you talking about? After returning to the room, Shuku sat cross-legged on the bed. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was drawn into his body. The full and fulfilling feeling made Shuku feel much calmer. After all, it's because you're too weak. Ever since his rebirth, some trivial matters have been affecting his concentration on cultivation, but fortunately, he has gained a lot of good things thanks to his foresight. He took a deep breath, and suddenly a mysterious light appeared around him. This light enveloped his whole body like starlight, and gradually, he seemed to disappear into the void. Although Shuku's figure was on the bed, if there were any cultivators here, they would find that his presence could not be sensed at all with spiritual sense. His aura seemed to have completely disappeared in the room. Of course, Shuku's consciousness at this time had already passed through their vast wilderness, and he could deeply feel the strong wild atmosphere all around him. In my previous life, I started too late and never had the opportunity to enter this inner world. As a result, when facing those talented people from the ancient clans in the Fairyland, I always felt that there was something missing in my practice. In this life, I have finally made up for this regret." Shuku was walking in the inner world, and what he saw was an infinite world. This world was no different from the outside world, except that the spiritual energy here was so rich that it was almost the same as that in the Fairyland. The most important thing is that the spiritual energy in this inner world is tainted with a strong sense of wildness. It is extremely rough and overbearing. If you practice here for a long time, every move you make will be affected by the environment and filled with domineering energy. Over time, you may have a chance to comprehend the laws of the wilderness. Walking in the wilderness, Shuku was thinking in his mind that as an immortal king in his previous life, he mastered 4 laws, namely the law of thunder, the law of fire, the law of gold and the law of devouring. Among them, the law of thunder is a top-grade law, the law of fire and the law of gold are mid-grade laws, and only the law of devouring is one of the 10 extreme laws. In his previous life, it was by relying on the law of devouring that he was able to secure his position as the immortal king. I have had several opportunities to touch upon more extreme laws, but unfortunately I was limited by my talent and could never take that step. In this life, I have entered the inner world. If I can use this inner world to comprehend the laws of the ancient wilderness, I may have a chance to compete for the extreme imperial soldiers in the ancient forbidden land of Pantian in the future. Shuku's eyes flickered, and he had already begun to plan for the future. The Jadao Emperor soldier was tainted with the aura of the immortal emperor, so in this life, he had to achieve the status of an immortal emperor. However, those were all distant things. Shuku walked in the inner world for a long time, and finally found a place with rich spiritual energy, and began to practice the original true explanation. This original true explanation seemed to be extremely compatible with this world, and even caused the supreme lore to resonate with it. Spiritual energy filled with wild aura began to flow into the body continuously, and the shackles of the chi-nourishing realm began to loosen. On the other side, at Prince Shu's mansion, when Shu Qianyao returned to the mansion, he immediately found Shu Qianjun. Big sister, why did you go looking for trouble with Shu Ku? We have already been very sorry to him, why do you keep making the same mistake again and again? Shu Qianyao stared at Shu Qianjun, her eyes filled with anger. Shu Qianjun was already in a bad mood because of the setback at the martial arts palace. The first thing Shu Qianyao did after returning home was to question her harshly, which made her unable to help but raise her hand and slap her. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and Shu Qianyao covered his face, but his face was still full of anger. Sixth sister. How can you talk to the eldest sister like that? The eldest sister is doing this for your own good. She went to settle the score with Shu Ku for you. The second sister Shu Qinchuan quickly took Shu Qianyao into her arms and comforted her. But Shu Qianyao struggled out and said sternly, for my own good. When did I ever say what Shu Ku did to me? Shu Ku has done his best for our palace over the years. Even if he really did something, why can't you stop for the sake of our past friendship? Shu Qianjun frowned and looked at Shu Qianyao. She suddenly couldn't understand the latter. She had never seen her so angry. Among the 7 sisters, no one had ever dared to confront her like this. Qianyao, you've been possessed by a demon. Shu Qianjun said coldly. No. It's you, elder sister, who has become arrogant and cold-hearted over the years. You always think that everything you do is for the good of the palace, but Shu Ku has never let the palace down, only we have let him down. Shu Qianyao shouted. Hearing this, Shu Qianjuan's eyebrows twitched and his face looked extremely ugly. Shu Ku, Shu Ku. It's all Shu Ku. You all agreed to expel Shu Ku from the palace. What? Do you regret it now? Shu Qianjun roared in a somewhat inappropriate manner. After being yelled at by Shu Qianjun, Shu Qianyao took 2 steps back with a pale face, muttering, yes, I regret it. He had done so much for me. If I had known this earlier, I would never have chased him away. Chapter 32 Sixth Sister, drink some tea to moisten your throat. Regret? Shu Qinjuan's brows were deeply furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a complex expression, but in the blink of an eye, the complexity turned into firmness. After wandering among clans for so many years, she knew very well that once certain choices were made, it would be difficult to regret. This is true for the noble families, and even more so for her Prince Shu's mansion. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness flashed in Shu Qinjuan's eyes. Shu Ku had actually influenced the hearts of the people in the palace without realizing it. Today it's just Shu Qianyao, what about tomorrow? She couldn't allow this seed to take root and sprout in the palace. Just when she was about to say something, she saw Shu Wudao walking towards her. Sister, don't frown. Let's discuss anything together. Wudao is here and is willing to share your worries. Shu Wudao stepped forward and supported Shu Qianjuan's arm. Seeing Shu Wudao's sensible appearance, Shu Qianjun finally found some comfort in his heart. Fortunately, Shu Wudao was found, so the palace will have a backbone in the future. Sister, although I don't know what happened to Sixth Sister, she and we have the same blood flowing in our body after all. We are family. Shu Wudao said slowly. Hearing this, Shu Qianjun nodded. Then in your opinion, what should we do with Shu Ku? Shu Qianjun began to tentatively ask Shu Wudao for his opinion. This is a start. Before this, even though Shu Qianjun had many expectations for Shu Wudao, in his eyes, the latter was still just a child. But under the blow of many recent events, Shu Qianjun has unconsciously hoped that Shu Wudao can share some of the decisions with him. A hint of joy flashed in Shu Wudao's eyes. He also noticed this subtle change, and after thinking about it carefully, he said, Sister, in my opinion, we can choose to leave Shu Ku alone. Leave it hanging. Shu Ku did all these things just to get our attention. He must be resentful of us for expelling him from the palace. But our first priority is to develop our own palace's strength. When our palace returns to its peak one day, there will be no rush to turn around and deal with Shu Ku. I hope that next time, we don't have to look at the face of the martial arts palace. Shu Wudao no longer maintains his image as a kind person. He knows that in front of Shu Qianjun now, he should show some maturity and decisiveness to tell Shu Qianjun that he stands with her. Sure enough, in response to Shu Wudao's words, Shu Qianyuan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Shu Wudao with a little more appreciation. Wudao, your mind has become more calm. Indeed, before this, she was very satisfied with Shu Wudao's understanding and kindness. After all, this could reflect Shu Wudao's character. But if one wants to be in charge of the palace, being sensible and kind can only be icing on the cake. If one wants to become the superior, one must be ruthless and use all means possible. Shu Wudao's performance at this moment seemed to have some of the demeanor of a superior. Thank you, sister. Shu Wudao smiled slightly. Shu Qianyuan's brows finally relaxed a little. She looked at Shu Qianyao, who was still standing beside her with a sad face, and helplessness flashed in her eyes. Shu Wudao keenly grasped this point and said with a smile, "Big sister, let me take care of the sixth sister. The sixth sister is just being stubborn for a while. I will slowly guide her. She will definitely understand your painstaking efforts. Then Wudao, please take more care of me." Shu Qianyun rubbed her temples. Her head ached slightly. She knew that in a while, the splitting headache would come immediately. This seems to have become a chronic disease. When Shuku was around, his acupressure techniques could quickly relieve the pain, but since Shuku left, the headaches have become more and more serious. I consulted many doctors but they couldn't find the cause, so I could only endure it. By the way, this is the token of the Black Tiger Guard. Your coronation banquet will be held in half a month. I am worried that something unexpected will happen. From now on, the Black Tiger Guard will be under your command. Shu Wudao took the token of the Black Tiger Guard, with unconcealable joy in his eyes. This was one of the 3 secret guards of Prince Shu's mansion, with extremely powerful strength, and could be regarded as one of the foundation of Prince Shu's mansion. With the Black Tiger Guard, Shu Wudao can do a lot of things. Thank you, big sister. I will take sixth sister downstairs to rest first. As Shu Wudao spoke, he helped Shu Qianyao up and walked towards the room. After Shu Wudao left, the second sister Shu Qianyuan asked, "Big sister, is this matter over just like that?" Shu Qianyun felt a headache coming on, and her face was in pain. She kept rubbing her forehead and replied, "Now that Shuku has the martial arts palace as his background, it will not be easy to touch him. But Wudao is right. We can't just let this matter go. We'll find a chance to talk about it later." Thinking of this, she pondered for a moment, then decided, "Second sister, pass the heavenly sword cannon to Wudao. Didn't you say you would give it to Wudao after the coronation banquet? Wudao is the hope of our palace. He must grow up quickly to shoulder the heavy burden of the palace. He originally has the heavenly absolute sword body. It will be a good thing for him to practice and awaken the heavenly absolute sword meridian as soon as possible. In the future, he may have a chance to surpass his father." Shu Qianyuan nodded. "By the way, give him the 7th grade Hunyuan golden pill in the mansion as well. Now that things have come to this, we can only place all our bets on Wudao." When Shu Qianyuan heard about the 7th grade Hunyuan golden pill, he was shocked. This could be said to be one of the great treasures of the palace, which could cleanse one's bones and muscles and reshape one's talents. There was only one such pill in the entire Sui dynasty. Shu Wudao supported Shu Qianyao all the way back to the latter's room. Along the way, he felt Shu Qianyao's soft and boneless figure, and her skin that was hot after crying bitterly. Every time he touched it unintentionally, Shu Wudao's throat would feel hot. His hands wandered over Shu Qianyao's body intentionally or unintentionally, his movements extremely slowly. Shu Qianyao was still unable to extricate herself from the guilt she felt towards Shuku, so naturally she did not notice Shu Wudao's little movements. Bang! He helped Shu Qianyao onto the bed, with her beautiful legs hanging over the edge of the bed. This was the first time Shu Wudao came to Shu Qianyao's boudoir. The faint fragrance of virginity hit Shu Wudao's sensory nerves. He couldn't help but look at Shu Qianyao presumptuously. "It's so beautiful." Shu Wudao sighed inwardly, his Adam's apple twitching constantly. His eyes moved from top to bottom, not missing any part of Shu Qianyao's snow-white skin. He felt extremely hot inside. Ever since he entered the palace, he had not been close to any woman for a long time in order to establish his image. Last time he wanted to take action against Shu Qianyi, his chance was interrupted by Shuku. This time, it is undoubtedly a good opportunity. He closed the door silently, then came to the teapot on the table in the room and put the yin wandan that Breaking Bad gave him last time in South City into it. This yin wandan was originally prepared for Shu Qianyi. Sixth sister, drink some tea to moisten your throat. Shu Wudao sat on the bedside and helped Shu Qianyao up. Shu Qianyao had cried so hard before that she was already a little weak. She was not wary of Shu Wudao at all, and then she drank the cup of tea under Shu Wudao's gaze. After a while, Shu Qianyao touched his head and fell into a deep sleep. Shu Wudao finally stopped hiding it. He slowly reached out his hand and opened Shu Qianyao's collar. Chapter 33. You don't want Shu Ku to get hurt, do you? Shu Wudao. What are you doing? But suddenly, for some unknown reason, Shu Qianyao suddenly woke up from her sleep. Then he grabbed Shu Wudao's hand and looked at his messy collar, his eyes full of shame, anger and disbelief. Shu Wudao's expression also changed instantly. That's not right. The Yin Wan pill is very effective. Shu Qianyao is just an ordinary cultivator in the qi nourishing realm. He shouldn't be able to withstand the medicinal properties of this pill, right? A trace of panic flashed across his eyes, but it was only for a moment. He quickly covered Shu Qianyao's mouth with his hand and comforted her quickly. Sixth sister, I'm sorry. I was blinded by lust. It's really. You are too beautiful. Wudao really can't help it. Looking at Shu Wudao's face, for some reason, Shu Qianyao suddenly felt like vomiting. A deep-seated disgust surged from my stomach to my throat. Sixth sister, I'm sorry, you are so beautiful and so attractive, I really couldn't help it. Shu Wudao continued. But Shu Qianyao just stretched out a hand, stared at him coldly, and said coldly, stay away from me, I feel sick when I see you. She never imagined that her own brother would actually drug her. And he drugged and raped her. If she hadn't devoted herself to medicine over the years and constantly tested medicines on herself, her physique would have been different from that of ordinary people and she would be basically immune to common medicines. Otherwise, with her cultivation level at the qi nourishing realm, Shu Wudao might have succeeded today. He is my own brother. People of the same lineage. Why does he look so well behaved, but have such incestuous thoughts? This kind of person is so scary. Hearing Shu Qianyao say that he was disgusting, Shu Wudao's eyes suddenly flashed with impatience, but he still spoke again. Sixth sister, you will forgive me, right? Let's just pretend that nothing happened, okay? Shu Wudao stepped forward, gently brushed the hair on Shu Qianyao's forehead, and said softly, from now on, I will still be your good brother, and you will still be my good sister. When touched by Shu Wudao, Shu Qianyao's body subconsciously stiffened, and then she shrank back abruptly, looking at the former with eyes full of resistance, as if she had seen something disgusting. Take your dirty hands away. Shu Wudao. I must tell my elder sister. You deserve to die. Tell my elder sister. Upon hearing this, Shu Wudao narrowed his eyes and a dangerous aura immediately flashed across them. Although he wanted to rape Shu Qianyao on a whim, if Shu Qianjun knew about it, the consequences would be something he could not bear at the moment. He still has a future. In his opinion, he must not ruin himself because of such a small matter, at least ruin his image in Shu Qianjuan's heart. Thinking of this, Shu Wudao's heart became ruthless, and a murderous look flashed in his eyes. Bang! A crisp slap sounded. Shu Wudao slapped Shu Qianyao to the corner of the bed. If you dare to tell this to my elder sister, I will tell everyone in the capital tomorrow that you, Shu Qianyao, were raped by your own brother. By then, not only will you become the laughingstock of the entire Sui dynasty, but even Prince Shu's mansion will become a joke. Shu Qianyao, don't you value the reputation of Prince Shu's mansion the most? What? Just because I lost my innocent body, you want to drag the entire Prince Shu's mansion into the water? Shu Wudao pinched Shu Qianyao's chin and threatened with a vicious look in his eyes. Shu Qianyao's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and there was still disbelief in her fear. She couldn't believe that her own brother, who was usually well-behaved and sensible, could have such a cold and vicious side. She realized later that everyone had been deceived by him. But you didn't. Shu Qianyao said. But he was interrupted by Shu Wudao. Who would care whether I succeeded or not? If this gets out, everyone would only care whether it happened or not, they wouldn't care about the truth. By then, Prince Shu's mansion will lose face, and you will become the laughingstock of the entire imperial capital, and even the entire Sui dynasty. Shu Qianyao's eyes trembled, and tears slowly flowed down uncontrollably. But should I just swallow this extremely humiliating thing? I almost had my own brother take away my innocence. The most important thing is that Shu Wudao is a devil. He is a demon who can hide his true face. Who knows what outrageous things this devil will do in the future? No. No way. Shu Qianyao suddenly felt dizzy. On the one hand, there was her own innocence, and on the other hand, there was the reputation of Prince Shu's mansion. What should she choose? Looking at Shu Qianyao's crazy and conflicted look, Shu Wudao grinned grimly. As expected, what these 7 women valued most was reputation. Even if I have done something so outrageous that it is condemned by both humans and gods, this 6th sister might still forgive me now. Thinking of this, he became more unbridled. 6th sister, you don't want the Shu palace to decline again because of you, and all the efforts of the 7 sisters to be destroyed because of you, right? Shu Wudao leaned close to Shu Qianyao's ear and slowly blew a breath of hot air into it. Get out! Get out! Shu Qianyao was like a frightened rabbit, his face full of hatred. Seeing the former's expression, Shu Wudao felt dissatisfied and growled, What? Are you starting to hate me now? If it was Shu Ku, would you hate him? Shu Ku. Hearing this name, Shu Qianyao's pupils shrank. Shu Wudao then said, 6th sister, you don't want Shu Ku to get hurt because of you, do you? What are you going to do? Shu Qianyao said angrily. Hearing this, Shu Wudao straightened his collar and sneered, In half a month, I will be the Prince Shu, and the resources of the entire Prince Shu's palace will be under my control. That Shu Ku has been jumping around in front of me these days. Guess what will happen to him if I take action against him? You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Shu Wudao spread his hands and laughed wantonly. Of course, if you were more sensible, maybe I would give Shu Ku some leniency for your sake. Hearing this, Shu Qianyao was shocked. These days, she was filled with guilt towards Shu Ku. Ever since she heard that Shu Qianjun and others had surrounded Shu Ku in the martial arts palace, she felt even more guilty. She looked at Shu Wudao's ferocious face, which gradually formed a sharp contrast with Shu Ku's gentle face in the past. Not only did they drive away the people who were truly good to them, they even provoked a wolf in sheep's clothing. If Shu Ku gets hurt again because of me, Perhaps if this matter is allowed to pass, Shu Wudao will not attack Shu Ku, and the reputation of the Shu palace can be preserved. Watching Shu Qianyao's head gradually lowering, Shu Wudao smiled with satisfaction. 6th sister, don't worry, I won't go back on my promise to you. Shu Ku, I will let him live well. But you can't tell anyone about this. Shu Wudao stared at Shu Qianyao. Shu Qianyao lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she nodded slightly. I knew that you, 6th sister, are the most considerate. After getting a satisfactory answer, Shu Wudao smiled and began to put on his clothes. After getting dressed, he opened the door of the room and couldn't help but look back at Shu Qianyao's graceful body that was looming. Although it's a pity. But there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Shu Wudao murmured in his heart. Even though he didn't succeed today, there's no rush, he has plenty of time. Only. When I thought about how nervous Shu Ku and Shu Qianyao looked when I mentioned them. No matter how he begged for mercy, Shu Qianyao refused to let go, but she seemed to compromise because of the 2 words, Shu Ku. Shu Wudao clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turned white, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. Shu Ku, you really are haunting me. If one day, you see your 7 sisters panting under my crotch, I'm really looking forward to your expression. Chapter 34, Qi Nourishing Realm, 8th Heaven. Jing'an Marquis Mansion. When Chun Shizaniang excitedly found Zhao Qianzi with the jade pendant, Zhao Qianzi also excitedly snatched the jade pendant. Then he began to eagerly sense the Zhulong blood in it, but soon his expression became gloomy, then gradually became ugly, and in the end, only a face full of rage remained. Bang! He smashed the jade pendant to pieces. Chun Shizaniang screamed and quickly jumped back, then stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Qianzi's arm, asking doubtfully, Qianzi, I have already got the jade pendant back, why are you? Get lost. However, Zhao Qianzi pushed Chun Shizaniang away and shouted angrily, Get lost. Damn woman. Money-losing bastard. Get lost now. Chun Shizaniang fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Her eyes were full of sadness and confusion. They were not like this before. Zhao Qianzi's original vows are still vivid in his mind. Was the tender scene between the two just a dream? Why did Zhao Qianzi go to such great lengths to redeem himself from Zuianlu, but then treat himself like this? Why is this happening? But seeing the anger mixed in Zhao Qianzi's unfamiliar eyes, she didn't dare to stay and could only stagger away in panic. Master, the things inside are gone. After Chun Shisan Niang left, Zhao Qianzhe clenched his fists and growled unwillingly. It seems that Shu Ku knew about the mysterious blood contained in the jade pendant from the very beginning. An old voice sounded in Zhao Qianzhe's mind. But how did that boy discover the secret of the jade pendant with his cultivation level? The old voice was also full of confusion. Zhao Qianzhe was also confused. He knew the secret of the jade pendant because he had the soul of a mysterious and powerful person in his body. Who was Shu Ku? He was just an abandoned child by Prince Shu's mansion. With his cultivation and vision, it was impossible for him to know the secret of the jade pendant. Could it be that there is also a being like Master inside Shu Ku's body? Suddenly, a guess suddenly emerged in my mind. But the mysterious strong man inside shook his head and said, "No, if he has a soul like mine, I will definitely feel it." After hearing this, Zhao Qianzhe really couldn't think of any other reason. "But Master, are you going to give up the secret of the jade pendant just like that?" Zhao Qianzhe's tone was filled with reluctance. "Can't you bear such a small setback?" The soul seemed a little angry. Zhao Qianzhe's face changed, and he lowered his head quickly. "I dare not. It's just a chance. There are countless chances in the world. With me by your side, it won't be easy for you to get a chance." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qianzhe's expression softened a lot and his look became more respectful. "Forget it. You have been staying in the Qinguan realm for several months. It's time to find an opportunity to break through to the Taichu realm," said the soul body. "Master, do you have any other trump cards?" Zhao Qianzhe asked hurriedly. The soul body was silent for a moment, then said, "If I remember correctly, there will be a secret treasure revealed during the Great Sui dynasty's autumn hunt half a month later. The most important of these is the golden dragon energy left by the founding emperor of the Great Sui dynasty. The golden dragon energy has been nurtured by the Great Sui dynasty for 1,000 years. If you can obtain it, you can not only gain the blessing of heaven and earth, but also have the opportunity to awaken the legendary spiritual dragon vein." Blessing of luck? Spiritual dragon vein. Zhao Qianzhe was shocked when he heard it, and his heart instantly became hot. Even though he didn't know what the golden dragon energy and the spiritual dragon vein were, he could guess that this must be a rare and great opportunity. "But Master, why don't I have any information about the Great Sui's autumn hunt?" "It's okay, just do as I say." The soul body spoke lightly, and Zhao Qianzhe's eyes gradually brightened as he listened to the former's layout. There is still half a month left before the Great Sui autumn hunt. During this half month, under the example set by Shu Ku, Liu Baichuan, Qin Lian and Liu Ruobing put all their energy into cultivation. Although they did not understand what Shu Ku said about the turmoil that would happen in the future, they chose to believe it. And with the terrifying blessing of the heavenly martial arts bestowed by Shu Ku, the cultivation of the three of them increased rapidly at a rate that was almost visible to the naked eye. If outsiders knew about this, they would probably be distorted with jealousy. After all, who would be so wealthy to practice 3 sets of heavenly martial arts? Even the royal family of the Sui dynasty could not afford such luxury. And Shu Ku has been staying in the inner world for the past half month, practicing the original true explanation to the extreme, and the huge energy of Zhulong blood has been devoured bit by bit. Half a month later, Shu Ku walked out of the room. When Liu Baichuan and the other two saw Shu Ku, whom they hadn't seen for many days, their eyes trembled slightly. Although they had only not seen each other for half a month, they could clearly feel the huge change in Shu Ku. If Shu Ku's martial arts aura was a bit superficial before, now it gave them a bottomless feeling, a calmness that was like facing an abyss, as if there was no way to see to the bottom. "Kua, have you reached the qi nourishing stage?" Liu Baichuan asked with some doubt. The reason why he was surprised was that his own cultivation was higher than Shu Ku's. According to common sense, he should be able to see through Shu Ku's cultivation. But at this moment, when he tried to investigate Shu Ku's realm of cultivation, he could only sense that the latter had entered the qi cultivation realm, but that was all. As for other aspects, Shu Ku seemed to be shrouded in fog and could not see clearly at all. The most important thing is that he practiced the Great Wilderness Sutra, so he was very sensitive to certain attributes. When he was investigating Shu Ku's cultivation, an extremely strong and wild aura hit him in the face. This ancient and vicissitudes of life feeling is very real, as if you are in the wilderness. This was exactly what he lacked in his practice of the Great Wilderness Sutra. "I have entered the state of nourishing qi." Shu Ku nodded. After practicing for half a month, the Zhulong blood that had been dissolved in his meridians was completely refined. The 9th level of qi nourishing realm. Liu Baichuan asked casually. Yay. Oh, yay, that's really fast progress. Wait. What? Yay. Liu Baichuan suddenly reacted, and then looked at Shuku as if he had seen a ghost. Are you sure, it's yay? Yes, the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Hiss. Liu Baichuan took a breath and looked at Qin Lian, who was also stunned. Even Liu Ruobing, who had not been very interested in cultivation before, exclaimed and covered her rosy little mouth when she heard this. Shuku! Are you really a genius? In the past half-month, you have directly broken through from the meridian opening stage to the 8th stage of nourishing Qi. Liu Baichuan took several deep breaths before he calmed down. Could this kid really be a freak? He used to be a low-key person, but after arriving at Liu Mansion, he seemed like a different person. Could it be that my Liu Mansion is some kind of feng shui treasure land or blessed land? Faced with the three people's surprise, Shuku just smiled slightly. Joke. The original true explanation, the supreme law. Devouring the holy vein, 1 in 10,000. Break 20 of the shackles of heaven. The blood of Zhulong contains a trace of the true meaning of Zhulong. Add to that the inner world, and the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Taking all these factors into consideration, the leap to the 8th level is not that exaggerated. Everything is just a natural result. If it weren't for the restrictions of the 52 heavenly Dao shackles, it wouldn't be impossible for him to step into the heavenly gate realm in one step. Good boy, your cultivation is almost catching up with your Uncle Liu. Liu Baichuan had a look of being annoyed by comparison. He was now over 50 years old, and his cultivation was only at the late Qianguan stage. How old was Shuku? He suddenly realized that he really couldn't understand his cheap son-in-law. Uncle Liu, how about you guys? How was your training during this half-month? Kuer, this is indeed a heaven-level martial art. My half-month of practice is equivalent to my 1-year effort. Liu Baichuan was delighted when he heard Shuku talking about this, but the next moment, he shook his head. It's a pity that the Liu Mansion doesn't have enough spirit stones, otherwise I could have tried to break through the spirit mansion realm yesterday. I have also practiced from the early stage of Qinguan realm to the middle stage of Qinguan realm. Qin Lian said. I have entered the Qi nourishing realm. Liu Ruobing said. After listening to the reports from the three people, Shuku nodded. This was also within her expectations. However, Liu Ruobing's progress is still a bit slow. She has been at the peak of the meridian opening realm for so many years. It was only with the advantage of the Taiching Induction Sutra that she entered the Qi nourishing realm. It seems that I will have to rebuild Ruobing's martial arts talent in the future. Shuku thought to himself, but there is no rush. He knew that there was a secret realm in the Great Sui dynasty, and the opportunity in that secret realm was most suitable for Liu Ruobing. His goal is to make all three of them into powerful men who can stand on their own. Uncle Liu, I will find a way to deal with the spirit stone. The most important thing for cultivation is the spirit stone. This thing is indeed indispensable. Shuku spoke up. It's okay. I'm already very satisfied with the progress. Liu Baichuan said with a smile. He is not in a hurry. But Shuku, it's urgent. For now, we should get the golden dragon energy in the secret storage of the Great Sui dynasty first. Shuku thought in his mind, and then said, Uncle Liu, I have to leave for a while. During this period, you should focus on consolidating your cultivation. When I come back, I will definitely be able to raise your cultivation to a higher level. Good. Although they didn't know what Shuku was going to do, the three of them unknowingly felt that they didn't need to worry about anything Shuku did. After giving instructions to the three people, Shuku left Liu Mansion and headed towards Qinqiong Pavilion. If nothing unexpected happens, Yang Fuyan and the others should be waiting for me. Brother, according to the agreed time, Shuku is already 1 stick of incense late. He doesn't even have this much sense of time. I think. In a private room in the Qinqiong Pavilion, Wei Wuya spoke with a somewhat complaining tone. Although more than half a month had passed, he still felt somewhat dislike for Shuku. Beside him, Yang Fuyan and Xie Zhizhang were sitting on their seats, while Jiang Lan was standing and waiting on the side. Upon hearing this, Yang Fuyan just took a sip of tea and said nothing more. Chapter 35, The Empire's End. Xie Zhizhang smiled and said, Brother, you value talent. You know your brother's character. He won't care about these red tapes if he can catch his eye. TSK. Wei Wuya had no way to refute. Yang Fuyan's fingers tapped on the table intermittently. Suddenly, he turned to look at Jiang Lan and said, Jiang Lan, I heard that you have made considerable progress in your practice in the past half-month. Jiang Lan, who was standing by respectfully, bowed his head and clasped his fists, saying, thanks to the 4th grade Qianxian fruit given by His Highness, I was able to advance from the middle stage of the Qinguan realm to the late stage of the Qinguan realm. Yang Fuyan nodded with satisfaction. The 4th grade spiritual medicine was not too precious to him. Relying on his status as a prince, he had secretly accumulated a lot of resources over the years. But I didn't expect Jiang Lan to break through so smoothly. He is in the late Qinguan realm. If he works harder, he can enter the Taichu realm. This shows that Jiang Lan's talent in martial arts is indeed extraordinary. The original concerns in his mind about buying Jiang Lan also dissipated at this moment. Perform well. Although I am not as good as other princes, my condition is better than yours in the duel field. Yang Fuyan said. Your Highness, your words are too polite. It is my blessing that your Highness thinks highly of me. Jiang Lan said in a humble manner. Jiang Lan was not flattering. From his expression at the moment, it can be seen that these were his true words. If the 8th prince had not bought him, he would probably still be fighting in the dueling arena every day, becoming a tool for the nobles to entertain themselves. It would also be impossible for him to practice without any worries like he does now. He was also able to free up his hands to fulfill the obsession that had always existed in his heart. Just as everyone was chatting, Shu Ku arrived late. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I had something to do and was delayed. The first thing Shu Ku did after entering the private room was to apologize to everyone. He had originally planned to arrive a little earlier, but his practice in the inner world reached a critical juncture, so he had to be late. HMPH, at least you have a good attitude. Wei Wuya originally planned to take the opportunity to make trouble, but seeing that Shu Ku had such a good attitude, the dissatisfaction in his heart dissipated a lot for a moment. Yang Fuyan smiled and said, it's okay, you. But suddenly, the smile on Yang Fuyan's face froze, and then a spiritual consciousness instantly rushed towards Shu Ku. Shu Ku did not stop him, but just looked calm. Yang Fuyan was shocked. He stared at Shu Ku intently, and his spiritual consciousness kept probing him. He even asked with his jaw hanging open, Shu Ku, your cultivation level is at the qi nourishing stage. Wei Wuya obviously didn't realize the point. He also realized that Shu Ku's cultivation had broken through to the qi nourishing realm. Brother, it's just the qi cultivation stage. Is it worth you being so surprised? But he just said half of it, and then, as if he sensed something, a look of horror suddenly surged across his face. Fuck. The 8th level of qi cultivation. Shu Ku. Are you kidding me? You are lying. Xie Zhizhang was silent, but also looked shocked. Jiang Lan looked at Shu Ku with some curiosity. He couldn't understand why the 8th prince insisted on taking Shu Ku, who was only at the Kaimai realm, to participate in the autumn hunt. Now, he seemed to understand a little. The shock on Yang Fuyan's face did not disappear. Shu Ku, in the past half-month, you not only broke through to the qi-nourishing realm, but also directly entered the 8th level of the qi-nourishing realm. A total of 8 small realms. Shu Ku naturally expected everyone's shock. In fact, he had many ways to hide his cultivation, but he didn't think it was necessary. Sometimes showing your talents and demonstrating your value is a good thing for both parties in the cooperation. Yang Fuyan found it hard to believe. He admitted that he had high hopes for Shu Ku. But he didn't expect that Shu Ku could bring him such a big surprise. He broke through the 8th level in half a month. If he was given half a year, wouldn't he be able to pass Taichu and enter Lingfu? This was the first time he had heard of such a breakthrough speed. Although he didn't say anything about Wei Wuya's complaints about Shu Ku's lateness, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. But at this moment, there is no dissatisfaction at all. This is simply genius. He wants to worship this genius. Shu Ku could naturally feel the change in Yang Fuyan's attitude towards him, which is the embodiment of personal value. Brother Shu is truly extraordinary. I hope that in this autumn hunt, Brother Shu can bring more surprises to Big Brother. Xie Zhizhang said with a smile. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became joyful. But no one noticed that when Jiang Lan looked at Shu Ku, there was a barely perceptible coldness in his eyes. After everyone made some preparations, they headed towards the palace under the leadership of Yang Fuyan. Of course, Wei Wuya stayed in Qinqiang Pavilion very unhappy. The imperial palace of the Great Sui dynasty was the most heavily guarded place in the empire. It was said that there were 99 towers and 107 palaces within the palace walls. It was a magnificent sight with its vast area and magnificent decoration. This was Shuku's second time entering the palace. The first time was when he returned from the Fairyland in his previous life and entered in search of some truth. However, the Sui dynasty had already declined by then, and Shu Wudao had been lost in the long river of time. This empire, which had once been extremely prosperous in the eastern region, had already been reduced to a scorched earth by then. The atmosphere is no longer the same as it is today. Come to think of it, there are quite a lot of emotions. The life of an empire will eventually come to an end, but the path of martial arts will continue to shine as brightly as the sun and the moon. On the eldest prince's side, the young leader of the martial arts palace, Yun Chuyan, the young master of the Beling Jiang family, Jiang Taixian, and Wang Ju of the Beling Wang family, are all top-level geniuses in the Great Sui Taichu realm. Among them, Yun Chuyan is said to have fought against a strong man in the spiritual mansion realm and successfully escaped. On the way, Yang Fuyan also shared information with Shuku and the other two. Shuku had also heard of these people. In later generations, these three people indeed made a great name for themselves, especially Yun Chuyan, who later cultivated to the third level of the Three Flowers realm and was only one step away from entering the Six Fire Holy Path. He was revered as Reverend Chuyan by later generations. On the fourth prince's side, there is Luo Chankong, the chief of the Chuyuan of the Martial Arts Palace, Sun Buwu of the Dongshan Sun Clan, and Pei Qinher. These three are also not weak, they are all first-class young strong men. And here we are. Yang Fuyan stopped and looked at Shuku and the other two. A person at the 8th level of the Qi Nourishing Realm, Shuku. An 8th level Qinguan Realm, Jianglan. A 5th level of Taichu Realm, Xiejizhang. There is also Yang Fuyan, who is at the 3rd level of the Taichu Realm. Judging from the lineup, he doesn't stand any chance of winning. Chapter 36 I don't need to explain to you, right? In addition to this third young master, my eldest brother also has Luo Chankong, the chief disciple of the Chiu Academy of the Martial Arts Palace. This person has been famous for a long time. To be able to become the chief of a school, his strength should not be underestimated. As he spoke, Yang Fuyan looked at Shuku with interest and said with a smile, speaking of which, this person is a fellow disciple of yours. The three of them looked at Shuku. There is no wall that is impenetrable. The confrontation between Prince Shu and Qiu Qingmai in Qiu Courtyard has gradually become known to the public in recent days. The name Shuku was finally no longer discussed as the eldest son of Prince Shu's mansion or the abandoned son of Prince Shu's mansion. On the contrary, many people were surprised that the former prince of Prince Shu's mansion was so well hidden that he had quietly set an unprecedented record in the martial arts palace. Shuku had anticipated these discussions, but did not respond. Some things, without explanation, are a kind of silent power. Don't worry, Your Highness. In that secret realm, even fellow disciples will probably fight each other without mercy, Shuku said calmly. Yang Fuyan smiled and nodded, then continued, there is another person who is also a young master of a noble family, but the one I want to talk to you about is fourth brother. Fourth brother has the support of the Dongshan Sun clan. Dongshan is a special place, where most of the people gathered are descendants of the previous dynasty. Their power and heritage have lasted through the rise and fall of the two empires and remain undiminished. They have inherited the ancient martial arts that is thousands of years old. Among them, Sun Buwu, the number one young master of the Dongshan Sun clan, is said to have completely inherited the ancient martial arts, and his cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Taichu realm. He is the greatest help to fourth brother. Hearing this, Shuku's eyes lit up. Sun Buwu, this person was indeed famous in later generations. He was called the Grandmaster of Ancient Martial Arts, and his 18 touches of ancient martial arts made countless cultivators tremble in fear. Unfortunately, he was ambushed and killed when the three flowers gathered at the top of his head. This is a special opponent, said Shuku. The three of them looked at him together. They didn't expect that the third young master of Beling Jiang family did not attract Shuku's attention. Instead, Sun Buwu was regarded as his opponent. Speaking of a special opponent, what does that mean? Xiejizhang asked. Shuku shook his head and said helplessly, when we meet him during the autumn hunt, you will understand. Everyone stopped arguing. At this time, Yang Fuyan suddenly looked at Shuku with a strange expression, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, there is another person beside the fourth brother. His strength is unknown, but he must not be weak if he can be used by the fourth brother. I heard that this person is a woman. She is also the only woman among the 32 people who entered the autumn hunt this time. Seeing the look in Yang Fuyan's eyes when he looked at him, Shuku's eyes twitched, as if he had guessed something. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the ancestral land deep inside the Sui Imperial Palace. The ancestral land of the Great Sui Dynasty is the foundation of the Great Sui Dynasty. Naturally, they cannot peek into the deepest secrets of the ancestral land. In front of me is a dark black palace. Black Dragon Palace. Located at the outermost part of the Sui Dynasty's ancestral land. When Shuku and his 3 companions entered the Black Dragon Hall, almost everyone had already arrived. As soon as they stepped into the hall, a hearty laugh was heard. "Eighth brother, we're just waiting for you." The speaker was the 6th Prince Yang Fuxiong. "Sixth brother, you are embarrassing me. How dare I keep you brothers waiting?" It was a rare occasion for the 8 princes to get together. Although they all had their own thoughts, they seemed to be having a good time at the moment. Shuku stood where he was, looking around the hall. There are indeed some extraordinary auras. He thought to himself. Xie Zhizhang and Jiang Lan did not have the ability like Shuku, but they could sense the martial arts aura of a warrior with just a glance. Therefore, he stood there, looking a little restrained. The 9th level of the Taichu realm, that person should be the 3rd young master of the Beating Jian clan. The 8th level of Taichu realm, Sun Buwu. When Shuku looked around, he saw an acquaintance. But when he looked over, the latter looked at him with undisguised hostility. Zhao Qianzi from the Marquis of Jing'an's mansion. Shuku suddenly felt a little embarrassed by Zhao Qianzi's unfriendly look. After all, according to their normal trajectory, Zhao Qianzi should have refined the candle dragon blood and his cultivation level had greatly increased by now. But now it seems that he is only in the late Qinguan realm. Instead, he has made use of the majestic blood energy contained in the Zhulong blood to directly advance to the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Master! That boy has already reached the 8th level of Qi nourishing realm. Zhao Qianzi also had the means to detect Shuku's cultivation level, and he immediately felt so angry that his teeth itched. If he had not retained his sanity, he would have rushed forward, peeled off Shuku's skin and sucked his blood dry. It seems that my guess is correct. This boy knows the opportunity contained in the jade pendant and has already refined it. A vicissitudes of life voice sounded from within Zhao Qianzi's body, and the tone was also a little resentful. As if sensing that Zhao Qianzi was losing control of his emotions, their voice continued, "It's okay. If that opportunity is gone, it's gone. With me here, you will definitely be able to obtain the golden dragon energy in the Great Sui secret collection. By then, you will be promoted to the Taichu realm with the demonic dragon emperor bloodline, and you may even be able to comprehend the true dragon spirit art from the Taichu origin. It won't be too late to take revenge then." After hearing this, Zhao Qianzi's mood slowly calmed down. Master is right. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. When I obtain the golden dragon's chi, I will avenge this treasure robbery. Shuku and Zhao Qianzi's eyes met in the air. Zhao Qianzi even opened his mouth towards Shuku. Although no sound came out, one could tell what he meant from his mouth shape. "You, wait for me." In response, Shuku just smiled. "Shuku! What are you doing here?" Sudden. A delicate cry rang out in the Black Dragon Palace. The 8 princes who were originally in earnest conversation all looked over when they heard the delicate shout. I saw a hot woman in red walking towards Shuku with a fierce and imposing manner. With every step he took, his upper body trembled like the waves, making many people stare at him with excitement. Especially this woman was wearing a bright red belly-exposing top, a red whip wrapped around her slender waist, and only a pair of shorts that barely covered her thighs. Looking down, all she could see were her long, snow-white legs. Those legs can be played with for half a year. Those legs are so white that they shine. This unrestrained dressing style attracted all the attention in the hall. But only Shuku looked indifferent. Of course he knew this woman. His former fourth sister, Shu Qianran. He was also the one who appeared the happiest when he was expelled from the palace. Shuku. You are a vulgar person who is neither good at literature nor martial arts. You are not worthy of being with us. Do you know how much I've been annoyed by you over the years? Every time I see you pretending to be a good person in front of me, I can't help but want to vomit. Fortunately, our brother is back. I finally don't have to see your disgusting face anymore. These words, as sharp as knives, pierced Shuku's heart again like thorns. He didn't know why Shu Qianran hated him so much. Although he had guessed part of it from Yang Fuyan's words just now, when he actually saw Shu Qianran, he also felt an inexplicable irritation. Shuku. Who are you? How can you come to this place? Shu Qianran is very tall, almost as tall as Shuku. She stared at Shuku with an impatient look on her face. Shuku glanced at him. What is my identity? Why am I able to come to this place? I don't need to explain this to you, do I? Chapter 37 My Ancient Martial Arts 18 Touches, I found my match. Although these words did not cause an uproar in the audience, they did make many people's eyes tremble and look at Shuku in surprise. Among them, Yang Fuyan was also slightly stunned. He hadn't spent a long time with Shuku, but Shuku had always left him with the impression of being calm. In other words, he didn't seem to be someone who was good at showing his emotions. But now Shuku's sudden swear word really refreshed his cognition. Xie Zhizhang and Jiang Lan had the same feeling. Of course, the most shocked person was Shu Qianran, who was confronted head-on by Shuku. She stood there in a daze, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. At this moment, her pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if stained with blood. After I realized what was happening, I felt ashamed and even extremely angry. Call out. A long red whip broke through the air with a sound as it was thrown out from his waist. A powerful spiritual power burst out in an instant and pressed directly towards Shuku. Shuku! Are you looking for death? Who gave you the courage to speak to me in this tone? Shu Qianran had long been accustomed to Shuku's submissiveness. She treated it as normal when he started scolding her. In her heart, she could treat Shuku with any attitude, because the latter would never refute her. But today, Shuku not only refuted her, but also made it difficult for her to step down in public. This feeling made her extremely uncomfortable. Looking at Shu Qianran's anger, Shuku just glanced at her and turned away. He knows Shu Qianran. Perhaps he knows her better than Shu Qianran herself. It's really boring to argue with such a stubborn person. But it was this indifferent attitude that angered Shu Qianran even more. Shuku. I haven't seen you for a few days. You have really become more capable. I'll count to 3. If you apologize to me right now, I might forgive you. 1, 2, 3. But Shuku never stopped or looked at her. Shu Qianran stood there, and at this moment she felt as if everyone was looking at her as if she were a clown. Shuku. I'm going to kill you. Call out. The long whip splits the air. The spiritual power is roaring. Shu Qianran stomped his foot and a whip flew towards Shuku's head. But just as the whip was about to fall, she suddenly released her strength, forcibly retracted the attack, and then looked at Yang Fuyan who was standing in front of Shuku. Eighth Prince. Shu Qianran's face looked grim, but he still called him. Yang Fuyan's eyes were equally gloomy. He said calmly, Shuku is my friend. He came with me, too. Princess Qianran, do you think that I am not qualified to bring someone to participate in this autumn hunt? Even though Yang Fuyan was the youngest, lowest in rank, and had the weakest background among the 8 princes. But he has the blood of the Sui dynasty royal family in his body, which means he is the true 8th prince of the Sui dynasty. Shu Qianran's mouth twitched. Even though he was unwilling, he still clasped his fists and said, Qianran dare not. Okay, 8th brother, Qianran is just like that. You shouldn't bother with her. At this time, the 4th prince Yang Fushan spoke. The 4th prince spoke, and the 5th and 6th princes stood silently beside him. Seeing this, Yang Fuyan smiled and said, Since 4th brother has spoken, let's put this matter behind us. Shuku, do you have any objection? Yang Fuyan looked at Shuku. Shuku glanced at Yang Fuyan, then at the 4th prince, and finally at Shu Qianran. Then he said calmly, This matter has nothing to do with me, why should I have any opinion? How to put it, Shuku's words did not give face to anyone, including Yang Fuyan and Yang Fushan. This attitude surprised many people around. Everyone began to re-examine Shuku, who was only at the qi-nourishing realm. What kind of confidence did he have that allowed him to ignore Yang Fuyan? Of course, Yang Fuyan was secondary. The main thing was that he didn't even give face to Yang Fushan. This person is qualified to compete for the position of crown prince and succeed the throne in the future. Shuku simply chose to ignore the looks from the people around him. It's annoying. What are you looking at? But he didn't say it out loud. He just stood aside, his mind wandering, and ignored it. Fourth brother, Shu Ku is just like this. You shouldn't bother with him, Yang Fuyan said. He didn't expect Shu Ku to disregard his own face, but since it had come to this, he still returned his words intact. It seems normal, but in fact there are undercurrents. A sinister look flashed across Yang Fushan's eyes, and he said calmly, he has personality. Eighth brother has found a good helper. Everyone could feel the dissatisfaction in Yang Fushan's tone, but at this time, there wouldn't be too many conflicts. Let us put this matter behind us for now. Not far away, Zhao Qianzi watched this scene and sneered in his heart, arrogant. Why offend the fourth prince when there are so many people to offend? Everyone knows that the fourth prince will never let go of any grudge. Without the protection of Prince Shu's mansion, the Liu mansion can't protect him. Not far away, a gaze fell on Shu Ku vaguely. That person was dressed in white with the word Jiang on his chest. Who else could it be other than the third young master of Beeling? Next to him stood a young man in a yellow robe, with a face as fresh as spring breeze, a warm smile and a gentle demeanor. This person is quite interesting, Jiang Taixian said. Oh? Is it pleasing to your eye? Yang Fuzuan asked. There are thousands of heroes in the world, but only 3 of them are worthy of my attention. I just find this guy interesting. Jiang Taixian smiled and shook his head. He narrowed his eyes. It's good to have personality, but personality is something that should not appear in a cultivator in the Qi cultivation realm. Not far away, a young man in a black robe was also looking at Shu Ku. Even Shu Ku himself didn't know that this person's eyes had been following him since the moment he stepped into the Black Dragon Palace. Shu Ku, the sky-piercing sword saint who emerged from nowhere during the Earth-controlling era. It turned out to be him. That shouldn't be the case. In the previous life, he didn't appear in the Black Dragon Palace. The young man's eyes were filled with shock. After a long while, he slowly came back to his senses. This is interesting. Lingtian's sword saint suddenly rose to prominence in the late stage of the Earth-controlling era, but I was damaged in the war and had to live in seclusion, relying on the blood-sealing technique to survive. I only occasionally heard about his deeds of wiping out 36 alien races of the 9th Low Realm strongmen with one sword on the front line of Earth-controlling. I wish I could fight alongside him. I didn't expect that this life would be different from the original trajectory. He actually appeared here, could it be that? Is my memory confused and I remembered it wrong? The young man in black robe licked his lips, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. That's good now. My ancient martial arts 18 touches has found an opponent. Your Majesty has arrived. Just then, a shrill voice sounded. The Black Dragon Palace suddenly became quiet. A middle-aged man walked slowly into the hall, without any authority, just like an ordinary citizen, or even like an old farmer. If he hadn't been wearing the yellow robe, no one would have thought that this person was the supreme emperor who dominated the Sui dynasty, Yang Xiao. And the moment he appeared, all the proud royal nobles bowed their heads. Get up, all of you. You're pretending to be nice in front of me. Do you think I don't know your behavior? Yang Xiao sat on the dragon chair, looking at the people below with a smile. Chapter 38 The Secret Realm of the Great Sui Dynasty is opened. Shu Ku did not have much impression of Yang Xiao. When he really started practicing in later generations, the former had already abdicated. According to legend, after he abdicated, he devoted himself to martial arts and wanted to reach a higher level, but he was not known in later generations, which probably means that he failed. Shu Ku felt a little emotional for a moment. The years were endless, but he was going against the flow of time and getting a glimpse of future generations. Seeing the people of this world and taking care of the affairs of the future, it is a very wonderful state of mind. I want to go into details. There are many opportunities in this autumn hunting secret realm. How much opportunity you can get depends entirely on your ability. Of course, there is a demon suppressing bell in that secret realm. This item is a top-grade Earth-level spiritual weapon. Those who are destined to have it, will obtain it. After he finished speaking, Yang Xiao said no more, but waved the sleeves of his dragon robe. Buzz. In the center of this hall, a crack appeared in the void, and the crack expanded into a secret passage. Although Yang Xiao's words sounded ordinary, many princes' eyes were already burning with excitement. The demon-suppressing bell, not to mention how precious this Earth-grade top-grade spiritual weapon is, the most important thing is that this item is said to have been owned by the previous emperor. After the late emperor abdicated, the demon-suppressing bell disappeared and turned out to be left in this secret realm. Although Yang Xiao did not explain it, the many princes were not fools. Now that Yang Xiao had plans to abdicate, the fight for the crown prince position among the princes became more and more obvious. The demon-suppressing bell was a powerful weapon of the late emperor. Whether or not Yang Xiao could seize the demon-suppressing bell might be an important part of his consideration in choosing the crown prince. Go ahead. Yang Xiao waved his hand. Yes. Everyone clasped their fists. The eldest prince Yang Fuzuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. After exchanging glances with the second and third princes, he stepped directly into the secret passage and soon disappeared. Shu Ku took a glance and Shu Qianran followed the fourth prince towards the passage. Just as he was about to step into the passage, Shu Qianran suddenly turned around and locked his eyes directly on Shu Ku. The meaning of that look was clear. Although it had not yet turned into murderous intent, Shu Ku knew that after entering the secret realm, Shu Qianran would definitely seek revenge. Brother Shu, could it be that you really did something in Prince Shu's mansion? Otherwise, why would Princess Qianran target you like this? Xie Zhizhan came to Shu Ku and asked. Hearing this, Shu Ku shrugged noncommittally and said, who knows? Thinking about his past life, Shu Ku had already lost hope in the seven sisters. He could not protect the people he cared about in his past life, so if they wanted the tragedy to happen again in this life, they would have to ask him first if he agreed. Let's go too. Yang Fuyin spoke, and the four of them turned into streams of light and disappeared into the passage. In just a moment, the originally noisy black dragon hall was empty. Yang Xiao sat alone on the dragon throne, feeling a little lonely. Among my 8 princes, in your opinion, who is most likely to obtain the golden dragon energy left by our ancestors? Yang Xiao spoke solemnly, and a black shadow quietly appeared behind him. Then, a very experienced voice sounded, the eldest prince and the fourth prince are both talented people. I am more optimistic about the eldest prince, especially the kid from Beilingjian clan, who already has the potential to become a young emperor. The vicissitudes of life voice did not beat around the bush, nor did it hesitate to speak directly. Sitting on the dragon throne, Yang Xiao supported his chin and nodded. The eldest and the fourth prince have fought many times over the years, both openly and secretly. To be honest, I am a little tired of watching it. In your opinion, do the other princes have the potential to become dark horses? The shadow was silent for a moment. Does your majesty expect the other princes to see the light of day between the two of them? What if? No one had high hopes for me in the beginning. Yang Xiao said calmly. Your majesty has been patient and dormant in the past, but he has already shown signs of being a true dragon. Otherwise, how could he have created such a revival? Hearing this, Yang Xiao smiled slightly, and a rare sense of embarrassment appeared on his majestic face. You haven't praised me like this for many years. Could it be that you have also learned the tricks of the court ministers? Har har. The black shadow smiled bitterly, as if he was recalling some past events, and his tone was full of emotion. I noticed someone today. At this time, the black shadow suddenly said. Oh? Who can catch your eye? Yang Xiao raised his eyebrows, looking slightly surprised. The 8th prince has a son under his command, and I can't quite figure him out. What is his cultivation level? The state of nourishing qi. Oh? A mere qi nourishing realm, is there anything you cannot see through? Yang Xiao's eyes narrowed. I hope I'm seeing things. The weathered voice fell silent after saying this. Qi nourishing state. Yang Xiao lowered his head in deep thought. After a moment, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Could it be that today's autumn hunt is really going to become interesting? This was a ruined world, with the sky taking on a strange blood-red color. When Shu Ku stepped into this world, he instinctively felt a sense of oppression. Looking out at the sky and earth from afar, countless green mountains were stained with blood, and many of them looked like they had been cut in half by terrifying forces. There are still many broken walls and ruins on the green hills, like a declining sect weathered by time. It is said that this secret land was once part of an ancient battlefield and was moved here by our ancestors of the great Sui dynasty with tremendous power, Yang Fuyin explained. Roar. As he was speaking, a beast roar suddenly came from not far away, shaking the mountains and forests, and there was a faint burst of violent demonic energy. According to the intelligence, there are many monsters and strange beasts in this secret realm. The demonic spirits in their bodies are one of the focuses of our trip, Yang Fuyan said. Everyone nodded. Of course Shuku knew this too. In the qi nourishing state, one nourishes the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, introduces it into the body, transforms it into spiritual power, and then amplifies the spiritual power through martial arts. The next realm after the qi cultivation realm is the heavenly gate. If a warrior wants to enter the Qinguan realm, he must break their Qinguan confinement in his body. Once he enters this realm, the warrior will enter another level of practice. Whether it is the meridians, body or soul, they will all undergo transformation, so the Qinguan realm also has another name, Qinguan transformation. If one wants to break the heavenly barrier, one can certainly rely on one's own spiritual power, but in addition to that, the demon beast's soul is also a powerful aid. Through the violent energy in the demon soul, not only can one break through the confinement, but also absorb the origin of the demon race, and then awaken the most typical feature of the Qinguan realm, the Qinguan virtual soul. I awakened the torch wolf soul, which ranks fourth on the 10,000 beast souls list. After entering the primordial realm, I focused on cultivating the essence of fire attribute. Yang Fuyan said, in this secret realm, I will hunt more fire attribute monster souls, in order to complete the condensation of the prototype of the Dharma image faster. The list of 10,000 beasts and demonic souls is a very authoritative list in the Sui dynasty. It is divided into the heaven list and the earth list. There are a total of 100 heavenly gate void souls on the earth list, while there are only 10 on the heaven list. Anyone who can awaken the virtual soul of the earth list in the Qinguan realm is an absolute genius, and those warriors who can awaken the virtual soul of the heaven list are all contemporary geniuses. Yang Fuyan is now in the Taichu realm. Because he awakened a virtual soul of fire attribute in the Qinguan realm, he practiced the origin of fire attribute in the Taichu realm. When the origin is promoted to Dharmakya, it means that he is qualified to enter the Lingfu realm. By the way, Jianglan, which virtual soul did you awaken? Yang Fuyan suddenly looked at Jianglan. Jianglan raised his head slightly upon hearing this. For some reason, he glanced at Shuku, and then said with a little pride, Your Highness, I have awakened the one-horned sky rhino void soul, which ranks third on the earth ranking. Shuku naturally noticed Jianglan's little movement of looking at him just now, and couldn't help but be slightly startled. Indeed, since I met Jianglan today, I felt that the latter had a vague hostility towards me. He felt a little puzzled. If he had not strongly recommended Yang Fuyan to buy it from Qinqiang Pavilion, the latter would still be fighting in the jewel arena where there was no sunlight. Where does this hostility come from? In other words, he should thank himself. Chapter 39 Secret Hunting. One-horned celestial rhino. Yang Fuyan and Xie Zhizhang both seemed a little surprised. This was a powerful virtual soul ranked third on the earth list. Although there are virtual souls on the heavenly ranking, they are extremely difficult to obtain. Even for some aristocratic families, they cannot possess them if they want. As a prince, Yang Fuyan naturally has access to resources that are not comparable to ordinary people, but as a lone wolf of torchlight, he can only be the worst among the 8 princes. There was no other way, as the Beeling Jiang family was standing behind the eldest prince. The Jiang family had captured a sky-splitting spirit fox directly from the Beeling Snow region. This was a powerful virtual soul that ranked 6th among the virtual souls on the heavenly list. The Dongshan Sun family behind the 4th prince also captured a red-eyed spirit whale from the Kanglan Sea, and was also ranked 7th among the virtual souls on the heavenly ranking. The other princes were more or less protected by their maternal clans. Even if they could not capture rare spiritual beasts like the eldest prince and the 4th prince, they could spend huge sums of money to purchase demon souls from the black market and directly refine and awaken them. Jianglan was just a thug in the Sky Dome Pavilion Jewel Arena before, but he was able to awaken the one-horned sky rhino, which was ranked third on the earth list. Seeing Yang Fuyan's surprised look, Jianglan smiled and said, It was also an awakening by chance when I was out. In front of Yang Fuyan, Jianglan seemed very humble. Yang Fuyan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Jianglan was his subordinate anyway, and the stronger he was, the better it would be for him. Thinking of this, he looked at Shuku and said seriously, You are now in the late stage of the Yangqi realm, so you should also consider it early. There should be very rare spirit beasts in this secret realm. Upon hearing this, Shuku looked into the distance. He felt some powerful auras and thought that there must be some extraordinary existences in this secret realm. But he was not in a hurry, because he also knew the importance of Qinguan Void Soul. In his previous life, he went through a lot of trouble to awaken the dragon flame sky bird, which was ranked 3rd on the heavenly ranking, and only then did he lay a good foundation for his cultivation. Later, his cultivation continued to advance by leaps and bounds. If there is no monster more powerful than the dragon flame sky bird in this secret realm, he might as well not consider it and wait until later to look for the trace of the dragon flame sky bird based on his memory. Boom! Suddenly, there was the sound of fierce fighting in the distance. It seems that someone has already started hunting, so we have to hurry. After all, the Demon Suppression Palace is the final destination. Yang Fuyan said. Everyone looked up and saw the outline of a magnificent and majestic palace looming at the end of the sky and earth. Above this vague palace, a giant bell that suppressed the sky was suspended in the air, which was awe-inspiring. It's a 3rd-level earth dragon beast. In a dense forest, 4 people pushed aside the thorns and saw 4 creatures that were grey in color, with a single black horn on their foreheads, and looked like both pigs and donkeys, walking in a forest. The strength of a 3rd-level earth dragon beast is equivalent to that of the late Qinguan realm. Its fur is like armor and its defense is extremely thick. Xie Zhizhan said. There are 4 in total, just right for 1 for each of us. The earth dragon beast's demon spirit is also pretty good. Yang Fuyan ordered. Shuku had no objection to this. As Jianglan rushed out first, Shuku also crossed his feet and locked one of them. Roar! When the earth dragon beast sensed the danger, the hair on its body instantly stood up and became as hard as iron. Instead of fleeing, it retreated backwards, stomping its hind legs on the ground, and then rushed towards Shuku and the others. Shuku stared at one of the earth dragon beasts that was charging towards him, his eyes calm, without the slightest panic. When the earth dragon beast was about to hit him, he suddenly bent his waist. At the same time, he kicked directly at the 2 front limbs of the earth dragon beast. The earth dragon beast was unable to dodge and was thrown into the air. Shuku was quick-witted and quick-handed, and when the earth dragon beast leaped above his head, he suddenly slapped it with his palm. Roar! The earth dragon beast let out a scream. Its belly was the weakest part of its body's defense. Shuku's palm directly caused all its internal organs to shift. It spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground seriously injured. Shuku walked forward slowly and delivered the final blow. After breaking open the earth dragon beast's skull, a demon soul emitting a faint purple glow was taken out and put into a storage ring by Shuku. Looking at Yang Fuyan and the others, they are at the Taichu realm after all, so they don't need to expend too much energy to kill this 3rd-order monster. But when Yang Fuyan and the other 2 finished the battle and were about to help Shuku, they suddenly found that Shuku was standing there waiting for them without a speck of dirt. In front of Shuku, the earth dragon beast died in an extremely ugly manner. Shuku, you killed him by yourself? Xie Zhizhan asked in surprise. They originally wanted to let Shuku hold on for a while, and then help Shuku after they had dealt with their own one. But now it seems that Shuku not only does not need their help, but is even faster than them. This is equivalent to the strength of the late Qinguan realm. Are you really in the Yangqi realm? Xie Zhizhan suddenly found that he could not see through Shuku. Although the 3rd-level monster has low intelligence and does not have any offensive means, its strength is there. How could Shuku be so relaxed? In the duel arena, Shuku defeated the peak of Yangqi with his 9th-level cultivation. Later, even Shu Qinjie was no match for him. Now that he has reached the 8th level of Yangqi cultivation, it is reasonable for him to fight against a higher-level opponent. Without waiting for Shuku to explain, Yang Fuyan spoke up on his behalf. That's true. Xie Zhizhan nodded, and then took a breath. The last time we met, Brother Shu was still at the 9th level of opening meridians, but now he is already at the 8th level of nourishing qi. Although I've known this once, it's still a little hard to believe when I think about it now. Just when Xie Zhizhan was surprised. Roar! Suddenly, the roar of beasts was heard again from not far away, accompanied by strong fluctuations of spiritual power. The 4 of them looked up and saw smoke rising into the sky from the dense forest not far away. Listening to the sound, it's probably a 5th-level monster? Yang Fuyan frowned. This was just the outskirts of the secret realm. Could it be that someone had encountered a monster with strength equivalent to that of the Spirit Mansion realm? With a monster of this level of power, even the Crown Prince's team would have to be cautious, right? Let's go and take a look. Yang Fuyan spoke, and the 4 of them walked towards the direction of the battle not far away. In the dense forest, 4 people were standing back to back, panting. Beside them, there was a dead body. It has only been an hour since we entered the secret realm, and someone has died in the secret realm. Around these 4 people, more than a dozen red moon wolves were staring at them with bared teeth and fierce eyes. And around these dozen red moon wolves, there were dozens of red moon wolf corpses placed horizontally and vertically. Apparently, these 4 people had the bad luck to encounter the Crimson Moon Wolf Pack. Princess Tianran, what should we do? There is a red moon wolf king here. Let us retreat quickly. Someone said anxiously. Among these 4 people, one is Shu Tianran. At this moment, Shu Tianran no longer had the proud look she had in the Black Dragon Palace before. She looked a little embarrassed. It was so unlucky for her to encounter the Crimson Moon Wolf Pack. Meeting the Red Moon Wolf King is even more bad luck. Shu Tianran bit his lip. Although he was very unwilling, the demon souls that could be obtained from so many red moon wolves were considerable. However, with their strength, they could not eat so many red moon wolves. The most important thing is that now those red moon wolves are staring at them, and they have no way to take the demon soul. They have already paid the price of 1 person, but got nothing in the end, which makes Shu Tianran extremely frustrated. But right now, the Red Moon Wolf King has a strong aura. Although he has not yet reached the Spirit Mansion realm, he is not far away. Then, let's retreat. Although he was unwilling, Shu Tianran also knew that it would not be good for them to continue the stalemate. Unless someone can come to help now. Just as the 4 were about to retreat helplessly, Shu Tianran suddenly reached out to stop them, then looked in one direction vigilantly. Several people looked in the direction of Shu Tianran, and saw some movement in the bushes nearby, and also heard footsteps. Helpers are coming. We can fight again. Shu Tianran's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face again. Okay. We suffered such a huge loss and got nothing. I really can't accept this, another person also spoke angrily. Which prince is it? There are dozens of red moon wolves here. If you can lend a helping hand, we can divide the demon spirits here equally. Shu Tianran shouted towards the bushes, but the next moment, her face suddenly changed. Shu Ku. Why is it you? Who asked you to come?